Мы решили выйти в парк Горького.
We decided to go to Gorky Park to share underground cybersecurity world, and users who are far away from this sphere could easily look at it. With these words, CEO of Positive Technologies, Denis Baranov, have turned to all the visitors of PHDays, and it seems that it works pretty good. Congratulations, we have launched the second day of Cyber Festival Positive Hug Days, and ahead of us, we are going to have a lot of interesting things, but let's remember what did happen yesterday. First of all, we have overcome the record of 11 PhDs by the number of visitors, 11,000 visitors. But the final numbers are going to be shared with you at the end of the Cyber Festival. With presentations, we had more than 150 speakers, and today technical part will be even richer. But if you have missed some presentation, please don't worry. All of them will be available on the YouTube channel Positive Events. For the park visitors, Positive Hug Days have organized a quest. You had to do the quest like Trojan, Sconotopia, and lighting. Numbers are more than impressive. In the quest, we had more than 7,000 people participating in this quest. Children also had a rich program, and in a result, 220 children went through the cyber quest. Kids. And right now, it's the time to speak about the results of yesterday's standoff cyber fight. And for this, we will speak with Alexei Lobzin, the head of Cyber Defense Services from Inner Stage Comedy. Alexei, hello. How come? Everything's wonderful. I was able to sleep a little bit compared to our guys who've been sharing the pictures how not to sleep 4 days in a row. Because yesterday, defense teams were able to give 450 reports. Can you imagine? We have created a team that is monitoring, and they're playing the role of global SOC. They verify blue and red team reports. This is what was happening yesterday. It never happened like that. 400 reports a day. It's unreal. And I would like to say hi to all the guys. Big respect. Hold on. Everything is wonderful. And today it's going to finish. Yesterday we've been speaking with Roman Dvoryankin, and when he was online, he said that titanic efforts were applied by those guys who are involved in judging. Can you share with us your impressions about this standoff? And how did you like the cyber fight? Maybe some novelties that influenced it? Well, perhaps the key word that comes to my mind is incredible intensity, just incredible intensity. If last year in November we have realized only 8 unique business risks, then today, by this morning, as of this time, only 47 has been realized, unique business risks. So they've destroyed everything they could. No object was left alone without suffering. They found SCADAs. So impression, it's like in football. It's not interesting to watch football when 90 minutes you see 0-0. Well, it's interesting to see 12-20, many heads, and fortunately, the attacking team in May has shown itself in the best way. And it's interesting for the defenders, it's interesting for our guys from SOC, new industries, new vulnerabilities, everything's very actual and updated like in real life. That's why I think perhaps the key word here is intensity. Well, it's just incredible rhythm. Okay. By the way, yesterday we've been speaking about some gamification, and the key objective of the standoff for the future, the maximum task, is for the viewers who could observe. They would be pulled in watching it. So I wanted to connect, League of Bets, Fox Bet, One Big Bet, and according to your words, it seems if we will gamify what happens in SOC, those investigations and this movement, we'll put it outside gamified. It looks that's like additional level of intensity, and our viewers will be able to get this intensity. That's how it happens. Our guys They work on the adrenaline being involved in the process, from the fact that we have a lot of interesting competitive effect, and this competition, we as co-organizers, traditionally, we give additional stimulus. So if for red team there was always prizes, good, the positive as a company, I'm not going to disclose, but we give very cool prizes. So in a stage, traditionally, we are on the side of the blue guys, and we love blue guys, and we want to show them. And we love the speed. Perhaps you can see that. We have our own team which participates and wins in Russian races, ring races, and we decided to make a prize for the blue team for the fastest investigation. The team that's going to be the fastest one in realized business risk investigation will get from us a ticket for racing weekend in Kazan, 17th, 18th of June. At our account, they will come, they will watch how it looks alive, and they even will be able to be in a flow, to communicate with members of our racing team, with our racers, and they will be able to even sit in the police. Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, I have the following question to you. Nuclear power plant. Can you tell me, please, this is a new cell on your stage. I've been looking at the results of yesterday. I thought it's going to be in top by the attacks like it was 17th of May. So can you tell me, please, what about the nuclear power plant, you know, bank number 3, light panels, how these new innovations on the cyber field have influenced the division of power? Well, I would like to say that these objects, all the innovations, they became an object of interest, active interest, and involvement for the red teams. Speaking about nuclear industry, they have done, you know, what they've been asked of by organizers. They were able to model attack Stuxnet, which in reality did happen in Iran about 10 years ago. They did the same business risk, the same thing. They did exactly what happened in real life. Of course, remembering that it's not real infrastructure, but a cyber field. But nevertheless, they were able to follow the chain of actions, break similar systems, get certain privileges. That's why nuclear industry became one of the mostly attacked objects. And on the first place, we have electrical energy industry in general. What we like and what we think to be a big discovery of organizers, these are inter-industrial risks. We understand, like in regular life, all the events which are happening with one of the company, they cannot be locked only internally. If this is a certain business risk, it will influence what happens with other companies. And two inter-industrial risks have already been realized, and both of them are connected with electrical energy industry. One time there was shutdown of water machinery, and second time they have disconnected the power cables. Of course, nuclear industry have suffered, and steel industry have suffered as well. There was a shutdown of ore supply for the steel mill. So this is something that is close to real life. Everything which is related to the industry, it's interesting. And speaking about the most common things, this is something that we see every day. Data leakages, personal data leakages. These are confidential information theft, and as for info systems, and the most common vector of attack is phishing, social engineering, vulnerable web services which are put on the perimeter. All this is being used actively by the guys. So everything that we see in real life and everything that we see on the cyber field, you know, it's one-to-one to what we see in real life. Well, code buy upon the results in the course of several years already stands aside. They're breaking everything. And I've heard that teams who are not able to attack by themselves, they create interesting alliances, coalitions, and they break in these coalitions. Do you know something about it? Honestly, I don't know about that, but looking at how the events are developing, looks like either everybody helps to code buy, or they have to be united all together in order to fight the guys, because there's a big gap between them by today. Well, it's understandable that we have a today's situation can change, but 30% code buy is 30% higher than Truax. And practically 3 times more points than the third place. I think that, like in the last year, the fight will be between first 2 positions, and if somebody can help Truax, this will add an interesting drive to the fight. Yeah, let's see. We started speaking about the topic of cities. I do like this question because I'm related with informational portal C Club, and I'm following the news agenda on informational security. And right now, recently, there's a hackers Armageddon in the cities of the US. Usually it happens, they have attacks against countries of the third world where not everything is good with information security. You can sneak in there. But in the United States, they attack real powerful megapolis cities like Dallas and other ones. Tell me, please, this trend to attack not big companies, but big, huge industries, and all the way to big cities and their infrastructures. Will this trend develop in the future, not in the sample life, but in real life? Unfortunately, yes, it will. The fact that we have tried to explain to business several years ago, 3-5 years ago, back then it seemed like a fantasy, like horse in the vacuum, which is impossible to imagine today and right now. But today we're opening a news line, and we see news like that every day. Data was stolen, leakages, theft, encoders. And this is the agenda of every day. And we don't have to explain this level of problems to the business. Unfortunately, this trend moves to the worst situation. So the guys from the other side, they become more professional. There are new techniques and tactics. And this is also facilitated by digitalization of everything, because right now any industry, any direction of industry, like what digital risks could there be in the cow farm? But then we figured out that right now the level of automation, even in agro holdings, reached the level that they have automatic opening of doors. It's not done by people, but it's an automatic system does it. And if out of those cows which are located in quarantine, if some of them remotely, if somebody will remotely open their doors and they will mix with other cows, everybody, all the cows will have to be killed. These are millions and tens of millions of losses. These are digital risks in agricultural industry. But several decades ago, it was not possible to imagine. So digitalization catches up with all other industries. And we receive serious risks with this digitalization, so everybody should think about information security from the beginning. Well, I would like to ask you the following question from the point of view of digitalization, because we are in the Gorky Park and we have people who are far away from information security. Let's say we do have certain data leakages, but
не такая,
we can also say
прям ценная, прям такая вот информация.
not such a valuable information is leaking, because when I look at some American sites, hackers are stealing psychological portraits, profiling, because their schools are digitalized, psychiatric centers, so they're stealing profiling information about people. So what, according to your opinion, a regular person far away from digital security, we are digitalizing more and more, but every person should think about info security, so that when really there will be a possibility to steal more sensitive data, so that these would be minimized as much as possible. The questions of digital hygiene, I think they have to be taught in school, definitely. Because every person, child, starting from school years, does interrelates with digital devices, accessories, etc., which also are possible source of problems. So if you don't follow simple rules of digital hygiene, right now, all of us are using banking cards. All of us have financial applications. So at least in this direction, everybody should look and understand if your data will leak, which is available in your phone. This will allow to bring your bank account to zero. In this sense, everybody have to think about those questions. Super. Alexei, thank you very much for this conversation. That's pretty cool. Thank you very much that you are being co-organizers of our forum because of many years for beautiful stands, and you have a lot of contests. Until 20th of May, you are going to have those contests. Thank you very much. So let's move on.
Еще раз, да, покидываю. Так, мы идем дальше, и буквально через минуточку мы с вами встречаемся возле...
We're moving on, and in a couple of minutes we are going to meet each other in SOC Center, where we're going to speak with Maxim Akimov
соки компании «Настей».
about SOC from InnoStage. Keep in touch.
Всем привет! Мы у компании InnoStage с Максимом.
Hi everyone, we are InnoStage's SOC. Hello, Maxim. Since yesterday we haven't seen each other. Maxim, before we'll start explaining to people who didn't watch us yesterday, please tell us what InnoStage does and SOC at the Positive Hug Days.
Интегратор, собственно, да, родом с Татарстана.
We are a big integrator from Tatarstan, from Kazan. We have integration services, Positive, and we have our own developments. We are the vendor. We develop several products in the area of informational security, and we have a big expertise and knowledge in SCADA protection. Also, we have services in monitoring of controlled attacks, and our SOC Zagrar in InnoStage, in the course of a few years already, is a global SOC and judges standoff.
Мы продолжаем неистово.
Well, we continue to work. Yesterday, we've been sitting until late in the night. Only 2 a.m. we have left. Can you tell us, please? Yesterday, we finished by saying that we'll come back, and these blue lines, we'll have more of those blue lines. Well, there are more of them, at least by 50% more of them. So can you tell us, please, how in the course of this night we've seen the analysis of events for yesterday? Well, the guy's been sitting until late. The fight stopped at 10, but our guys been sitting at 2 a.m. and 9 a.m. we started checking new reports.
Некоторые остались спать прям.
So some people have been sleeping at the workplace in the office.
Вообще уникального, да?
And what was unique about this,
То есть вчера
in the morning yesterday, they have realized 22 unique inadmissible events, and by the end of the day, it was 47. This morning, they have realized one more. So in total, 148 inadmissible events have been realized, and 47 of them are unique. And 31 admissible event was investigated, considering the fact that 22 teams of hackers participated and only 7 teams of defenders. So this is a pretty good investigation statistics, even though they're not able to catch up. But with this number of ideas, well, I think this is good result. This year, what is the most unique
большое внимание к технологическому.
is that big attention is paid to a technological segment. Previously, it wasn't happening.
Команд к концу.
Like we had several teams by the end of the standoff, they came to a technological segment, but
Наш глобальный сок.
right now, all the time, our global SOC sits in the iSIM product, and this is the rejection on the technological level, and 30-40% of their time, they are sitting in this product. Practically, we didn't do that. It was, dusting on the shelf, but right now it became popular
Команды и, соответственно,
in
популярные
our team,
атаки на технологические.
and attacks against technological segment are also very popular.
Давайте поднажмите, да, во-первых, команды хакер, там, понятно, команда расследователей.
Okay, guys, please move on, please work, and I would like to wish success to everybody. Thank you very much. I would like to say thanks to my team, Global SOC. Please press on. You'll be able to breathe in. So please look at more information on the screen, what has changed. Yeah, let's speak about what is happening right now, right here, because if you will come to Positive Hack Days,
Здесь офисы, практически
Well,
ничего не поменялось. Команды
in the offices, nothing has changed. The teams, as they've been sitting, they're still sitting in all the offices.
на всех серверах, там, Windows,
They are
они повысились до...
getting stronghold in all the servers. They got maximum privileges, as we can see in here. SCADA segment is one of the main segments. Nothing has changed from this point of view, and from the percentage point of view, 30% of hosts has already been captivated. And, well, there are still more places to move on
атаки.
and realize the attacks. In total, we have 150 inadmissible events predefined, and only 50 of them were realized. So we have 2/3 possibilities to show yourself.
Ну так, я понимаю, тут
Well, I understand
сложно, но обычно как
it's hard to predict, but speaking about finals, well, we see more and more possibilities of realizing even more inadmissible events. What do you think?
мы можем
By how many percentage points we can increase
риски, которые могут быть.
those risks which can be realized? So what could be the final results according to your assessment? Well, I think we still have 10 more percent. We still have less time. Only until 2 o'clock attackers can continue attacking.
И, до 4 часов дня.
And until 4 p.m., defenders should send the final report. Yesterday, they've sent 450 reports for investigation and for analysis.
А за утро, уже пока...
And this morning, while you've been visiting us in the course of this hour, we already received 50 reports. So our guys, are working hard,
и атакующие.
very actively, both attackers and defenders. They are sending their reports.
Атаки.
So there are going to be a lot of interesting attacks and interesting and admissible events as well.
Поговорим на
And let's speak about this topic,
съемок.
because just recently before this broadcasting, a colleague has approached me and she said, well, 149 attackers and defenders, only 31 of them. Why? Do they defend not very good? I said no, because last time when we had less attacks, and if you have 9 inadmissible events, it was during November, 9 inadmissible events, 9 have been investigated, and this is the volume that you are able to cope with. So can you speak about this topic once again, that with such volume of attacks and admission of inadmissible events and incident investigation, these numbers are very good numbers. I would say these are great results for such ratio between hackers, number of realized attacks, and the number of reports and investigations by the defense teams. And they investigate them pretty good.
Super.
Super. Okay, let's move on. For those of you who didn't watch us yesterday, let's speak, what can we see here? Well, we can see that oil and gas industry is very popular here, and nuclear industry is also very popular. And this year, we have new attack directions, attack vectors. Well, the ratio has not changed, and the number of attacks is growing. This one, if we come to this panel, we see for each industry how many inadmissible events have been realized, how many were investigated, right? Yeah, that's right. That's what I've told you. 31 was investigated, if you sum it up, and 148 were realized in total for all the offices. Tell me, please, which products are used by you for investigation? Well, to investigate, we use CM system. It's a collection of events, correlation, normalization of events from all the sources, from the old standoff infrastructure. Everything is collected in one point. Also, we have attack analyzer, which works in a C. We also have ISIM, which works in technological segment to analyze attacks against technological segment, including nuclear industry. We have a sandbox where we can see those viruses and shells which are being delivered by the teams to increase their privileges and to get a stronghold. And web-to-cache firewall, which protects and analyzes attacks on the level of applications.
И смотри, такой тоже хочу задать вопрос. 7 раз.
Also, I would like to ask a question. Attackers have used encoders 7 times, if I remember it properly. Can you tell me, please, do we see any increase from the point of view of encoders this year? Or this is a typical number? It is a typical number. And classical realization of the attacks, encoding of the infrastructure, and most of the teams have used it. Super. Thank you very much, Maxim. We had a wonderful conversation, and right now we're switching to the studio, and I would like to give floor to Anastasia. Be positive, be safe.
Привет! Сегодня с вами Настя Гришина из Positive.
Hi, Nastya Grishina from Positive Technologies is with you, and in this studio we're going to speak about an interesting topic. How can you get ready to launch bug bounty program? Today I'm going to discuss it with great experts. Dima Kim, my colleague, he's responsible for Standoff 365 product. Luka Safonov, he's responsible for bugbounty.ru project. Sasha Hamidov, he's from Wildberries, and just recently in Standoff 365, he was launching his own bug bounty program. And Alexei Grishin, he's independent expert, but we have information that he was responsible for the launch of bug bounty in VK. According to our plans, we're going to discuss 2 big sections. In the first section, we are going to discuss how the classical bug bounty can be started, how can we put several company systems for everybody, for every cybersecurity experts to search for vulnerabilities there. And closer to an end of this program, we are going to discuss how difficult it is to launch bug bounty program in the framework of the whole infrastructure of the company, when we are not going to speak about the search of several vulnerabilities in several systems, but about how can we try to realize some critical business inadmissible events in the framework of the infrastructure, and can we attract expert community for these cybersecurity specialists for analysis and discovery of these problems. Okay, let's go back to the beginning and let's try to, well, simple checklist. How can we properly prepare ourselves and understand that the company can put certain systems for the bug bounty? And the first thing that I would like to discuss is the questions of budgeting and financing, because bug bounty, it's understandable, it's not a free of charge story. At least it provides payments to experts for vulnerabilities discovered. So let's sit and think, how can you properly develop the budget for launching such a bug bounty program? It's functioning for at least a year, and I don't know. I would like to go to Alexei with this question. Losha, let's think what should be considered by the company from the point of view of forming this budget. Yes, it's understandable in order to define certain money for payments. How can we properly calculate these amounts? In order to calculate bug bounty budget, we have to understand which number of vulnerabilities we would like to have. In a standard way, the biggest costs are for the biggest vulnerabilities. Then, proportion-wise, you evaluate in percentage points how much you want to pay for very specific vulnerability. For example, XSS for you is 10 times less important, and these are relative numbers, of course, and then calculate those proportions. After you have formed these proportions, proportional cost, then you have to understand how many vulnerabilities you want to find, because, well, the number of vulnerabilities will be a very dynamic number, but there is a more or less adequate distribution that in flow out of 100% of useful bugs, there will be about 5% which are not critical but very important, and objectives which are medium and high, they are about 20%, and the rest of them are on the level of 75% for usual tasks, which we need for hackers to submit something, to be interested in the program, and work with it. So on the basis of this proportionality, you can calculate how much it will cost. And we could have a beautiful graphs and spreadsheets. Maybe someday I will do it, but right now I've explained it in a basic, superficial level. After this, we calculate how much it's going to cost us per year, and on a starting level, when the program is just being published, it spends more money, because hackers are actively researching it. So if you will look at the quarters, for the Q1, I would put about 40% of the budget, and for the rest of the quarters, 20 budget. That's how the 100% of the budget would be distributed between the year. I understand. Okay, Sasha. You said that recently Wildberries have put their bug bounty on our platform. Can you share your experience? Did you think about any budgets? Did you have this planning activity to launch this program? Yes. Honestly speaking, the history with launching, we've been launching the event Standoff Hacks, and the launch within this mode of operations allows us to evaluate how much money can companies spend within a year. So within one event, within 2 weeks, we have a predefined certain amount of money. We have looked at which number of researchers have been invited, which number of vulnerabilities they can submit to us. And expectations were alongside with how many problems were discovered and delivered to us. And then we are ready to scale these numbers that we defined for these 2 weeks, scale it for a year, and then calculate a budget for the whole year. That's how it is being done. It's a pretty good story in order to test and assess the amount for a longer period. Then I have another question about budgeting and how to properly calculate those proportions. We have understood that. But I have another logical question. Bug bounty program can be published in different ways. It can be published separately, using mass media, publicity. The company is known, but we can also use specialized platforms which are in a bigger number, are appearing in Russia. And we have a question for every company. How can we properly do that? Publish it alone and collect all the experts around this bug bounty program, or use a specialized platform? So it's going to be a question to look up. Let's see.
правильно
How
публиковать?
can we take into consideration, how can we properly publish this program, and can we have any costs for this publication? Because this is not free of charge story.
Самый простой
Well, the simplest question of bug bounty
TXT в корне
is TXT file in a site root with the security teams.
вам напишут.
And then you have to wait until they will write it and then say thanks to them. Well, SOC host programs, they work, and they work mostly
Компаниями
with very large companies.
например,
And we do have a lot of questions to them. For example, Yandex
бэкхантеров к
had a lot of problems from back hunters about the wrong triage and wrong bug investigation, long time for investigations.
владелец площадки
And vendor and the platform owner, as Yandex, well, can allow themselves to keep any conditions. As for third-party platforms,
не
for me as a platform, it's not beneficial
поощрять, да, и не хочет,
to pay to holders.
либо лишусь бэкхантеров. Я еще хотел немного вернуться.
Also, I wanted to come back to the previous question about the cost, and I can say very specific numbers, which colleagues will confirm, except for Alexei, because there's a big gap. In the first month, from 20 to 60 bugs are being delivered to the company,
Стоимость уязвимости
with average cost of vulnerability up to 500,000 rubles. So it's 26 vulnerabilities with this budget. So the add number of bug hunters is not as big.
планирование,
As for budget planning,
ну, это уже принесенных уязвимостей. 5
from those vulnerabilities, 5 to 10% is critical vulnerabilities.
до 30
Up to 30% are medium, and the rest of them are small
и снижение
small ones.
первые 2-3
And their reduction goes within first 3 months by 10-15% less. And then
спокойствия, пока вы не поднимете
you will have the payment by the piece until you will increase the level of vulnerabilities to a higher level. So you can calculate it, and this will be an average statistical program. So I think you have the same numbers. Yes, we have very similar numbers, definitely. Useful, critical, and most interesting reports under 30%. Everybody's hunting during the bug bounty for critical and high vulnerabilities. But in order to have big critical ones, you also should have small things, and you have 70% of small ones.
не совсем
Okay, I understand.
ВК, потому что с очень
But VK has very high payments, and many people submit there because
миллионов за
up to 4 millions you pay for the vulnerability.
6 было,
Ну,
когда я
да,
работал.
да.
We had 6 when I've been working there.
Яндекс недавнее время у них было 10
Also, Yandex recently have celebrated 10 years of their program anniversary. They have attracted new researchers because they installed X10. So this month of Bug Bounty Yandex celebration, they made X10 10 times, and many people have received very big payments, like $50,000 and higher for bugs, which previously they wouldn't even submit.
Я даже могу дополнить коллегу.
And I would like to add to this.
Сами Яндекс рассказывали, что максимально
Yandex were telling us that maximum payment was, during the celebration, was 12 millions. It was the maximum they have paid for vulnerability.
идеальная комбинация, когда мы
And yes, this is ideal combination when we do PR and increase the amount of payments, because there are 3 things
исследователь. Это
behind which we have a researcher. It's a good attitude, big money, and understanding of where and what should be searched.
Да, здесь еще добавлю, что
And I would like to add
где запускать,
that
нужно
when you select what you want to launch, you have to look at 3 things.
что баг-баунти платформа, она решает
Bug Bounty platform solves a problem of cooperation with research. It gives good channel of cooperation
командой продуктовой,
of researchers with product team and product team with researchers. Also, it provides them convenient interface for payments. So if you cannot do payments yourself, it's going to be very difficult to launch this program. And number 3, and the main thing,
площадка предоставляет
Bug Bounty platform provides PR and a very big inflow of researchers which can research this program. So if these 3 objectives can be solved for you, then you can launch your own co-hosting program.
выбирать вот как раз исходя из 3 вот этих
But
задач.
otherwise, you have to select from these 3
Чуть не соглашусь. Вот
Well, I will disagree with you a little bit.
программа, у них есть такая небольшая проблемка.
Program host has a little problem. And the problem is that
Человек, который будет решать спор,
person that will participate in the argument and the company that pays the money, these are two different people. And in case if we're trying to make this story on a third-party bug bounty program, so we have some treachery judge as a bug bounty platform. And this is what Luca was speaking about. And you can come to this person and you can solve this question. But in this case, there is no interest
в вендоре, либо в хакере.
in vendor or in hacker. So it's a balance that should be kept. And I think Luca will agree with me. Yeah.
Смотрите, ребят, сразу вот еще возникает вопрос. Вот
Okay, guys, I have another question. We've been speaking about pros and cons of every time of hosting, but what do you think about using platforms and several programs? And does anybody have any programs without hosting them on the platform?
размещение определиться.
Or one should define only one way of hosting them?
История иметь
Well, it's a good story to have co-hosted program and launch on third-party platform like in Wildberries. That's what we do.
используем там ресурсы
And we use resources
хакеров
of our own platform to attract hackers. And previously we had a possibility of paying researchers.
сейчас как раз понять, в какую сторону.
And we're using combined model. And right now we're thinking in which direction should we move.
Комбинирован или выбрать
So it's like you can keep it as combined or you can get concentrated on something different. Yeah.
как бы про площадку
Okay.
было много сказано, что ну
We've been speaking a lot about platform, and there's a lot of advantages on the side of the platforms. But can you tell me, please,
сколько им
in order for our viewers to understand how much money they should put in order to do the co-hosted program, if they want to put themselves on a platform, because there are some service fees and other things to consider for the budget.
Ну, там, ты говорил про...
Well, generally speaking, you've been speaking about co-hosting programs. You cut the costs for development of the convenient platform, etc., because you have a lot of convenient instruments inside of this platform. I'm not going to speak about them, and I don't really understand this co-hosting story.
Если говорить,
But speaking about our platform,
ты спрашивал там про бюджетирование, как
you've been asking about budgeting and how does it look like.
сам...
The simplest
Она всегда...
scheme
То есть у тебя
will always look like that. You have a certain subscription that you pay for 1 year, and then you have commissions with payments which are collected by the platform because it provides payment services, etc. And this is the simplest scheme of how it's going to look. Speaking about how much money you need, everything will depend on the scope. So if your scope is a big like VK, it's going to be a lot, and Losha is not going to give me to lie. You will need to have from 5 millions in order to jump in this story. Speaking about smaller size companies with a lesser scope, then it's going to be about 3 millions altogether.
ну, вот цена за размещение программы.
This is a price of placing this annual program. Yeah, for establishment. We discuss it with every client because everybody have their own specific requests. There are specific requests to the functionality of the platform, and together with the development team, we do that.
Там, с точки зрения, что некоторые заказчики говорят, я там буду сам
And
делать.
some clients say that I will make payments, let's agree.
Что пока
And it happens
индивидуально со всеми...
that we individually are trying to agree the conditions so that it would be comfortable on our platform.
Добавить.
Good approach, good.
И добавляются нюансы.
And I would like to add nuances, open program or closed program,
Вот, в стоимость входит. Вот, потому что, опять же, открытый
triage cost, because open program, it's not
больше
PR of the platform, more possibilities of attracting bug hunters. It's some kind of a lottery.
недостаточно бакхантеров.
It's not sufficient to have bug hunters for the clients. Well, it's not everything about the money. We have an experience of supporting, I'm not going to do any advertising,
Он у нас хостится бесплатно.
project which is hosted free of charge in our platform. It doesn't have any payments, but nevertheless,
Около сотни
approximately 100 bugs were submitted there free of charge.
тоже вклинюсь. На самом
About free of charge.
хакеры ищут деньги.
Not all hackers are searching for the money.
Непосредственно
And to search for the money,
потратить их куда-то.
receive this money and spend them. There are hackers who are doing it just free of charge, and there are hackers that after receiving these payments, they send these payments to kindergartens for charity and other things. And bug hunting for them, it's some kind of a hobby, some kind of a possibility
рассказывать о том, что они
to advertise themselves in the community, whatever researches,
благотворить.
and they redistribute this money for charity
Поэтому
or just work free of charge. So money are important in the moment of attracting this money, but does hacker need money and can they be attracted without money? No, hacker will come if it's going to be interesting.
интересно ни за какие деньги.
Еще есть небольшой
And if it's not going to be interesting, they will not come for any money.
недооцененными.
Sometimes hackers think themselves under-evaluated and they give money to the charity due to this reason as well. For example, somebody receives 10,000 rubles. 10,000. Why? Take this money, put them in your...
Помогать туда. Но вот хочу предупредить всех этих
So I would like to warn all those hooligans,
там, конкурентами, ну, я имею в виду,
even though we are competitors, platforms, etc., but we plus minus, we do communicate, and if you will be threatening clients, you will be banned on all Russian platforms forever.
Сразу важных тем подняли. Ну, мне
So many important topics you have discussed. Well, I did like about the charity. Previously, I never seen anything like it.
в нашем хакерском комьюнити
In our hacker community,
людей.
we have so many good people who are not just thinking about their own profits.
Сразу хотел поднять еще следующий важный.
And I would like to lift another important question. We have determined the budget.
Теперь, ну, сколько
We understand how much money are needed to launch and support this program within a year. And then we have another question. Which specialists should be working for the company so that this program would be supported in a working condition? Yes, I understand.
отчеты, площадки,
There are different people who will check these platforms, self-host.
люди нужны.
There
Давайте,
are some special people that need it. Okay, let's discuss this.
чтобы в течение
How many people do you need so that the bug bounty program would work within a year and would work successfully? 300 people is not enough. Honestly,
На
if you will look
команду ВК
at the same VK team,
был,
which previously I participated, basically there are 3 people who were responsible for bug bounty. Not many, but it was enough. We have triagers, we have payments, we have built a system. And it is very important to launch bug bounty, not just simply in a new company,
определенных моментов
but after certain moments. For
построены
example, if you have a practice of vulnerabilities inside of the team
этого юнита,
or inside of some specific unit, you can launch bug bounty there because you understand who you communicate with, how they will fix it, and how much time will be required for this. It doesn't spend any additional resources.
пришлось фиксить баг.
And development team would fix those bugs anyway, and services would be readjusted. So I don't count new people that come to us. So then I have a question. Do we need
Иметь
additional stories and have some additional people who will constantly remind them? I don't know what it's going to be, service manager or maybe a project owner, whoever. Those who constantly go and check those people. If your team can go without it, that's wonderful. -1 person. It's going to be much simpler for you. But then we have a question. Who is involved in security and analysis? Because simply finding bug and confirming the bug, it's not sufficient. You have to work with the bug. You have to understand where it is. Can it be copied to other services? Or this is a single point where you have met it. Then you have to think about its fix. And then you can do it by the efforts of one specialist of information security. But sometimes you need to attract administrators, discuss it, report it properly, and then control. So this story with triage and internal management of the bounty program, this is a different story. And even with a mixed triage, at least 1-2 people who will control this internal process, you will need those people.
Ребят, есть что-нибудь?
Okay, that's clear. Do you have anything else to add to this?
что
Well, I would like to add here that in order for the bug bounty program to exist successfully, there should be people who will fix those errors that were discovered, because not all companies have their own development, and many people use consulting
и
and they outsource the development, and in this case it's going to be much more difficult.
Соглашусь, это
Yeah,
очень-очень
but I will agree.
Да.
This will extend the track,
разработчики
and internal developers, they fix some things for 3 days, but remote teams, they can do it in 3 weeks.
Центр недовольны.
And bug hunters may be unhappy. Well, that's understandable.
Есть еще важный момент, хотел дополнить тоже как раз
Also, I would like to add about the number of people
как раз таки тема ценных.
of the platform. What is wonderful about it, because they can provide additional services. those that will unload your team, because it's an understandable story
Дубли,
about doubles copies, and there will be a lot of reports, garbage reports they will put on you, and it's a good help from the side of the platform,
первую линию такую оказывать и
which can be the first line and look at all these reports so that the team would receive a valid reports with which you can go to work. Well, these processes, it shows the maturity of the company because it's bug bounty. You have to list several factors. Last 5 pen test reports were empty, but we have defection system. We have the team and bug fixing team, which will constantly receive bugs. We have automation and security team, which will collect additional benefits from something that's constantly broken on your site or will be broken. They will have internal teams and they will find a lot of problematic points, which also will have to be cleared. You will have a big number, a lot of events in the security. This is noise, this is not noise. And they will be divided by the level of impact. And first of all, it has to be stratified so that patch management wouldn't lead to even worse consequences. Therefore, we need to read all these points and money to attract all of these. If you have all of these, then it's like with house repair. Multiply everything by 1.5 or maybe by 2. Look once again and then launch it. Wonderful advice. I would like to add, internal team should collect those low-hanging fruits, those bugs which you can find by scanners, correct them and remove them. It's better not to even bring them to bug bounty because they will eat a lot of your budget. And second of all, they will bring a big number of dubs for hackers. It will negatively turn people to the program. So having some scanners, having some team which already removes vulnerability which are found automatically, it's a must-have. Definitely. This is something without which there will be a lot of negativity from duplicates than useful. One more question to discuss. It's interesting when we would like to bring some system for the bug bounty. What do you think? In which cases it is better to give a testing system, and in which cases it's better to give product? And you have to take this in consideration before starting the program, right? It's a very arguable question. It's a very arguable question. We still, well, everybody will have their own opinion on this, but I always was for bringing product, for bringing real system, for bringing real data, because hacker will break real system. They're not going to touch your test system. They are not going to understand you if something was not set up properly. So test system will not give you 100%. There will be some allowances, there will be some disadvantages and some limitations. It's better to give test, but if you it's better not to give test system, it's better to give product system, but if you understand that something in product is still being tested, while it's being tested, remove it out of scope. So it's not paid outside of scope. If you'll find it, then we're not going to pay for it, we're just going to say thanks. But things which are important to us, please move it to paid investigation. And this is a very arguable approach, but following it, you can understand where real hackers have really broken you. And I will agree with you on the fact that it's more important to bring product systems, because test systems, if you will put test counter, some things can work in the test counter but will not work in the product, and then it will happen that the report was valid but it's not reproduced in the product. That's why 0 cents, 0 impact from this report. But on the other side, let's fantasize a little bit. I think that in the test segment, some industrial system would look even better. If you want to have some physical object like we've been discussing, Postmates, scooters, driverless cars, etc. This story is more like a test segment because there are certain physical risks involved. But then in other cases, only product and product. Also, I would like to add that it has to be product that should be tested, because product pulls a legacy synthetic data test system over rules from the scratch with no artifacts, with nothing is going to be shown. But when you launch some new critical module, it's better to start it in pre-prod stage, but with the data
Реальные данные. То есть там
that mask real data, obfuscate. Ivanov Ivan Ivanovich is changed for Petrov Petr Petrovich. So you can download real data, but you should obfuscate it by real system so that bug hunter, pen testers would see real data. And those systems which were just planned to launch, possibly they can be put in test, but those which already have launched and exploited, why should I boost bug hunters into a test counter if real hackers, they break real product? And I'm not going to be able to merge them. So you should break only product, and you should have still Fabergé eggs. So in order to launch the program and in order for the team to wait, it's not like hackers, non-hackers. No, it's good for the team because they will break it 24/7. And Alexei will tell you, you will receive a lot of reports from your own security people that they have discovered in the process when they've been bug hunted.
Коллегами здесь еще
Yes, I will agree.
один нюанс, если мы выкладываем какие-то
There's another peculiarity. If we put some test stands for testing, this also extends the scope of attack,
фиги на тесте бывают такие,
because there are certain configs on the tests which are not available in the prod, but in the test they had it, and they can penetrate into the infrastructure through the test counter. But in the test counter, the prod data is located,
проще.
and they will get access to them.
Там использовать
So the test counter should be used only in those cases when there is an integration with other auxiliary systems, and especially third-party systems. Because if you do a B2B product which is integrated
с вашими там какими-то партнерами,
with your partners, then introducing it as a bug bounty which will affect your partners, this is also very dangerous.
на тест
And mock these integrations and the test stand, yes, you can do it, and then bring it in such an appearance.
Про минусы прода.
And in the end, I would like to add to the minuses of the product. Everything that was told to us, it's wonderful. But the usage of the product, it has big disadvantage, because from the point of view of systems which are used in the product, you will also have real data.
С УСБ, интеграции с
And if you integrate with personal authentication, public services, and systems which require provide documents, no matter what it is, passport, driver license, card numbers, these all can de-anonymize the hacker, and the researcher doesn't want to approach this program and its solving. As a rule, it gives a certain block.
Получается, что
And in this situation, researcher there are less researchers with the product rather than it would be a test stage where everybody would receive these relative John Does and would work with them. So products also have its disadvantages. Well, it's pretty cool when product and development can be developed and used, but in this situation,
выводим вот D.
every time when we use development environment, it moves us closer to the development. We will do the fix faster. We'll make a better product. Then we are not going to fail the partner, but everything will depend on the service. Product is good, but sometimes
Бочки меда есть ложка.
in this bucket of honey, there is a spoon of dirt.
Что как бы прод.
And I see
Ну,
it's an arguable question.
4 из
You
4
see,
все равно
4 out of 4
нужно выводить прод.
still the product should be delivered. Okay, our time came to an end, but I think that we have discussed a lot of interesting questions, and I think that all the companies which are thinking about bringing their systems to bug bounty,
Проще
it will be much simpler for them to get ready and to understand some initial steps which have to be made by them. Because, you know, we have discussed the checklist, we've discussed all the questions related with budgeting, with who and how should place their bug bounty systems on a platform, or should it be self-hosted programs.
то
And also we have discussed
тему лучше.
how can you understand which system should be better, product or test.
Я думаю, что эта
So
информация
I think this information will be sufficient for our users to analyze for the time to go. And I would like to say thanks to you guys for this discussion. It was wonderful. We discussed a lot of questions. Thank you very much.
будем прощаться.
Okay, we'll say goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Systems online. Scanning environment. Hostile sighted. We are being targeted. Shields online. Weapons charging. 25%. 50%. 75%. 96%. On your command. Load. We are under attack. Incoming missiles.
Что такое ВК? ВК — это место, где мы встречаем новых друзей. А родные и близкие встречают с улыбкой наш звонок. Здесь можно встретить рассвет за просмотром видео и восходящие тренды в ВК-клипах. Своего любимого музыканта ты тоже встретишь здесь. А если повезет, и любимого человека. Будем вместе. Место встречи — ВК.
Да, всем добрый день, друзья. Мы возвращаемся к эфиру.
Hello, dear friends. We're coming back to our broadcasting. I'm Dmitry Kim. I've agreed with the speakers and I moved to moderators of this broadcast.
Можно решить любые
And for the money, you can solve any problems. Dear friends,
Мы несколько
today
гостей у нас уже новые, поэтому
we have some new guests, and I would introduce them to you. And then afterwards, I will tell to the guys, maybe you were not able to look at the topics. That's why I'm going to tell you what are we going to discuss today.
первым
So,
представлю Анатолия Иванова,
I would like to introduce Anatoly Ivanov. Anatoly Ivanov.
компании Positive Technologies.
He's from Positive Technologies. He's responsible for the development of bug bounty platform Standoff 365.
Алексей Томилов, технический директор.
Alexei Tomilov, technical director. Your company is probably called Rebrandico. Rebrandico. I just didn't want to mix this. Dmitry Gadar,
И директор
vice president and information security director from Tinkoff.
Сафронов, директор
Ilya Safronov, security director, infrastructural director. Yes, I remember everything from a VK company.
Сегодня хотелось бы
Guys, today I would like to discuss bug bounty with you and why this tool is an ethical one and why this tool is still used by so few people and so few clients in the market. But the first question is about this.
Вроде инструмент существует давно.
Well, the tool exists and you as tech people, you know that companies are using this tool, but why so few companies are using this tool? Dima, please start.
Вопрос непростой, потому что
Well, it's not a simple question because I'm using it for many years.
есть какие-то внутренние
There
ограничения.
are some internal limitations, seems, which do not allow
Может переприоритизировать
maybe to reprioritize the work of IT department. We know that it's vulnerable, so we are going to put it for later.
с тем,
Or
что
maybe there's a story about the fact that
признать
partially they will have to admit
уязвимости есть.
that vulnerabilities are there. In different companies, potentially they can perceive it differently, and maybe there could be a feeling on the level of head of the company that if there is a vulnerability, it's a missing point of specific people in security, and different measures will be attracted against them. These are all assumptions, and there is unjustified doubt
Баг-баунти может использовать.
that bug bounty can be used by black hats.
Кажется, что
And it seems that
Это ситуация скорее обратная.
This is a reverse situation. If people find vulnerability, then bug bounty gives them possibility to submit these vulnerabilities. Yeah, it's all in the legal field and not just trying to sell these vulnerabilities somewhere for other money on the black market, and the result can be very negative. Once again, I would like to say this is an assumption because it seems that bug bounty should be done, definitely. And I fully support you. Ilya, talk to me.
Дима поднял вопрос, который
Dima
скорее с тем, что
have discussed that topic that companies should go and do it publicly and as if confirming that one can find some vulnerabilities on their side. But when you were going to bug bounty, did you have those fears as well? Did you explain to your top management that you will have vulnerabilities? It's okay, it's no problem. Well, in our company, we didn't have those fears.
компания зрелая, поэтому
We are a mature IT company. That's why we've been looking at this more as a tool, very effective tool for searching vulnerabilities. I understand what Dimo was speaking about because most of the companies are not ready, but our company was ready for this.
страха не было, наоборот, мне кажется,
That's why we didn't have any fear, and it was very interesting for all of us what's going to be delivered to us, and they didn't fail us. You know, we had a good feeling about it.
была похожая история. Мы
And we had a similar story. We've been launching bug bounty for our product, Standoff 365, this platform. And, you know, the guys before it have been testing our system and they've been worrying because, you know, we went to the bug bounty and they've been worrying because, well, it's understandable that you do a lot of different researches in the market. You research the security, but in this case, this is your own product and, you know, you look at it totally differently.
аудиты свои.
We also do audits of our releases, and it's understandable that, well, you have checked everything, but then somebody delivers a bug to you. But you have to understand there is a time limitation that you have. That's number one.
Ограничение ресурсов. И второе,
Resource limitation.
если тебе, например,
And another thing is that when you have 3 releases per day, you will not be able to check all of them. I agree.
больше
So from this point of view, you need help of bug hunters because there are more of them than in the stuff. This is the story.
процесс.
Well, it's a continuous process, relatively speaking.
У тебя аудит внутренний или
If you have internal or external audit, they will do it for you
временной.
in some time stamp. Okay, they've checked it, and bug bounty, they constantly are checking you.
Добавить
Хочется
им.
просто обратить
You
внимание.
wanted to add something or you wanted to bring attention to this particular element. And I think this is a key element in bug bounty because bug bounty is a process. Pen test, it's a project, more likely.
Тестов, на мой
And pen test problem is that it becomes old at the end of the pen test.
актуален. Ну,
And it's not not important, not interesting, because the infrastructure is dynamic. It changes, and you will have new vulnerabilities, you will have new infrastructural points. There's some piece of shadow IT the company doesn't know about, and scopes of pen test, time limitation, and the end of the pen test tells you that pen test can be less effective element where you pay for the process, and you have to understand the objectives, why you do that. It's not about checking the protectedness.
цели проверить.
There are specific goals to check some specific process, some specific function which has to work in a specific way, and then it repeats your expectations or not. But bounty is something different. It's a process, continuous process of searching for vulnerabilities. And from this point of view, you are paying not for the process of pen testing, not for team time, but you are paying for the specific result for vulnerabilities, and this is pretty cool.
Баг-баунти.
Can then bug bounty become an indicator that you have very good security,
Достаточный.
or this is not sufficient?
Баг-баунти.
I wouldn't call bug bounty, well, bug bounty, it's one of necessary elements, one of. But bug bounty is not a silver bullet, definitely. And what happens inside of it, nobody knows it, and it's not necessarily that all the vulnerabilities will be delivered to you during the bug bounty. And as one of the justified fears is that vulnerability sold to you can be sold to 50 other places and can be published in Habra and can be exploited by the same person who sold it to you.
Да, здесь нужно Security Operation Center. У нас
So Security Operations Center should be aware about it. So every discovered vulnerability is being checked.
WAF не отработали.
Why WAFs didn't work, why OPSEC at the first stage have not discovered this vulnerability but their tools. And then it goes
Попадает в правила, ну,
into the rule
DAST,
of tools, SAST, DASTA, YASTA, whatever.
Это проверяется
And
Security Operations
this is checked by the Security Operations Center. What specifically was done, step-by-step sequence has been restored.
Смотреть на это глубже.
So if you look at it deeper, it's just one of the cubes, and you should look at it as a cube, and you can rotate it differently. That's what we do. We rotate it differently. We have a lot of internal programs and branching from bug bounty.
Не два человека, которые вышли, подали
We
заявку.
don't have like two people who have supplied and triage it. No, we have the whole department involved in it. Bug bounty as one of the tools. To properly understand that bug bounty for you is not a tool for vulnerability search, as a tool for building processes.
Совершенствование, либо выстраивание
It's a tool of improving in building the absent processes. I don't remember that we had absent processes, but it's an instrument of improving the processes and adding some necessary knowledge to them, because it would be very strange if TIM would use only SOC.
инфрасек пользовался.
Because InfraSec should use it, OPSEC should use it. Well, SOC
Получателем этого
is a recipient of this TI. Why bug bounty is not perceived as some kind of a TI? Because some 0 days are available there, which can be private. They may not even be published, and there is no other way to find them.
на всех процессах информации.
And you can use them like in all the process of informational security. So if you have a bug bounty, it doesn't say nothing about your security.
Ну, как бы, недостаток баг-баунти.
Well, the deficiency of the bug bounty, it's not bug bounty in itself, but
Рассчитывая, что это серебряная пуля, проблема в том,
when somebody thinks that this is a silver bullet, the problem is that bug bounty rules do not allow social network. For example, your bug bounty does not permit social networks 99.9. I'm confident.
как бы, социалка это вполне себе настоящий вектор, да, который...
But social network is a good vector through which you can be broken, and you can have a lot of inconveniences and even more than vulnerabilities sometimes. It's just
Как бывший
a
бакалавр.
thought as a previous bug hunter.
Баг-баунти, потому что по нашим...
That's why we are reviewing the scope of bug bounty, because according to our internal matrix, it's not sufficient amount of reports. We want to pay more for this. We want to receive more reports, and we think this is a cool channel of receiving information, personally about us. Everybody likes when he's being spoken about.
Профессиональное комьюнити.
And we want to have professional community to speak more about our security, help us in building this security, because it's much more dangerous if it's going to be used by black hats. You shouldn't close your eyes on this. You know, you should use it. Definitely. Anatoly,
Подсветил как раз-таки очень
like Dimo was speaking about it, it's a proper story
у многих клиентов, которые...
that many clients which come to bug bounty or just to learn about bounty, they have some fears that fraudsters will come to you, they will break something, you will lose money, you'll be fired, etc. You'll not be able to pay your mortgage, etc.
Вы объясняете на
So
площадке.
how do you explain to your clients on the platform, and how do you work with the communities?
Все довольно просто.
Well, everything's very simple here.
Компании, которые выходят,
Those companies which go for bug bounty,
99%,
they, well, 99.9%, they go with those sites, with those applications for audit, which already are sticking out in the internet. For example, if you're sticking out in the internet, you already being scanned by millions of people from different countries of the world. They're trying to break with CVE, Van Dam, and other bugs for which there are exploits. You're already being broken. And bug bounty, from this point of view, doesn't give any advantage. So from the fact that there is somebody evil that will be registered in our platform, there will be no advantage to this. In our company, we don't give any special internal VPNs. We don't have any bypasses to firewalls. It's not available. You don't get any additional benefits from getting registered with us. That's why
уже опубликован в
if your service has already been published in the internet, it's already been scanned, it's already been broken. Bug bounty, it's like Dima properly said, and I liked it,
где ты можешь
that it's a proper place where you, as a researcher, you can break and submit some problems in security, staying in a legal framework and receiving some money for this.
Мы работаем с комьюнити, мы
We work with the community. We conduct educational tracks. We explain some additional things. For example, we just been standing in front of the booth and we've been speaking about the rules of the program, what can be done, what cannot be done. And we did have some gray zone and we've been discussing, can this be done or maybe this cannot be done. And honestly speaking, I never seen it on other platforms. We have our own Telegram chat with bug hunters and companies, etc. And we have a special post on the top, pinned post. If you have any questions on the Rambler program, please write to this guy. If VK program, write to this guy. On standoff program, write to this guy. So we are open completely, and we do keep this communication not only with the platform, represented by me, but also with companies which are being hosted. You can write to the company. Okay, do you want to check social networks? Yeah, we can. Why not? And yeah, why? And they figured out that it's possible. That's why we are working this direction. So Alexei can also do that. Yes, I wanted to ask, how do you feel, and do you feel the love of Tolik on the platform when Tolik sends negative smiles to you? Not only in the chat, but we've been talking about this gray story, potentially gray story, which might happen when somebody can do something. And this communication is very useful because when you don't have direct communications with vendors, with holder of the platform, then it's going to be very difficult to imagine whether should you submit what you have discovered, because it can work, it may not work, it may go to the gray scheme, and then, relatively speaking, you will have M&A or whatever on the bug bounty platform, and that your rating is going to drop. Because rating is a very important story of gamification for the bug hunter. Which place do you take, where you have submitted, and what have you submitted, because the amount, it works on the bug hunting, and some people do it, some people do it successfully, and I do believe it. However, it's not a stable money making. So I do feel love of Anatoly, definitely. So you think that possibly the question to you was from the side of back hunter. How is it important to you to have these transparent communications from the side of the platform and from the side of the vendor which have launched this program? Does it influence anything, and do you hunt more actively because of it? And what is the difference where they pay more money and where will you go? Well, if they pay more money somewhere, especially if there are some campaigns, multiplying coefficients, that's wonderful. But nevertheless, you break something or those services which you use yourselves. You understand how it works, you see what's convenient, what's not, and then you make some decisions and do some actions on the basis of this. About communication, it's very useful, as I've told you in my reply, to clear out certain points. Very often we have out-of-scope stories, and on some platforms this is being punished very strictly. It's removed from the privates, etc. In some other if you show a very good vector which allows to do some critical or whatever, or high submit, and to the counter agents, whatever, which in principle can work for 2.72 of Criminal Code of Russian Federation, and you cross the fingers behind your back and then write to the platform and you ask them, well, there is a hypothesis that this can work, what should we do? And then we search for the solution of this problem. And then you will do it calmly. Well, this is pretty cool. So this is back to the question of ethical approach and what motivates back hunters to research this ethical pathway, because they can earn money in darknet and different ways. And it's not a secret that their skills are very unique and they can be sold for big money. What puts them to become ethical? Well, I cannot speak about other people. I can speak for myself. Since childhood, since 9-10 years old, I started pressing some buttons in IT and something started working for me. You know, I wasn't pulled to the dark side. Maybe I'm an adequate person, I cannot say, but I don't have these golden something. I'm not pulled by the dark side. I have another question. Back hunters are being hated. Do back hunters hate dark heads in their chats or not? Well, as a former bug hunter, I would like to say that you're being motivated to stay on a light side of security, but the desire of sleeping peacefully at night. Personally, for me, and those few people that I've been talking to about, are we being hated? No, no. Well, it's not discussed. For example, you're not discussing people from Kaspersky working in a competitive company. Well, they exist, they exist. These some other guys. Maybe you know some of them personally, or maybe you don't even know that person works in Kaspersky. So these are different hangouts, different teams which are not crossing over with each other. But there is certain ethics in security, because I did have a lot of possibilities and ways, like any security guy, to have a double game or to move to the dark side. There's a lot of temptations and a lot of offers exist in this world when you live. So by moving to another side, you understand the dependency from Damocles' sword, and you will expect when someday somebody will knock your door. And as a security guy, you know how you can catch yourself. And you understand that if they cannot catch you right now, technologies are advancing and digital footprints are left forever. Technologies are moving forward. And from the point of view of security guy, if you're white hat, you will stay there. But if you go once for the black hat, you will stay there forever. That's why the question about whether platforms can be used by blacks, well, it's not a correctly specified question. Blacks shouldn't use. They will never go to your platform so that they wouldn't step in a place where they can be de-anonymized. There's 0 cents in it, no profit, small revenues, and you go into the field where you can just be disclosed. I understand. And what about your platform from the point of view of bug bounty program? You have the biggest and the most expensive program. Did you have any interesting reactions from hackers at these super mega big payments? Circles in Telegram. Hackers do write. They say, hello, my battery broke in my machine. I'm collecting money for my car, or things like that. You're right. They had very seldom reactions, and there were some big payments. Wow, we've paid like this year 3.6 million rubles for one bug. For one bug. Yeah, for one bug. Therefore, but these bugs are found by people who are used to this. They say, okay, business as usual, they say. Pretty cool. Toля, did you have any big payments in your career? Yeah. I was hanging in HackerOne 2019. I came to live hacking event. I was called. Nothing is paid for you. Just come by yourself. You live by yourself on your own account. So and we've been communicating with a girl that called me in the chat, and she's like, "Okay, what goals do you have?" I'm saying, "Okay, let's try to make money for Tesla." It was a joke, but it figured out that in one event I've earned enough money for Tesla. Because we dug in a place that nobody was digging, and we did get it. And I made my startup. For this money, I made a startup. So is there a sense to bring to bug bounty something non-specific, not event application, not mobile applications that we are used to, but something like electric cars, driverless drones, whatever? There was a binary exploit, hardware binary exploit. Is there a sense to bring something non-standard? Ilya has a physical speakers. Yeah, we have distributed them during the PHDays. Of course, you can do it. You, as a vendor, if you're interested, you agree with the platform and with top hackers, you send your hardware, no problems with it. I have 2 speakers with me as well. 2 days ago, I came to you and I picked them up. And I took them with me to give them to bug hunters. So you give it to bug hunters to research. Yeah. And do they return them, or you give it as a gift? We give it as a gift. Because we know that these are good guys, they can break it and they can use it. At one program, they did it in the following way. Some post terminals, they've been broken and they've been hosting on the bug bounty. And they say, okay, guys, we have post terminal. It costs like $150 or $250. In order to get it, you have to make an application, you have to pay, blah, blah, blah. But they say, buy them for your own money, but with the first vulnerability, we'll compensate it plus bounty. You can do it like that. If it's an expensive hardware, you can invite researcher to buy it, but then you will compensate when they submit valid vulnerability. Let's see. Have you researched some non-specific systems? And is it something very narrow in the bug bounty? Or there's a lot of cases like that. Companies do bring something unique for the bug bounties. Well, speaking about web and mobile, then it's classical situation. But speaking about BB, but speaking about pen tests, yes, we did have it, but it's a totally different story. That's why for me, bug bounties are very facultative activity. It's like you do some pen test, you do something, you break something, you research something, but then your eyes get soapy, then it doesn't work. And then you have to switch to something. Then you go to another scope, and then something else you have found, interesting bug, good or bad, and then, well, that's it. The inspiration came back, and then, well, I can do it, and you move on. It's a creative activity related to bug bounty, yeah. And from the point of view of bug hunting, in bug hunting, how long did you come to bug hunting, and how did you come to it? At which moment of time you said to yourself, well, I'm going to be a bug hunter? Well, it started back in 2000. Well, there were no platforms. There were in the year 2003, 2004, maybe before that, I don't remember. So when you just find something, you use something, some service, you find something unclear and not understandable, and it works and it gives the data of somebody else's users, or you find some error and you write to the support and say, hey guys, hello, there is something broken with you. It's like that, like that, like that. And then you go to a totally different level. You search for people from information security, like LPRs. You communicate with them. Then there are bug bounty platforms, and you say, pretty cool. And it's not that you just can write, but it's 272 or not 272, or maybe some other criminal code article. But anytime you write from your mail transparently, and if they will come, they say, you will say, well, I'm transparent, here are my logs, here's the data, I wasn't stealing anything from you. And the fact that there are bug bounty platforms, it's pretty good. They help to accumulate. And in addition to the fact that you can find something on services which you use, which you really use, you also have this gamification as ratings and other features, which also give you some advantages and internal petting of yourself. Dimitri, I have the final question to you. How important is bug hunters' reputations on the platform? You invite people to certain events, programs. The reputation is the most important thing, or maybe there's some personal moment through which you select those researchers. Well, as I've told you previously, we have totally different matrices. We need to get maximal number of reports. That's why bug bounty events. We have 4 bug bounties, including our own. We are disappointed with the fact that HackerOne has left, because we've been receiving a lot of reports from them. And our matrix is in the number of reports, not in findings, but reports. And reputation does matter, but most important parameter is the number of reports. And we are ready to receive that number which we need. I agree. Numbers are important, but criticals also are important. And due to the fact that foreign platforms have left, but some guys stayed here, and the world has collapsed somehow. So it is very important. Well, everybody knows each other here. Everybody knows each other. So we do keep contacts with everybody. And this leads to better human relations. And what is important to us, it's not just some game reputation, but we know that this person is a good person, and then we can invite him to a private or do something for us. So I think as soon as you communicate in the community, you bring good bugs, you have good reputation, or you know somebody, and then people will communicate with you. Maybe they will bring out-of-scope bugs or maybe some unusual bugs, etc. I understand. Friends, our time comes to an end. I'm thanking you for coming to this broadcast and sharing your expertise. It was fun. It was interesting. That's why thank you very much. So I'm going to end this broadcast. We're going to come back to you. My money have already been spent, so I'm not going to be able to be your host. So thank you very much, dear friends. Please watch us. And there's going to be a lot of interesting things ahead of us. The standoff finals will be happening. So please don't get disconnected. We'll see each other. Goodbye.
Всем привет, меня зовут Глебачева Дарья. Я в Positive Technologies отвечаю за
талантов.
and I'm responsible for work with talents.
Чтобы обсудить
And today we are going to discuss market trends, HR market trends. So we will discuss what happens, who is searching for a job, and who is being searched by coolest technological companies. I have invited guys, I've invited people to discuss this topic. And today I'm here with Dima Gadar, Vice President and Director in the Information Security Technologies from Tinkoff Bank. And also Alei Tokmakov, who is CTO of Vekatech, and Alexei Andreev, the head of the development of products and technologies, corporate security and positive technologies. Guys, hello everybody. I'm glad to see all of you here. It's a very interesting topic. Last year we have been raising it. There was a very interesting discussion, and the more interesting to meet you 1 year from there to see what has changed and did we make mistake in our assumptions last year.
мне, Лёш, хочется в твою сторону задать, потому
And I would like to ask a first question to you, Alex, because you have a big experience from the point of view of selection in the Casper, the previous experience, and in VK you have a big pool of products, B2B products. You understand that your search, you have a search of specialists of different levels, and you see the market all the time. But what trends do you see? What can you say? What are the difficulties?
поменялось. Вот
Maybe something has changed towards the best.
Есть и позитивные изменения, и негативные.
There are positive and negative. From the point of view of negative changes, many top specialists have left. I mean, top from their domains, their technological areas, and right now it will not be possible to return them back. But on the other side, many Western companies have left who created the market here. And for the employer, it's much simpler, much easier to find those people who's been working for foreign companies. So speaking about the market that we have in Russian Federation, top specialists have left.
Но при этом и компании тоже закрылись.
And many companies have got closed. So duality from some point of view.
прям даже вместе.
Well, we are participating in some of this search, and I do know that you have a lot of interesting things. Can you tell us, please, how do you feel yourself, the current market I'm speaking about? Well, it did happen that before, prior to Positive Technologies, I've been working in an international company which had a very small volume of sales in Russia. And I'm looking at everything that happens here with my own specific outlook. From one side, yes, there are turbulences and a security zone. We do see some outflow and from people I communicate with. But on the other side, I would say that how did R&D sector look previously in Russia? Most of the specialists worked for foreign companies. Foreign outsourcers, vendors, which been developing software, which has been sold all over the world. And for companies which were doing software oriented for Russia, for example, or technologies, which we wanted to start, but there are some mastodons, dinosaurs, but, you know, we didn't have enough people for these activities. So it does come to nothing. People have decided who is here, who is there, and those who decided to come back, they came back. Those who decided to leave, they stayed. And personally, I did spend a lot of time, and I do continue spending it. Those people for which it was unrealistic to pull in because they've been sitting in international companies, and those who decided to stay, it became more real to invite them. If some of them have moved out very quickly, but in a result, they're ready to come back to Russia. Moreover, there's a number of areas where we have not been present and we didn't plan to be present, especially high-tech areas. Right now, we do understand. Here's we, here's us, here's the platform, and here are people. So it's very objective. So we have lost in one place and we have found in another place.
Хочется тебя тоже немножко поспрашивать.
Dima, also would like to ask you about information security store, because we're speaking more in wider story, because we see certain trends, totally different trends, or maybe you will join guys and you will say that in cybersecurity something similar happens with the market. How do you feel about that? Aren't we speaking about cybersecurity? Well, we've been speaking about IT in general, but cybersecurity is a part of IT. Well, speaking about the information security, I will join our guys, but there are several peculiarities which seem to influence the market of information security. And what is the problem? That Western vendors have left. From one side, it has released the platform and made us to be involved in basic technologies, things that we've been receiving from Western market, doing it from the scratch, and it stops the development of informational security. And I have an assumption that for a certain period of time, it's hard to say for which period of time, but we are going to be behind in technologies because there is a pressure of regulators. There are means of protection which have to be protected. There are means of protection which have to be developed from the scratch, and resources, qualified resource. Qualified resource have left, so there will be some problem that some of the people, some of the cool people have pulled Russian Federation. Then there's another situation which presses negatively from this point of view. Informational background in mass media about attacks, about break-ins, hacks, this is available, especially DDoS attacks, and top managers of organizations started thinking that informational security should be available. We see the trend of Decree 250, that there is a responsibility for this, but it's a good story. Yes, it is a good story, which increases the salaries for the security guys, and they go more for salary than for competencies and interest. Yeah. This also creates a pressure for the development of the information security in Russian Federation and presses it negatively. If previously you had to understand how the global information security market is built, right now many Russian vendors I see, and I hope that it's going to end after the import replacement project, and there is a certain end to it. But some Russian vendors, they don't complete their systems according to best practices because they do have a queue, people queuing to them, and it brings to negativity. So there will be some drop as a sinus. But all this interest to information security, I hope, will attract more attention. There will be more specialists who will enter to information security from June positions, and they are available. I see a lot of young people. We go to Sirius, we teach. And I wanted to say about the educational story on university, and we are planning to start our own university in principle, Tinkoff. And it seems that it should call, after a certain period of time, more mature informational security. Well, Dima, when you started speaking, I thought that it does aligns with what the guys been speaking about, because you need to educate those experts, because those top people who left the market right now, or those who work in other companies, and it's very hard to hunt them. But we have this middle segment which has to be improved. We need to pay a lot of money to increase their level of education, some additional education. But on the other side, this is also a great opportunity for the people, you know, to improve the people, because they have the possibility to grow from this middle level. And for us, it's an opportunity to look at new employees. Well, from the point of view of information security, for me, and I hope that for my team as well, nothing has changed. Because in the area of information security, it seems that, like Lewis Carroll, you have to run as fast as possible to stay in one place. So if you are not educating yourself, if you're not a researcher, if you are not searching for something new continuously, I regularly ask my guys who are involved in network security to tell me about some new things. And, you know, you have to do it. If you do this,
Отстань
then
быстрее, чем ты можешь себе это
Ну да,
представить.
так
if you don't do it, you will be behind. Well, the market develops so fast, you will never be able to catch up with it. It's like as if you don't have any possibility to relax and know nothing about it. Okay, guys, I have an interesting question about which specialists are more demanded right now. Losha, first of all, I would like to ask you about it. What do you think? Who is more demanded right now from the IT specialists? That we can say. And can you forecast some trend from this point of view due to where the development moves to who's going to be demanded in the nearest future? Well, there's a number of areas. We always had headcount hunger. These are expert people with deep background in some depths. We are making products that should work at enterprise capacities, and I'm speaking about positive technologies. High requirements to productivity, to the hardware, that we wouldn't have high hardware resources. This is a very deep area. It's a basics of the basics, how to build a productive system, and hardware requirements, where do they come from? But there are people who dedicate all their lives to this. And when you start communicating with those people, you understand how big is the space for improvement available. And from this point of view, we do have some areas where objectively these people are missing. And personally, I'm hunting for those people because this is a very seldom product. Speaking about bigger scales, we acutely feel the deficiency of strong B2B product management in creating B2B products, corporate ones. So generally speaking, the school of product management and ability to create enterprise products is something that never was a strong side of Russia, to my point of view. There were several companies which were producing software aimed at international markets. They left. Usually guys with this experience, they are amongst best of the best. They immediately were moved out and they were given other opportunities for flexibility of movement. And now I feel this gap. If previously you could attract and invite them, right now it's much more difficult. And to my point of view, this is one of the key areas where I feel the gap. This school cannot be formed in one day. It takes years. You need a certain community and the environment where these people collaborate, and possibly, Losha, it's the time when new employees are being formed in this environment and they will become into those people you're speaking about with great product background, and in the future they will take those roles. But things that you're speaking about, these are trends which existed always in the course of recent years, and from our experience of searching, less likely global situation has influenced it, but there is a global trend which brings certain difficulties to us, and we have to search for those people somewhere. Thank you very much. Alex, how do you see this story? Maybe you will give us some thoughts about perspectives of the future. What do you think about that? Well, in the beginning, I would like to add and maybe argue with a colleague, respectively, regulators' requirements, which slows down the development from the point of view of, if you look at the development, I'm speaking about the development. I wouldn't say that it's a slowdown. There is a slowdown of business functionality development, possibly, but all the stack requirements, regulator requirements are for the development, and most likely they are moving our development to the next level of maturity. All these static and dynamic analysis, phasing, testing, and other requirements, which are known to all the developers and all the software vendors. From year to year, regulators, they make their requirements harder and harder in respect to the security. And product managers think, why do we do that? It moves my business roadmap, but from the point of view of maturity and development advancement, it develops. We make a more mature conveyor of development. And you say that this is a proper trend, but more time should be spent to integrate it properly. All these, well, you cannot say proper or improper. Depends for whom, proper for whom. From the point of view of the business, you have to move business features. From the point of view of development, there should be a balance. If you look deeper,
Я не про торможение, а про то, что
I'm not about slowing down, I'm about requirements in general. They develop the market and they increase the protectiveness. If you feel okay, then it will change your priorities. But if you wanted to do some host-based firewall and IBPF containers, then stack will not understand it and they will require hardware firewall from you. However, the realization of host-based firewall and then BPF for me looks a more proper direction of movement, but there is nobody to communicate with. So this is right, it develops the protectedness of the countries on a higher level, that's true, but it can potentially affect my people who should, in addition to the fact that they've been doing previously, they have new front of operations which we cannot ignore, and we have to communicate, we have to complete policies, regulations, procedures, which are going to cover this and that, and number 3 and number 5. That's why this is a team effect, and this time that could be spent for reading Google documentation for Zero Trust, they spend it for writing a letter. So the focus should not be moved from some business and technological to the development. Well, the objective situation that we see here, it has to be done like that. And being on the place of the regulator, I would do it maybe the same way as they do it. But with this understanding, you still should understand that some organizations can be affected from the point of view of development and reprioritization of some activities, they can do it. So people have to review their business processes, etc. I completely agree with you, but there should be movement in another direction, from industry to regulator. Yes, we do have to explain to them something to review their requirements. It should be a double-sided road. It is double-sided road, definitely. At least we are friends with all the regulators. We are in close communications with them. And recent meeting with systematically important banks, central bank, we had last Thursday, 2 days ago.
Зависит, наверное, от бизнеса все равно, там, от каждого конкретного кейса.
Well, every specific case. Okay, let's go back to our employment history, and I have a question.
Для кандидатов. Но вот, а что мне делать, если...
It's important for the candidates, but what should I do if I want to find myself in a technological company? What should I do? How can I get there? What are the entrances? How should I behave in order to be there and work in this company and be beneficial? Maybe you will give it a comment from your side. The answer is very simple. When I'm thinking about what was I doing when I was trying to figure out the Windows, I've been working with Windows, drivers for Windows. I just figured out that there are no Russian language materials, nothing available. It was 2006. There are forums, couple of forums with serious guys, but they're very topical. But I need a very narrow profile, but dig deeper. And I found a book in English. It was not reprinted. About Microsoft, something, Windows internal file system, something like that. And what is this story about? I needed it, and I was digging in this direction. So if we are saying, how can we get to the companies? You need to love what you do. You need to get outside of what is available on the surface. You need to read the researches and what Dima is speaking about. And in no way you should stop on the level which is okay for you. I don't even imagine how you can live without pet projects, your own ideas, or contribute to some other projects, be active in GitHub.
Знаешь, Лёш, я бы тут подсветила еще тоже для кандидатов, что они просто...
Well, I've also been speaking to the candidates that they also have to speak about their activities. For example, you've told me to have a repository. For example, when you are looking at the market, it's very difficult for you to understand whether this people is so curious and interested in technologies and what he looks like if he doesn't leave any intellectual footprint behind himself. Those studies that I've been doing, they've been done through connections and a higher level of expertise of people. It's very hard to find and pull them out and understand who are they, where they exist, and what are their names. You can do it through connections, through projects to which they contribute. If I need database specialists, then it's a totally separate team and projects which are actively developing and being contributed. People know about them, and you can go and search which changes are applied there. And then you contact them directly. It's very interesting.
Другие.
Слушай, ну, мне кажется, мы чуть-чуть в такой в топ-серч углубились.
Well, we just went into the top search.
В компаниях, даже в таких, как наша, там...
In the companies like ours, like Positive, LK, VK, they have exclusively experts,
которых поименно, да, ты знаешь, которые все варят.
which you know and everybody are searching. You shouldn't forget that there's a headhunter, Telegram,
HR, которых можно встретить.
HR, which you can meet at the conference, more standard approaches. And I would say that experts are experts because they're experts. There are few of them in the market and very few of them in the company. If you're not expert, if you are not, if you don't contribute into the ClickHouse, then you can speak.
Это не является шоу-стоппером для вас.
It's not showstopper for you
Большую технологическую компанию.
to find yourself in such a technological company, but I completely agree with the fact that any developer of any level should have a GitHub account and should have any activities on the GitHub. And you shouldn't think
Обязательно
that this activity
изменение в ядро какой-нибудь библиотеки.
will lead to the changes in the nucleus of some library. You shouldn't be afraid to show the activity of the level that is available right now, even though you don't feel yourself as some kind of an expert, and you will get to the breakthrough. Yeah, go and fix the documentation. Some small steps. And it's going to show your activities. It's going to show that you live in this world. The modern world is outsourced. Every developer uses open source. If you use open source, you should contribute to open source. And to my point of view, it helps to hate those companies. And speaking about our company,
Я переписываюсь с людьми на LinkedIn, там
I'm writing to people in LinkedIn myself. I go there and I'm writing to them. People write to me. They can give me a question. Where are your vacancies? Well,
vacancies.
Well, they didn't put the question into the VK, where are your vacancies? So speaking about
Можно прям вообще
VK Tech, you can write directly to me. Oh my God.
в LinkedIn.
Yeah,
Но в целом
in the LinkedIn. But generally speaking, you should take more active, alive position. Cybersecurity is a very narrow from the point of view of employment market.
Прокомментирую, как здесь.
Can you give the comment
Мне
about this?
не понравилось писать.
I don't like to write drivers.
Это отражает как раз
And it reflects, and I will agree with you that you need
пробовать
different.
во многих
You need to develop yourself in many directions. You need to check different things, or you should concentrate in one direction, but always keep the interest to the topic and be ideologists of informational security. And then some things will come to you. You will search for them.
Я считаю
And I don't know. I think myself an ideologist of informational security. We have similar people in our team. It's interesting for them to be in this. Somebody will say that, well, it has nothing to do with me because I'm responsible for another piece of work.
Это очень важный
So this is a very important moment
быть требовательным к себе.
to be self-demanding, to develop yourself and do some specific actions aimed at receiving understandable business-oriented result, because very often things that I see in other companies, and I always fighting for this, there are processes for the sake of processes, and because it's historically like that, or we hear that, you know, when a person has the boldness to take the responsibility for some activity and say, okay,
упарываться, готов вкладывать.
I'm ready to invest and work as much as possible to bring specific results and that result which is needed. So this is a joint part of the success. This is something that you do. You have competencies in this, and this competency is highly demanded and brings results. And on the cross-section of this, you find success. So definitely you have to look at it. You should have critical thinking about it, which is super important in any area. When you see something and when you understand this from the point of view, well, you ask yourself a question, why am I doing this? What will I get in a result? And thank you very much. You have resumed it so good, and this is very important what you've just said. And you know, drawing this line under our conversation, we need to call everybody on the market, and we shouldn't lose the interest, sincere interest to what you do. Don't be afraid to say about yourself, and then you'll be noticed in the market. Thank you very much for this conversation. We'll see you next year, and we will speak about the current situation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Добрый день, друзья. Спасибо, что смотрите наш эфир, и мы здесь...
Hello, friends. Thank you for watching us. And today we would like to speak about the safe development, new challenges of this year. And let's begin by introducing each one of you and saying a couple of words about yourself and about what experience do you have in development. Okay, let's begin with you. Raim Leis. I work in Yandex.Pal. I'm a product manager for services, security services. Not big development experience, but I'm involved in this quite a while. My name is Yuri Sergeyev. I'm the general partner for Swordfish Security Company. Swordfish Security is the founder and the establisher of this industry in Russia. From the point of view of my background in IT and development, 20 plus years when I started working
заказной разработки Luxsoft, где
in a development company, Luxsoft, where I've been working with big clients like Deutsche Bank, UBS, Boeing, and right now
развиваем индустрию, где все.
we develop the industry of DevOps in this format.
Всем, меня Денис Кораблев.
Hi, everybody. I'm Denis Koroblев, Managing Director and Product Director in Positive Technologies. I have two stories, application security products related to it, and our new firewall, MGF-V. It's not related to the topic. And from the point of view of development, I'm a programmer myself. I've graduated from special faculty for these. More than 20 years I'm programming. So DevOps, I do have this experience. And for the developers, we do the software developers, developing for developers. Thank you very much. Okay, we should begin with the most obvious question. Let's see, cybersecurity is an industry. If you will fall out for 1 month, you cannot drop back in because a lot of things are happening there. The intensity is very high. It's constantly developing. For example, 1 year have passed since the moment we've been speaking about secure development last year, about DevSecOps. What has changed in the course of this year compared to the previous year? In the area of safe development, in the area of problems with safe development. The year 2022 was very complicated. And what has changed, many decisions and many vendors have left the market. Many initiatives to create new products were initiated and for the development, and we see it statistically of what is happening in our cloud. I've looked just before coming here, our recent statistics, the number of users of managed GitLab has tripled. And 30% out of them are big enterprises. At the same time, speaking about consumption has doubled since the beginning if you compare year to year, since the year 2022 if you compare them. So this is what is related to what really happens. Because the number of developments is growing, and it does happen that usually development and product team pulls security behind themselves. First, they run, okay, let's develop, and then the security people are getting connected. They're trying to figure out with what is available. It was like that previously, but right now it has become even more complicated. Everything is more complicated by the fact that these solutions for DevSecOps, there are less and less of those solutions on the market. And things that we see in Yandex Cloud, it's open source solutions for security. Volodya, I've tried to structure these changes which dramatically were happening since the year 2022 and starting right now. And perhaps I can say the following thing. The main driver today on the market, as we see it, it's not a secret from anyone that it is necessary to replace technological stack when we work with DevSecOps clients. It has to be replaced by new solutions, domestic solutions, and this has to be done not just for the sake of doing it. It's not some kind of a paper story. It has to be done practically because attacks are increasing, the number of attacks is increasing, and the severity of the attacks is increasing. So this is the mainstream. So if we're going to look at this driver, then you'll be able to see two main industrial challenges. If you will look at this story from the vendor side, one of ideas here and objectives from the point of view of vendor is to
максимально бесшовно, максимально,
maximally seamlessly, maximally flexibly lend those products and solutions which have vendor into a constantly changing technological ecosystem of the client, which from client to client is different all the time. Because information security documents, they don't exist in our paradigm as a separate documents because they are always operational things related associated with development process integration.
Технологический стек, процесс разработки.
Technological stack of development processes also goes through dramatic changes. So when you want to bring everything together,
Индустриально сложная задача.
it's an industrially complicated thing. From the other side, from the point of view of the market, from vendors,
По повышению зрелости, да,
to improve the maturity of those solutions and products,
единомоментно стали
which suddenly became highly demanded. This is also not an easy task. But from the point of view of changes, definitely I can tell you that number of solutions is growing. New practices are coming to the market. There is a bigger demand for new solutions. And from the point of view of client database, we can say that clients, in a good sense, are more patient. They are open for the dialogue from the point of view of expectations and when we discuss quality of products and in the ideology of the roadmap, etc. They are more responsive. Thank you. Colleagues have told us a lot of different things. I'm not going to repeat myself, but I would like to tell you one other thing, that due to the situation in the country, because many Western vendors have left the market, because of the security, many new products are being developed from the scratch. And what is nice to see that most of them are trying to get involved in security from the early stage, and they build this safe conveyor. They try to build this development through the prism of security, and this is a big difference from what was available, because the time to market, they're trying to catch it up. And this time to market, in the current situation, everybody sees the number of attacks which are happening, and they cannot get away without the security of their approaches. And we, as a vendor company, we became the beneficiary of this situation. Previously, we've been making products in different niches and competing with Western vendors. And in some areas, we became monopolists, but we are trying not to stop on this. And we don't think that we have achieved victory, but we are trying to build some ecosystem, because the word ecosystem we hear from negative connotation. But in our cases, we understand that the number of technologies that we have and what can be united, cumulatively, it can give bigger effect, more than 1 + 1 equals 2, but it can be equal to 5, 10, and more. And together with colleagues, we're trying to build these practices and approaches of not just implementing specific products and practices, but do it that get a boost in the security and do so that the product would be more secure on the way out. And new horizons are being opened up, which makes which helps us to be more open for the demands from the market. And speaking about this topic, you can look at another topic, which is very interesting from the point of view of how they've been reacting to dramatic changes of our world in recent years. Well, let's remember the word open source. Well, the open source by design means openness. Somehow, involvement in the involvement of the community in the development of different products. So, how, to your opinion, which role is played by the open source today? Well, I understand when somebody leaves the market from any country, first of all, they try to replace it by open source solutions, at least temporarily, and sometimes they stay with them. So, what do you think? In these conditions, maybe open source will play more significant role, and security of open source development will be a separate topic which we have to discuss right now more seriously. Well, we see this from our experience, and open source is related to a big number of potential costs which have to be taken in consideration. But the first role is given to different service providers, consultants, which are specializing on this. For example, we have a case, we have a very indicative case
не только там,
after
касается не только безопасности, н-
well, it's not just related to the security, but many vendors and other projects they have left and they are being replaced by a lot of different Russian projects. For example, Kazan Express.
это наш клиент.
They had an explosive growth, and this is our client, and they are using
который есть в облаке.
those platforms which are available in the cloud by adding their open source different tools like Chekhov,
Там Cilium, Kiverna, да?
Cilium, Kiverna, and other ones. All those tools were used to build DevSecOps. And they've done it not by themselves, but for this they have attracted partners, Hubert team, which have built it for them and supported it for them. And it does work.
Не так могло быть качественно, как если бы...
It is not on such a level of quality as if we could use these commercial and tested like application inspector solutions. But at least this way. And it makes us happy that truthfully, and I will support my colleagues, that people...
То есть безопасность становится часть бизнеса. Вот как раз...
The part of the business becomes safe. Inadmissible events are protected, and management does understand it. For example, in Kazan Express, and this is pretty good that they understand it. One of the key moments. Well, let's do it this way. From one side, this is very nice that there is a high demand, and the demand for time-to-market decisions where DevSecOps from the side of the business is very big in this moment. But from the other side, the usage of open source tools, to my point of view, of what do we see on the side of many clients, big and small ones, basically it's a result of the fact that on the market in the moment there are no enterprise solutions, proprietary solutions which could close all the needs. That's why inside of the team, inside of the client, especially if this client has some technologically developed team, there always is a desire and temptation, okay, we will take the open source, we will do something very fast, and we will solve the problem. However, according to our experience, things that we see, it's not always leads to expected results. In any case, these are labor not under-assessed for the realization of different practices, closing of technological questions. As a rule, there is a necessity to extend the team, to open integration character questions, etc., etc. So if, well, in any case, anybody who starts using technologies with the open source, they, in this sense, they should fully understand, then they will have to copy these solutions inside, because this is a very important cornerstone. Well, I would like to specify something. I don't want these to be open source. No way. But the more solutions there are, the better it is. So when I'm saying that, unfortunately, if we're speaking about clouds, about cloud context, cloud-native solutions, there are very few of them in Russia. I support you. That's why the fact is that there are certain expenses, they are understandable, and you're not just a vendor log, but you also have a consulting log. If you take open sources and somebody tunes them up and sets it up for you, well, you are stuck there. And you can add here another thing, that even when you use some understandable solution, you will not be able to close all your needs for DevSecOps. You will need tools that would control the policies of the infrastructure, the network, some other things, hardening of the pipeline, so that there wouldn't be any incidents through it. And here, you cannot do it without open source, and we do see that it's being used more and more. And this is to support what you've said, that people come from papers to practices. This is definitely. Well, for the industry, this is something, well, this is not bad in principle, because these solutions which are created inside of clients, they start competing with proprietary stack, making vendors to improve their tools more and more so that it would become more and more competitive. Denise, you're not going to let me lie, but generally, I've heard about Volodya's question 25 years ago about protection of the open source. Honestly speaking, speaking about the first topic, I would tell you that every time when we speak about our technologies and about how the application spectrum is built under the hood, we make emphasis on the fact that in any technology has a potential, and this potential leads us to the situation that manual work will be done by people after this tool involvement. So we need to build a very simple tool, but then you will overload it with resources. This approach also works, but not very good. And it brings to negativity. It's not scalable, and generally it brings to negative effect and aftertaste, bad aftertaste on the client side because they think that this is pain and profitable. But it could be pretty cool and nice. And as for the open source defense, that open source is a serious part of any modern software, well, we've heard it last year. We've seen different flags, and generally speaking, this was one of the trendy topics of the last year. But there is also a problem related to solutions which currently can solve this problem. From one side, there are different tools which allow us to start working with vulnerabilities, open source, but according to our vendor taste, the final word has not been said. We are still thinking about what are we going to do in this point of view, but the main idea is that the open source that we are pooling with ourselves, this is part of our product, and it should be protected as well as everything else. This is a hype topic. It should grow, and it requires attention. I support Denise for 100%. When we take open source and on its basis we start building something, definitely it becomes, well, you become the part of this ecosystem from the point of view of building tools on its basis. You are one of its contributors, and you are responsible for the safety of those elements which you undertook, or maybe you give it to the community so that community will develop this piece. But another interesting topic is that when we're trying to solve something, but the clients are trying to solve some other information security problems on the basis of standard, available, accessible elements which are taken from open sources. But where's the guarantee that these information security instruments in current realities will be safe enough, and that they are not solving some third-party objectives, and inside they don't have undocumented possibilities. And we, with the help of these tools, we are trying to close some questions in the framework of critical information infrastructure. But, well, it seems very strange. That's why, undoubtedly, strategically and industrially, we should have, on the side of the market, first of all, there should be a need, we should be betting for the proprietary stack.
А вот плавно переходя от технологии, ну любой процесс это технологии плюс люди, да? И как бы очень важная составляющая процесса DevSecOps это все-таки те, кто разрабатывают.
Well, these are those who are developing products, this or that way, not necessarily coders, not those who are writing code, but those who are involved in the development. And to my point of view, 1 year ago and right now, we have the same problem, basically speaking. People don't always understand why they need it. We have a development rec, for example, the construction bureau, and we have a discussion in the course of the last 2 days. And majority of those who come to listen to the presentations are not developers, as we figured out. These are security champions, which is good if they are security champions. and developers, and usually these are security people of this DevSec officer. Very few developers, but yesterday I've been communicating with organizer of a very big scope of conferences for developers, and he also was complaining that security is a very interesting topic for them, and they are ready to invest in this and provide events for that. But unfortunately, they do not see interest from the side of developers to develop in this area. And my question obviously will have two sides to it. First of all, to your point of view, how can we motivate developers that they themselves need it to dive in the security? And the second half of the question, because this meeting comes to an end, what advice would you give to developers out of the most valuable advices that you might have? Well, it's a very good question. There is no single answer to these questions. We have to learn to talk to developers in their language. It's a very common story when security talks not only with the developers, but with other in the proximity, in their own language, risks, vulnerabilities, etc., etc., etc. Their own pidgin language. But as I think, we need to build communications on a proper language with those people so that they would understand what is to be done and how security helps them. Because many developers perceive security as additional work and don't as additional load, and they don't always understand, okay, these are some unclear things. So as soon as they will have future of what will happen if they don't involve themselves in security, then it's a very sexy topic, security. Every developer, or many developers, they want to be hackers. That's why different CTFs, different events like that, training courses, this is all very useful and good. The more we will invest as the industry, the more we will invest in different events, the more we will call developers out there, the better it's going to be for us, because, well, for the DevSecOps has a lot of security guys, but we don't have enough of them. We need to involve more people. And from this point of view, we have launched a training course for DevSecOps. It's a free of charge course. And I'm telling everybody that I'm angry about the fact that it's free of charge. It's a very detailed course, as I recommend, please come. It's the Yandex Cloud site. You can find it. I will argue with you. According to our experience, the interest from the side of development is very big from the point of view of security questions, from the point of view of DevSecOps, this trend. Well, we have discovered this trend approximately a couple of years ago, and right now it has been reinforced. We have a number of clients where we, as integrators, as this DevSecOps, we receive people from IT. This is CIO, CTO, people from big corporate clients, and they have an objective of building their own internal digital platform. They have new services and systems with respective volumes, large-scale volumes, and they immediately understand and articulate their demand that we are moving towards digital transformation, and everything we do will have to be safe. Safety equals one of the quality criteria. And such clients, fortunately, we have more and more of them. From the point of view of motivation, this driver should be the mental changes in the hands of technical people, the changes in the culture. In every company it happens differently, but if top management is worrying about that, if they broadcast this culture And if it's being propagated to the lower level, so this is one of the topics from above. But it's not enough when top management wants. Well, the lower levels have to be supported. And this is a question that where I would like to, well, the time comes to an end.
Совсем кратко тогда скажу, тут в чем история? История в том, что я как бы сам...
The story is that I'm a developer myself, and I do remember all the changes which were happening in the industry in the course of last 18-20 years. And when I was starting programming, there were jokes like, if
Это как бы твои проблемы, потому что метод...
it doesn't work, it's your problem. And right now there are no developers which are not writing tests and don't think about the quality of their software, because the industry, in the course of these changes, well, it's like a part of the culture. Test-driven development, behavior development, etc. And because we have very little time left, and the main idea is that security in the current world is the same trend which will replace this. Like Yura has properly said, security is the level of quality, and this level of quality, everybody feels it on the tips of their fingers. You can see it, you can hear it, and the programmer usually programs 2-3 hours. All the rest of the time works on the improvement of his skills. So when this time will be spent to learn about security, to do security, will start and learn the security, and because of that he will cost more on the market. It's going to be the cultural revolution that we're speaking about. But we as a company, we are bringing it closer and closer, and we are working not just on the level of top management but on the industry, through tooling, through conferences that where we are located, through the section that you do together with the guys. And cumulatively it gives you an effect. The faster you bring it closer, the better security will be in your area. Yeah, I'm supporting Denise in 3 words. An advice to developers: learn, learn, and learn. And come to PHDays.
Друзья, спасибо большое за беседу. Спасибо большое, зрители, что посмотрели.
Thank you very much, dear viewers, for watching our broadcast. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Итак, давайте
So, let's speak about security of mobile applications and
что такого небезопасного может быть в мобильном?
about what could be so unsecure in mobile applications when they are interface for IoT or car systems. And in our studio, we have three cool mobile hackers, Artyom Kulakov. Many people can note through Droigar's channel. I'm reading his channel all the time. Yura Forbalin.
Классную штуку с Stingray, как-то устроил мне закрытый показ. Я вообще
He has given me a closed
за мобильных приложений.
show off for mobile applications. Yuri, well, I met you for the first time. In addition to research, you also are teaching, as I understand, how to search vulnerabilities in mobile applications, right? Yeah. So we have three cool mobile experts here. Let's try to learn from them what can be so dangerous, and maybe everything is okay about mobile applications for IoT and car systems. This is the first question. Have you seen in your work such systems? During the research of the applications, did you see applications which are the interface or the means of management of the IoT or the cars? So have you been breaking cars? Well, I didn't break cars through mobile application, but I do have a cooperation through CAM bus. I did have experience, but I didn't have the real one. And in a couple of words, if you can tell me, well, I understand you cannot speak about everything.
Можешь в двух словах буквально рассказать, что это за опыт?
Can you tell me in a couple of words what kind of experience is this? You're speaking about CAN bus. Yeah, speaking about cars. Well, as for the cars, I don't have a lot of experience in this area, but the experience I did have, it's worked through the existing utilities and usage of not even vulnerabilities as such, but deficiencies in design, more likely. Because the car, at that moment of time, well, was really trusting to everything that was coming through the CAM bus, and manufacturers are trying to make it more and more tough. But classical replay attacks could be done very good. Well, the story about the balls, yeah, tightening the balls. Yuri, what about yourself? Maybe you've been looking at somebody else's cameras. Cameras? Yes. I have this system at home. It's the very popular home assistant, and it was interesting how it is built. And in general, there's a lot of manufacturers. There's a lot of cheap and not very cheap devices of the smart house and cameras as well. And I can tell you, I'm not walking my house naked. Because honestly, if you take the most popular cameras and their applications, and if you will see how they send their information, about 60% of cases, not many of them are thinking about security, not even on the level of the hardware and remote access to the flow and how you can get access to this broadcasting. More or less popular no-name and basically using vulnerabilities with lack of authorization or regular backdoor just to check identifiers in the flow, and you can look into some camera. So those of you who have those cameras at home, I don't recommend to walk naked at home or do some improper actions. Well, you have said it properly about identifier brute forcing. In my experience, there was a case. Identifiers were resilient, but they've been leaking in one place, and you can look at the listing of the cameras and then post it. It's not a unique case. Yura, what about your experience? Maybe you've been breaking some smart vacuum cleaner. I did have an experience. I've been breaking my own smart vacuum cleaner. Can't say the name of the company. It's a well-known company. It's not like I wanted to break it. I'd just been doing the research. It was my hobby. However, in mobile application, they have a wide spectrum of standard vulnerabilities or mismatches, if you look at it. And generally speaking, I've been researching this topic for a while. There's a big problem that these devices, by default, they trust everyone, or they have inbuilt by default pin codes that you can find in the internet. And when this system is being developed, especially mobile application without web, and some Bluetooth devices, Wi-Fi devices, point to point, then they don't think about security. They just try to make it work. That's it. Well, right now, I've heard one thing from you and from Artyom, that in these devices, they don't think about security. And if mobile application is taken as the entry point, it's enough to think that dig deeper to these systems. First of all, we speak about mobile applications of managing such systems from messengers, banks, and mobile games. Is it a question to me? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Usually, when bank applications are being developed or messengers or something else, we mean some level of protection because business in this segment have already understood that you need to develop through security, but these practices in IoT devices are not available. Even in cars, a well-known story in the year 2015 when Jeep was broken and it was remotely controlled and it went into a ditch. When the Tesla was broken, only then car manufacturers started thinking that security has to be introduced into the architecture and don't just patch it. Because we know all this phrase that system security is the weakest point. And the car as a gadget, well, there's a lot of interfaces, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, these Android had, whatever, all these entrance points which can be broken separately and through the same CAN bus, you can manage the engine or other critical devices. Well, this is a cool idea. And there's another cool one. That's good that we've been speaking about it. I'll remember. You said that you were afraid to walk naked in the house, in underwear, without underwear. What about flying in the airplanes? Because I have a friend who's been entertaining himself during the flight and he was receiving certain access. And I've been reading articles that some guys can get access to airplane management through the entertainment system. The same thing can be done with the mobile application if it is assumed that the airplane system or entertainment system can be managed by the mobile phone. Maybe you can speak about some peculiarities. Everything is brought to the fact that the surface of the attack is very important. It would be very strange. There's the only system that entertains guests and airplanes like video films, music, etc. If it would be connected in some way with airplane control system. We all remember stories from speed trains. There was an error like that. So once again, it was a problem related with the architecture and security. Not many of them, unfortunately, especially in the spheres which have not been covered by this level of research and which have not been covered by this big overflow of researchers. So they have not been thinking about security that much, about vulnerabilities which can be in those systems and what can be done through these vulnerabilities. So this is the main problem. Like Igor said about financial companies and in financial applications, first of all, they have the necessary requirement, 2 pen tests per year, and different laws are pressing on them in IoT, in transportation companies, in other services. We can call them generally IoT, Internet of Things. Yes, they've been approached. They've done some researches, but vendors, they didn't get to the level when they definitely have to think about security. And it's the same thing as with Android. There's a big fragmentation of devices, big fragmentation of vendors, if you will look at the same camera, for example, I want to buy, and you will see the list of tens of thousands of models. Each vendor tries to do something of their own application, their own ecosystem will be built around it. Even our giants, domestic giants, are building their own system, smart house systems. Not one, not two, but much more. And their devices are they're putting, the name from another device, and their fragmentation of these devices is very big. To watch each one of them, it's very, very difficult. And it leads to the fact that vulnerability found in one system, after changing a little bit, you can find in most of other vendors because of the similar firmware. Well, it's very nice. If starting researchers are watching us, mobile and IoT is a notion of simple bugs. Learn, reproduce, and in 5 years, maybe you will become experts that will be sitting here, maybe even in front of me. Okay, Artyom, you've been saying that right now, in machines, they are tightening the bolts. Like previously, the situation was much worse. Can you tell me, plus minus, from what these systems have started and what do we have right now? Maybe there's a trend that in the nearest future we will see from the point of view of different functional sets. Let's see. What can I tell you about trends? We have started from the fact that it should work somehow. Nobody even thought about it. All the systems, not only automotive systems, started from this, but it just has to work. And what type of security is there? It's very expensive, not understandable. There wasn't any research out there, but there were some people found there, people who've been asking the model from the model, and there were people here who started searching for some possibilities, some out of pure interest, some out of making simple money, and they started finding ways around it. And of course, IoT producers, manufacturers, according to my modest opinion, they're a little bit more flexible than software manufacturers, because hardware, software, you can say that maybe that's why. So they're less flexible. It's much more difficult for them to implement new features because many things are connected to crystals, to chips, etc. And that's why the bug that was discovered by a researcher, you may not be able to fix it like that. You may only call back device, call back a car. But what does it mean, call back a car? It's not like you get a call and say, we are calling back your car. No. You come to the technical maintenance and they say, well, you have this problem. And the fact that it's related to some IoT devices, cameras, nobody will ever tell you that there's a vulnerability, especially if the camera is not updated. Well, if it's not updated, it's not updated. And this is a problem. Who is interested in security? If it's the end user, then it's not going to influence the company. If it does have some vulnerability, maybe they will manufacture a new model. The old one has no more support and user fool himself. So maybe it's a gradual process that they will form a demand for safe devices that will allow them to show competitive advantages for manufacturers, because many of them have bug bounty programs, and if they would speak louder about it amongst hackers and among regular users, maybe some of them would trust them even more. But let's see. Many people have told us about the attack surface, that we have applications and devices, but they can do it through the internet, through the Bluetooth and many other devices in a living house. And generally speaking, the trend of the ecosystem that we've been speaking about a couple of years ago, and we were able to even forecast some things, that IoT is entered by big players like Google with its Android for cars, etc. Apple has its own smart house, and there's a lot of third-party developers. So can you tell us, please, what is the danger of such a big attack surface? Well, it's going to be a simple reply. Big attack surface is dangerous that it's big. According to the theory of probabilities, you have more possibilities to get through somewhere. But also there is a less obvious thing that big attack surface and all this beauty of availability of Bluetooth, non-Bluetooth and other technologies, this big number of technologies, but technologies are very complicated each by each. So all the developers which are involved in these technologies, not even them have the understanding of how it works. It sounds strange for the person who is not deep into it, but for those who understands the development, they perfectly know that you can't always get down to these thresholds. You have implemented the Bluetooth, okay, packages are flying, it works, but what kind of default encoding you have used, is it vulnerable or not vulnerable protocol version? There could be peculiarities like that, and researchers, they will look at what is the protocol version. This one, okay, here's the vulnerability. Here it is. Well, honestly, it's like that because during the development, for example, you make a camera for the smart house system and you don't even know that another team on GitHub is involved in developing this camera. So big surface of attack from this point of view. The fact is that nobody knows how big it is. People perceive that it does have a lot of things inside of it, but what it looks like, it's hard to say. So closing 20% of vulnerabilities and knowing about 20% of vulnerabilities. But Yura, what can you say about that? Such a complicated system. And from the side of the mobile applications, let's think, having the entry point and picture as a mobile application, well, what these cameras have to do it because they are not connected directly to the internet, but mobile application in this sense is more vulnerable. Well, yes, coming back to the previous question, the surface of attack. And the entry threshold. Artyom was speaking about the COM bus, you needed special software, you had to read the documents, you should know the commands, protocols, how does it work, etc. So you had to at least understand what will you do, and you had to understand which device you will do it. You will have to connect it to the machine, send some commands. It's difficult. But as soon as you connect mobile application to this system where you press the button and the machine starts, you press the button and the alarm is on. You press another button and the trunk is open. The automotive analysis entry point is lowering down to, I've downloaded JARX, decompiled it, and I received the access to this COM bus. All the standard vulnerabilities to mobile applications which can be found in mobile applications, like 80% of them will definitely be in the first versions of these mobile applications. Because the first version, it works, don't touch it, praise God. And as we know, temporary solution, there's nothing more temporary, nothing more continuous than temporary, so these solutions stay with them for quite a while. And because let's not speak about automotive industry, but let's go back to the smart house. For example, you can go to your provider, you can buy a smart house system, but there's no regulation to how secure should it be, which protocol should be utilized by them. And if we'll compare it to the card services, they have CBSS, through which it's wild to check everybody through it. In IoT, you have nothing. You can do whatever you want. HTTP, easy. Your own protocol, you send one and the camera is exploding. Easy. Nobody regulates you and you can do whatever you want. And in this sense, there's a problem. The less you will spend for development, the more you will develop, and until you don't have these minimal requirements in the system of smart house, which is being sold like every step, and mobile applications from this point of view, they reduce the entry point to the surface of attack. It's easy to check the application, how it will start, what will start, how they cooperate, and then try to repeat it trace it, check it, and whatever.
Из вас, наверное,
Well, most of you,
исследователи это все пропускаю, и мне кажется,
I'm putting it through my mind.
для
And I think, this is very inspiring for starting bug hunters. If you want to go back to 2050 and become second Buggy Pro
денег на бакбаунти,
to earn a lot of millions of dollars for bug bounty, it's your choice today. So I would like to propose us and to fantasize in the remaining 3 minutes quickly about scenarios. Igor, can you invent for me and for our viewers attack scenario?
телефон,
For example, I've lost my phone,
украли, может даже
or it was stolen, and it's not blocked, as many people have it, and there's a smart house application. What's going to be my problem? Well, let's see. The problem is that everything depends on the application and the level of attack. But let's imagine that I've researched it. I found how I can exploit your smart house. I've done the same patched version with vulnerabilities or opened some other possibilities in the application, reassembled it to get access to some private functions, etc. And then when you will press some buttons, for example, it's going to be sent to my server, and I will be able to catch your activities, and without your interference, I will be able to control your home. Well, it's understandable, not everybody lose unblocked home, so you need to research specific technology. Right now, all this sphere is protected by the fact that there's a big fragmentation. In order to attack you personally, they need to study what have you installed. But if you are an interesting person, if you're a well-known person, sometimes it makes sense. And what would you say about, well, because you have lost a non-blocked phone, well, you can protect yourself. OS provides you the possibility that it would be very difficult to get connection to your data. Developers, what they do to increase the security of the application in case when you have lost your mobile phone or when it was stolen. Well, there is a service of remote blockage. Well, that's understandable. It's a very obvious thing. Don't store banking applications and same to where you receive the bank applications on one phone. That's the first recommendation. Then all applications which allow you to do that, they should be passworded and pin coded, different pin code than the system. And if application does not allow you to give you protection from direct access, don't use them or ask a manufacturer why it's like that. These are basic things, and of course complicated passwords, protecting other things, obvious things. Basic things work very successfully everywhere, because some people who don't work with them, well, they will help us in the future as well. And now your scenario in 1 minute. Can you tell us, please, how the criminal can break smart house or a car? Attacking mobile application from the side of the client. For example, you have downloaded a Trojan which receives some root rights or whatever. What can be done? Okay, what can I say here? I will try in the course of 1 minute. Maybe it will take a little longer. What is the problem about mobile applications for different IoT devices and cars specifically? Because they, as a rule, this is not the main path of activity of this company. So the quality of development of this software, it's very low. Like banking applications, photo services. They develop dynamically, many errors have already been fixed, they are not available there. And their development team understands better how to build architecture, etc. But in automotive, in IoT, it looks like we need a mobile application. Okay, let's open documentation and write mobile application. And that's where these problems are coming from. That's why mobile application can have those client bugs which you will never see in other modern applications, like open main screen around pin code. It's impossible anywhere. But in an application like that for IoT devices, if it's from no-name company, it is possible because people have created it manually. Oh, it works wonderful, good. And completing my sentence, malicious application on a user device, which has been delivered to him from wherever else, it can exploit these client vulnerabilities and get to the functionality of the smart house to this vulnerable application. So that can be the chain. I really like your idea about opening documentation and writing without specific background. I've been finding Stack Overflow, but right now, ChatGPT will give you all the top bugs. And it's going to be much worse, definitely.
Юра, твои 48 секунд.
Yura, your 48 seconds. Can you tell us, please, as a hacker, after learning mobile application traffic, maybe some tokens, source codes, hidden API methods, and will they break automotive system or the smart house? Well, the most classical example, man in the middle, the absence of traffic protection. So the application is communicating with sector. If it's a mobile application, it doesn't communicate with some direct server, but it does communicate directly with your computer that you have at home, where you have smart house system, especially if it's not in the cloud yet. So by tracing traffic, you see everything opened, logins, passwords. Well, you have to approach it wisely, but let's assume that we've had a situation that you were able that you were able to intercept the traffic, because many of manufacturers, they communicate through the HTTP, and intercepting the traffic, full control over the account, login and password are transferred in open way by factorial identification. Not many people have it. Two-factor authentication. This is another advice to Igor. Everywhere install two-factor authentication immediately. Definitely. This is a must-have. So basically, if you see traffic in real time, you can change it, you can repeat it, you can record it. So basically, you receive the full control. That's why, by researching the commonly accepted practices, all the standards, which have not been updated 5 years, since 2016, 2017, and even until now, Avast bugs still well known to many people. Artyom has properly, this application is developed without understanding of how the criminal is going to look at it. They all are present, and the recommendation to those who write those applications, please look at it not only from the functionality point of view and to make it work, look at it from the point of view of what benefit criminal can get out of it.
Да, я вообще, и с тобой согласен, и со всеми вами.
I agree with you and with all the rest of you guys. Thank you for joining us and sharing with us. Some of our broadcasts you can see on our webcast site.
Поэтому, если вам интересно, подписывайтесь.
So if it's interesting, subscribe, watch us, listen to us. Thanks for being with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Что такое ВК? ВК — это место, где мы встречаем новых друзей. А родные и близкие встречают с улыбкой наш звонок. Здесь можно встретить рассвет за просмотром видео и восходящие тренды в ВК-клипах. Своего любимого музыканта ты тоже встретишь здесь. А если повезет, и любимого человека. Будем вместе. Место встречи — ВК.
И снова здравствуйте. В этой части эфира мы хотим немножко поговорить с моим гостем о аспектах безопасной разработки
We are going to speak about aspects of safe development.
Наверное, ты сам лучше представься, расскажи.
Arkady, please introduce yourself.
Да, всем добрый день, меня зовут Аркадий.
Hello, everybody. My name is Arkady Vaznikov. I work in Yandex Cloud. I'm the head of Identics Management and Resource Management. So, my objective is,
как руководитель,
as the head of the service, so that everything would be developed, implemented. Everything has to be maximally secure.
Тогда плавно переходя, собственно, к теме.
And moving to the topic of our conversation, we have to begin by saying the following. Every development process, including safe development process, is connected to the specifics of the topical area. And the first question that I would like to discuss with you, what is the specifics of cloud solutions in the cross-section of security of their development? And is it available at all?
Когда мы говорим про разработку в облаке, необходимо понимать,
When we speak about cloud development, you have to understand the specifics of the cloud, the topical area. There are things without which it's impossible to do anything.
ограничение прав доступа в облаке.
All the access limitations is based on the IAM. So if we are speaking about development in the cloud, you have to understand
Как устроено разграничение прав доступа.
how the IAM is built, the distribution roles and ways of access rights distribution. The second one, what you have to understand, is the basic level of infrastructure. We're speaking about it constantly during all our conferences, IaaS, PaaS, SaaS.
Соответственно, если
And if, depending on which services are used during development,
в зависимости от этого, да, уже мы понимаем,
depending on these, we understand
что
what is a platform, and from the point of view of security,
те, кто начинает пользоваться уже облачными решениями.
and those who use cloud solutions.
Про
So if we are speaking about IaaS level, it's the security on the level of physical data centers, on the level of network.
Если мы говорим,
Yeah. If we are speaking about,
допустим, безопасность,
for example, security from the point of view of access to virtual machines is provided by the clients by using different tools. But if we're speaking about solution
где используется
PaaS,
там большая часть
where
работы.
managed solutions are used, then everything is covered by the service, cloud service.
Не стоит
And many aspects you shouldn't even think about it because the platform covers all these problems for you. Then there's another topic, the threats related with cloud compromitation. They do entail more serious risks than simple compromitation of the internal network of the company, because the network of the company where the development is happening, it's one, but the compromitation of the cloud can lead to compromising the knowledge of similar networks like that. So here I have a question from the point of view of development processes.
Предполагается бороться, то есть
How can you fight against those risks on the level of development?
с разграничения доступа.
For example, we can limit the access and we can begin with that. Okay, that's understandable. If we are going to speak about a distribution of the access rights, then we are going to speak about roles of services, and from the point of view of roles and
on-call, не on-call, да, то есть если мы говорим, что
on-call, not on-call, if we say that this is on-call engineer of some services, for him, in order to be able to react to some calls from support clients, they need to have proper rights to look at different metadata from the resources. So there are limitations that engineers will have access to specific
не знаю, полным действием, так скажем, да.
fractions or actions.
Если мы хотим посмотреть, не знаю, существует.
But if we would like to see whatever the catalog with such identifiers exists or don't exist, the role of on-call engineer does it. It's a rotated role, and we control here internally that on-call engineer, which is on a shift right now, that after rotation of the shift, the access rights are transferred to new employees from him, and his access rights are disengaged. So a new developer comes to the cloud, for example. How his first workday looks like. One of the first are developers who come to this. They look at the course of safe development in the cloud. Some people know, some people don't know. Maybe some people want to know some new things. How to properly do development, what are the main types of vulnerabilities, and what do you have to pay attention to during the development. The second thing is protection of the equipment itself. So developer, cloud, any developer, not only I am. Their notebook will definitely have to be encoded, their disk. And then there's a second factor. Cloud developer cannot get access to this platform and to this cloud. Another thing from the protection point of view, security point of view, the access to host always should be done through the operational host. And it is being fixed through logins, virtual machines, services. Not only IA, but any other developers. What if we will look from the point of view of the development process that you use? Are there any significant differences from classical SDLC in the cross-section of security? Which measures at all stages of development, I mean process-related ones, you use in your team to provide security of the end product? You want me to speak about differences or generally? Yeah, you can speak generally. Well, generally, these are things related with the process of development. If we are speaking about like code review without approve of the person from Plus,
and we could have different scenarios for the malicious users, maybe for bugs, maybe for typos. But the second, I think, will be regarding the delimitation of the permissions, of the rights for the users. When a developer gets into cloud, before they pass the courses for the cybersecurity, before they sign their documents, where they must learn what is their role in the project, if it's a developer, if it's an analyst, what exactly are they supposed, what they should do, what they should not do. Every time when a new employee comes to work, they should read these documents, sign the documents, and then they'll be able to get some permissions, some rights to go around the network. If we're talking about some technical stuff, it's usually about the tests and checks. Some of them involve a specific amount of tests to be passed. Some of them are connected with the code analysis for different vulnerabilities. Different library versions which have several vulnerabilities, and a developer, maybe a group of developers, would be using a specific library. They will try and solve this task as fast as possible. In this case, they will have to solve the problem as soon as possible. It may not affect the cloud itself, it might not be relevant to the cloud due to the specificity, but obviously they have to double check it, they have to pass all the tests and try to solve this vulnerability as soon as possible and be able to update the server version as soon as possible. To do so, we have different versions. You can do and use some state, some in-house tools if there is an urgency at hand. During the previous discussion, we covered, at least we addressed, the point of security of open source solutions. So now, when we are working on the parts of the cloud infrastructure, is there some place for open source? Well, obviously, there is some place for open source, and where we can, we use open source. But here we should understand that what is the critical component of a system and what is not. If we are speaking about the development of a certain service from scratch, then it will be different compared to the partial development. The typical example would be some feedering of users. There is no need to implement the specification itself and calculate all these lines again and again. Obviously, we use open source for that task. But that does not mean that the testing of the libraries, they can be covered with multiple different tests. But obviously, we use our own tests because they cover our scenarios and they cover user scenarios. So obviously, yes, there is some place for open source, but they always weigh this on the scales. When we take in some open source solutions, first we see what kind of open source solutions actually exist. Then we see if they fit to our resource model, to our role model. Maybe we will have some more freedom in terms of customization. And where we can, we use it, yes.
Про open source логично вспомнить такую вещь, как атака на цепочке поставок.
And speaking about open source, it's reasonable to think about the attack on the chains of
атакующими с тем, чтобы она уже попала
on the delivery chains, and if somebody is already in the pipeline of the product, and then it was implemented, some events occurred. What's your work with supply chain attacks? We have a quarantine. The most fresh libraries are not used in our repository. And then we have our internal depository where we place artifacts from the outer world, and then we use it in our internal structure. It could be an artifact library for Java, for example, and other languages too.
Следующий вопрос.
I'm trying to formulate the next question regarding the dependency. The audit.
Зависимости у вас проводится, или же
do you perform the audit for analysis for the protection? Just accept some code and you spend some time, and then after you spend some time in quarantine, and then it gets into your internal project. We usually have some process. We look for libraries which could potentially have some vulnerabilities. They make a report, they make a task, a ticket. And the second part is when we create a completely new service, or maybe a part of the service and functionality which was heavily reworked. And before we put it into production, obviously we have an additional task for security. And before we move it into production, our designated team runs all the tests on this specific area. If there are any vulnerabilities, and if there are, they will send some feedback that we will have to correct it. Or maybe there are no vulnerabilities, and maybe there are some things which could be improved, but they are not critical enough to postpone the launch into the production. But if they are fixed before it's launched into production. And the second point, I think it's not really about security. It's, for example, if a part of the code is re-implemented from scratch, then after it goes through the security audit, we usually have this according to the plan. Usually, we analyze different hosts, we see the metrics, we see the errors, we see if everything checks out, if there are any anomalies in the logs and stuff.
Вопросами безопасности в разработке у вас занимается прям выделенная команда? Или...
Do you have a designated team for that matters, or some developers are also involved in it? Maybe you have some security champions or some analog of it.
Разработка вовлечена, но в целом есть отдельная команда, то есть...
Developers are actually involved, but we do have a designated team. When they implement some part of service from scratch, especially, they actively consult and they're actively engaged in this work, and they can provide some commentary on why this is implemented like this, and if it's an error, if it's a mistake, if it's some vulnerability in terms of business logic or not. But when we speak about checking for vulnerability, designated team for vulnerability. And obviously, you can always ask the specialist, we have this database, please analyze if there are any problems here. They will validate and they will see even before they start. That's at the level of the technical design. And after this is done, they will double check if this is actually works as it should be, as it's supposed to be.
Мы сейчас все это время говорили об аспектах разработки.
We were talking about the aspects of the cloud, some parts of the cloud, of its internal structure. But if we just imagine, if we are not developing some parts of the cloud, but inside the cloud, if a developer team wanted to move their repositories there, move the pipeline there, all those tools for DevOps, if they wanted to move it to cloud, what cloud would give them? What kind of benefits, what kind of advantages, disadvantages, obviously in terms of security? Is there any reason in terms of security to actually give this very serious critical process?
Мы постоянно про это говорим, что в Яндекс.Клауде мы очень...
Well, obviously in Yandex Cloud, and we mention it all the time, we use the quoting and we use our own cloud. The cloud services live in the cloud, and we said it multiple times. And when we are speaking about the delimitation of rights and permissions, we use different authentication cards and IDs. And when we use this kind of approach, in the process of using the cloud, on the one hand, we work as the platform developers, but on the other hand, we actually are users of this cloud. And we will be able to see where we can do better, where there are some problems, there are some mistakes and errors. So it helps us to make priorities. And if we see that it's even not very comfortable for us, probably it will not be very comfortable for our users, so we can improve on it. If we are speaking about, let's say, some stuff connected to CI/CD, then the agents for CI can work in the cloud. There are no real problems with it.
И, наверное, в завершении нашей встречи
And to conclude,
задаю этот вопрос. Вот
I always ask this question. What's the most valuable you can advise? What's the most valuable piece of advice you can give to developers in terms of security? What can you tell them so that they will be better in terms of IT security? Maybe not the most popular thing. I think not all the companies have this, but when I worked in Yandex, not in Yandex Cloud, but just in Yandex, they had their own internal capture the flag event. And in terms of broadening the horizon, in terms of getting new knowledge and honing your skills, these events are actually really, really cool because you take a different perspective, you can have a different outlook on what happens there. And I took part in some of these events and I was really hooked on it. Maybe it was interesting in terms of, I wouldn't say it was important when I moved to Yandex Cloud, but still it gives you a perspective, it gives you information about the foundation. You can actually touch, you can run some, you can try and exploit some of these, some threats. Yeah, you can actually try and become a hacker in this role-playing environment. Okay, so one more question then. There are a lot of resources which allow you to become, feel like a hacker without going to CTF. You have Pentest Lab, you have TryMe. Do you really want to delve that much into this hacking site, or that will be too much? No, I think it will be too much, it's overhead, and I think it requires a little bit different background if you want to go into this professionally, if you want to look for vulnerabilities, I think you need to have at least a different profile. So if you are a developer, you should have a different profile too. And for developers, usually they care about fault proof of the system, and loads, and especially peak loads. How do you write the code so that so that it would work all day, all night, and they will not be called during the night simply because somebody could not sleep because the system didn't work properly. So it's all about the communication between services. It's not just some line of code, some video. It's your code, it's your colleagues, it's the people who sit next to you. You can talk to them, you can learn how you can do this correctly, you can exchange information. They can tell you how it works properly. So I think this internal communication is very important.
Друзья, спасибо, что...
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear friends, for being here, and we will see you next time.
Добрый день, уважаемые зрители. В самом разгаре второй день.
Hello, dear audience. We are going through the second day of the festival, Positive Hug Days, and we are about to see the end of the cyber battle. In 4 hours, our red and blue team will end their work, and they will work for a few hours later, analyzing the incidents they had in the last 4 days. And I would like to talk to the long-standing team, Gazinform Service, Sergei Noskov. Hello, welcome. You are here for the 4th time. For the 4th time, you are the captain of your team. Please tell us about why did you decide to go into cyber range? We actually heard from our managers that we had this kind of event, and we can analyze these events not live, but for some pre-made infrastructure and for a short period of time to get more profit compared to our normal activity. And it actually proved to be useful. Our employees grow, now they can use tools much more better compared to what was before. What are the most interesting things happened to you during this standoff? During this, I think it was about the attackers. Now we have more attacking teams. The majority are from the Russian teams, and I would say that Russian attacking teams are stronger compared to the foreign attacker teams, and the format of the event is also very interesting, especially here in the park. And I would like to remind you that today, or rather this year, we have 22 attacker teams, and we had a serious competition selecting them, and they started attacking you about 30 after the standoff started. Yes, we saw that they were going into the information system security and they were ready to attack. Did you prepare for it? We used our previous experience. We had some strategy which developed during the first 3 times. First, we prepared the team. We decided if those people would join our team this time or not. Then we selected some more new people for the vacancies. Then we analyzed the existing systems. We saw what kind of vectors of attacks they could use. For the red team, we prepared the defense system, we analyzed the content, we improved it, we worked with the sources that for whatever reason were not connected. And we had to include. Then we had the separation of roles, and I would like to say that GIS team started to prepare for the event even 1 month before the standoff, and you personally said, okay, 10 people max for a team. But blue, that's not enough for a blue team. You said that 15 people should be okay. Yeah, because we thought that it's better to implement 3 lines of SOC, especially in our team, and to monitor the flow of all the events. This is what our first line does. The second line works with all the incidents and analyze them in more details, and if they can do so, they will prepare reports and send those reports to the global SOC. If they fail to do so, they pass it to the third line. If the first, second, and third line sit and have nothing to do, they will look through all the protection means, through all these incidents themselves. But during the last day, we actually analyzed the last 24 hours, and we have more and more attacks. And we have more attacks during the 4th and during the 3rd day, so we had to revise the lines. And now the first line analyzes incidents, and the second and third line are analyzing the attacks themselves. What attacks did you remember the most? Maybe they were the most complex and difficult. Well, I would say that each attack is unique in its own way. and it's interesting for analyzing. And I would like to say that compared to the November event, those attacks are interesting, they are complicated, they're comprehensive, they have multiple stages, so the reports are given, it takes more time to prepare a report. I would like to say that compared to November, we have Russian attacking teams, and obviously Russian attacking teams are the strongest in the world. You represent oil and gas industry, and they do not have guest events, so you have the most attacks. Is this correct? Yes. Well, it's hard to say if we have more or less events, but after the first time we took part in the standoff, in general, we had general infrastructure, we had user infrastructure, but during the second, third, and fourth time, we had separate experience. We have a specific segment. We have user segments, we have DMZ, we have application segment, we have a SCADA segments, and the complexity of each segment of each system is different and depends. So it's still not clear who was infiltrated the first and who was infiltrated later. It could be a cycling incident, so and the implementation also can be different.
В реальной жизни, да, помимо полигонов, работает и с энергетикой, и с промышленностью, с телекомом.
This works with industry, with public structures. Can you tell us, please, are there any peculiarities in each of these industries from the point of view of pen testing, maybe from the point of view of a cyber field application? Well, every client builds their info systems in their own way, and depending from these, they use different security systems. And when people penetrate, they face something new. Maybe they penetrate faster into some assets, or maybe it becomes more complicated. Tell me, please. You've told me that your team has grown, that you've been distributing roles between people, but perhaps some of our colleagues, some of other participants, they've been saying that they are doing rotation of participants, and those people who didn't participate in cyber exercise, they're being involved right now from the first line of real life. In order to understand, can these people be developing in the future? So can the work with cyber education can be educational for you and employment rotation? Well, from the point of view of participation in standoff, first of all, people investigate incidents in stressful situations because attackers, there are 22 attackers and only 4 blue team members. So you have to spend 12 hours behind a console. Of course, in such stressful situations, profit grows for the team which participates. And in the framework of their work in a company, they can review some positions. Well, it was one of my previous questions. So you always work on cyber field physically. And I would like to remind you, visitors and viewers, that standoff cyber field has 7 defense teams, and only 3 are located here physically in Gorky Park. But Gas Inform Service team loves to be present physically, and usually they join us. But this is a hard work, as I understand. This is the first test field. It's very hard, it's light, it's sound, noise. I would agree with you, yes. When we've been working first 2 days here, when you've been building this, well, it was much more comfortable to work here because there was less noise, everybody was doing whatever they were doing, and we were not disturbed by extra noises. But right now, every 5 minutes you hear incidents, noise, successful attacks, which may not even be related to us. And when some of our employees are, shaking, well, I have to investigate one more attack, whatever. Once again, we work in stressful situations. So if we show good results in such stressful situation, then when we work in SOC, we won't have any problems. I also would like to emphasize for our viewers, cyber exercise on the cyber field is a very good and motivating and team-building
Да, я хочу как раз
approach in addition to everything else. Yes, I would like to add to this that in a standoff, information system imitates the activities of the users, so we don't just see the activities of criminals, but we work with big legitimate traffic.
легитимного трафика нужно...
And amongst this legitimate traffic, you need to find the attacker's traffic. This is a very complicated objective. Things that we've seen in these 4 days, and we increase the duration of these cyber field, cyber exercises, and we see how deeply our defenders have to go and how difficult it is to find a way around those attacks which are happening from the red corner, as I call it. But nevertheless, you see that number of investigated incidents is very high, so thank you very much. Can you tell me, please, as well, what have you learned from previous cyber exercises? What should you do after such a cyber exercise? Well, in the course of participation in a standoff, each of the participants discovers his own or her own weak points. And in this list of weak points that are being discovered, employees can purchase some courses to improve their skills at the account of the company, or they increase their knowledge or skill in a proper direction. We also learn to work closer to each other in a team, and we build better team. And also from the results, organizers provide us reports where from outside we can see our weak points, which we have to pay attention. Which teams would you recommend to go through cyber exercise? I would recommend to those companies which already have their own SOC, full-scale SOC, or maybe they're planning to create their own. It's going to be very useful for them. So irrespectively from the industry sphere of activities, well, the industry makes no sense here. What is important, will the company create SOC or not? Well, it's understandable that we are looking at those who are inside of this cyber field, and they all are very different. However, nevertheless, maybe you can remember an incident. Maybe it happened to you, or maybe a well-known incident that happened to somebody else, which gave the biggest damage to the company where it happened, and if it would be prevented, and if the company would go through the cyber exercise, it could be prevented. So which of those incidents could be prevented this way? I'm not going to throw the rock into the garden of the company where it happened. Remember April events when it happened this year. There was a lot of public structures where they did have incidents about which they've been writing in newspapers. So these organizations and companies, they have to pay attention to their own information security structures. Some incidents are pure social engineering, and it cannot be prevented by cyber field because it's an entry point. Social engineering, it's also imitated during the standoff because you attract a person to do this work, and the person is an internal criminal. Internal criminal, well, can connect any modem to the server, like one of the options. And this is an entry point to internal infrastructure. And on the cyber field, we have the imitation of the entry point as phishing, distributions, and user segment where all these activities begin. So if you will look at those attacks which were happening already here, you will be able to see that approximately 90% of them start from the user segment. Very often it's phishing, then social engineering, and somebody called and received the wrong information. But nevertheless, everything starts with a human. It doesn't matter how it starts. But the most important thing is that the feedback loop has been created from the user segment, server segment, it doesn't matter. Attackers will find their vectors for successful attacks. Sergey, You represent the blue team, but would you like to try your possibilities, or maybe you have an experience of working with the red team? What the organization can get from this, the corporate organization, if you will practice it? Well, you will learn about it later. I will keep it for later. Yeah, we'll have a separate call about it, or you will learn about it. Okay, okay. And generally speaking, I know that in the red corner, we have those security people who work in very serious, regular organizations. Some of them, they don't hide it, and you will see it in the names of those teams. But what corporate security people can receive from such participation? Is it useful to become the red? Let's see. Metal companies' information was stolen again. Well, this is like 10th team of hackers stole it. So is it interesting and is it useful for the blue team to try their work on the red side? Of course it is. Because if you will participate for the red team, first of all, you will see how it is done from the side of the red team, which tools are applied, and you will know the methods and techniques. And of course, you will know what to look for on the defense side. So in our company, we do have pen testing department, which does the security analysis of our information systems. And many of our hackers, they are pen testers in real life. Also, I would like to say a couple of words about entry points. Well, it's the same thing being repeated. Maybe another red team has broken in and stolen this information. And by the way, I would like to say that hackers have 5 minutes to break something, and after this, we will stop receiving any reports for them, and we'll leave time for the blue teams to investigate and to submit their reports about it. Back to the question of readiness and entry points. Sergey at a certain moment has approached me and said, some people are connecting route, people without anything, and I've checked. These were proper people with proper router, but I was really astonished, in a good sense, that you are watching for those things which can bring certain complications to you. What other backdoors you can expect in such cyber exercise? Well, you thought that these were red people. Yeah, last time, when we participated in May events, red team very often was walking next to blue teams. They've been looking at structural schemes, monitors. But I've noticed it, and I've notified the organizers, and they've stopped those people. Right now, I don't know. Maybe they got ready for this so that we wouldn't have those situations, because in the framework of this cyber polygon, cyber platform, there are rules that should be followed. And red teams are competing, they will have winners. We know winners, but we are waiting for the final results from the SOC. Because one of the teams is ahead of everybody with a big gap. Blue teams, they are not competing with each other because they all protect their own facilities, they all have different infrastructures, different number of events, and most importantly, blue teams investigate those incidents which have been created by red teams. Therefore, it would be different to compare red and blue teams. That's why we are really thankful to all the blue teams. So you already went through a big number of our industrial segments in the cyber field. Maybe there is a segment that you would like to defend and protect. Well, if the next time we will play for the blue team and not the red team, I will think in a great detail about this topic, but thank you for asking me. Thanks for asking. Perhaps it would be interesting
Атомная отрасль у нас совсем много.
Nuclear industry would be interesting. Just recently, yeah, it's the first time when it was implemented. We did have some doubts
Промышленная безопасность.
that because it's industrial security, a lot of SCADAs and our teams like to penetrate into the office infrastructure. And deep SCADA industries, they are without specific red attention. But this year, we decided to have a good number of penetrations, and since the first days, they stopped the centrifuges on the enrichment station, uranium enrichment station. Well, I would like to tell you that for the whole period of our participation, troop segment, it's very interesting to investigate because they have such a flow of events. We're not even able to process it. The second line is not able to process the applications for the first line.
Хочу пожелать вам.
Okay, I would like to wish you success in these remaining 2 hours of your investigations, success in application of those skills, this team spirit that you have acquired in the course of these 4 days. Thank you very much, Sergey, and thank you for sharing your experience. Our objective is that most of the companies would understand what are those cyber exercises with cyber exercise. While this is fun, it requires a lot of efforts, but it's very useful. Thanks very much to everybody. Positive Hack Days has been continued, and you still have a possibility to come to Gorky Park together with your children, together with your family. But the business program comes to an end. And we're going to have only a award ceremony. Thank you very much, and goodbye. Goodbye.
Что такое ВК? ВК — это место, где мы встречаем новых друзей. А родные и близкие встречают с улыбкой наш звонок. Здесь можно встретить рассвет за просмотром видео и восходящие тренды в ВК-клипах. Своего любимого музыканта ты тоже встретишь здесь. А если повезет, и любимого человека. Будем вместе. Место встречи — ВК.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Рада приветствовать вас на нашей рубке. Тема ее «Как обеспечить
Hello, dear friends.
результативной
How can we provide online control so for resultative
беседы».
my name is Anna and I'm going to be the moderator of this discussion. Hello, dear guests. Today we are visited by Arkady Prydkov, Deputy Information Security Director, Institutional Center of Ministry of Transportation, and Pavel Popov, leader in CM and VM practices in positive technologies.
Добрый день. Добрый день.
Hello. Hello.
Сегодня мы с вами обсудим тему.
Today we are going to discuss the topic of the security standards. Let's build our dialogue from general to specific. And my first question will be to Arkady. Arkady, can you share with us how did you build a compliance approach in your organization? Well, compliance approach in our organization is built consecutively and in a complex. Before some requirements and standards are being implemented, first we do the inventory of assets, inventory of informational resources, their classification, selection of risks related with security threats. Next, actions. We have to build a certain foundation in order to start realizing and implementing these standards through the definition of inadmissible events list or industrial list of threats, and then form functional objective. So this is the most important thing, and then we can start gradually implementing standards of requirement management for the information security.
Аркадий, а зачем
Arkady, why, in principle, in your organization, you build compliance and you pay such a special attention to it? First of all, we do it to build a single ecosystem between different departments in our company, especially the section, IT section, information security section, and the section of those people who are involved in development and implementation of specific processes, technologies, and realization of informational systems, and also functional executives and co-executives, so that everybody would be in the same ecosystems and would understand why this standard is needed, would clearly see their spheres of responsibility in this process, therefore, and would communicate and cooperate effectively in this direction. Okay. Pasha, maybe you can add something from your point of view why organizations need compliance. Well, I do have a lot of things to say. And I would like to support Arkady. He already been speaking about some key moments. First of all, it's relations between two different departments, IT and Information Security Department, because in every company, these are two departments which are in the same boat. They have one common goal, continuity of the business, protection of this business, in order not to allow any critical events. And honestly speaking, compliance is one of the most important functions which should be present in every infrastructure. Because if we do not comply to any standards, then we might see stories like passwords on the screens, on the sticky papers, and these are the simplest options. No segmentation of the networks and many other things. And there's a big number of options and different requirements, and we can dig very deeply in them. But the key one is the process, which has to be present in any infrastructure. And the process, it's not simply accepting standards and following it. No, it's following specific requirements which have to be present while cooperating between Information Security Department and IT Department.
Согласна с тобой.
I completely agree with you. Thank you very much. Arkady,
Подход вашей организации.
have you changed the approach in your organization recently in your compliance processes? Yes, it has changed significantly. We've started spending more time and efforts and resources to hygiene of this process, teaching, training, improving the qualification. And this is related not only to internal structural departments, but also their cooperation with executives, with functional clients directly, and with
кто отвечает как раз
those who are responsible
то есть
in the transportation industry for these, leading experts
того, чтобы
with the main purpose
эти стандарты не были просто
so that these standards would not be just a set of paper documents which exist independently, providing paper security, but it happens that we have a situation when the process is uncertain, when there are no agreements between responsible entities from different sides. That's why we spend a lot of time to train and improve qualification of people. We take best practices, and when we attract some executives, functional clients, then we have to integrate them in our ecosystem, in our system of standards, so that they would clearly comply to it, because very often we have a lot of contradictions about which I will speak later on the specific examples.
Хорошо. Аркадий, вы сказали, что у вас...
Okay, and Arkady, you mentioned that you have your own standard system, and you try to implement new actors into the system so that they would know about all these standards. But how do you select the standards which are especially relevant for your organization and which you try to follow? Because there are so many standards on the market. There are international standards, there are CIS standards, there are other standards. What kind of approach do you prefer? Well, I will repeat myself, but after we selected the digital resources, after we decided the functional tasks, once we defined the problems, once we classified the risks, in this case, it's very important connected to the unacceptable events. Once we had this branch approach, once we have this specific approach for our company, and in this case, we base our selection for the standards on the things which I just enumerated. But we do not just take the whole scope of the standards, for example, for the secure development of software. What we do is, after we perform the analysis, initially we have a pilot test for the standards. Before we implement them, we try to emulate the situation and try and roll them a little bit in this test form, in this test situation, so that our whole processes and structures would not collapse. So our structure is created not at the implementation stage, we are not giving them into the product right away. We are starting with some local tasks, local problems, that if they collapse, they do not possess any critical risks. Because oftentimes what happens, when you implement a standard, it changes internal processes very hard. And there could be some conflict situations, and we cannot find a compromise. I will give you an example. We have a developer for this specific software, and they use specific standards in terms of secure software development. And what do they face? They have to interact with the IT department, and the IT department works according to a different set of standards, and they have the general standards for the system. They update the core for the latest version, and then they go to the secure team experts, and they say that they cannot install this, their native defensive measures, they cannot install this native defensive tools on this non-paper defense. But the IT people would say that, well, you set the standards yourselves, that you cannot install another version, that the core has to have only the most recent version, but it has some vulnerabilities. And they come to me, understand that they comply with the standards completely and fully, and we have to find some middle ground. Plus, those who develop special software, they also have their own standards. They also take into account the best practices, including the international experience. And we have to mitigate the situation. We have to find some common ground, some compromise, so that we avoid a situation where we cannot fulfill these requirements from the regulatory authority, or we cannot implement the software, or we would have to push them to violate specific standards or they have to follow.
Аркадий, вы здесь затронули две такие важные истории, да? Первая
Arkady,
про
you mentioned two interesting topics. First, regarding paper security, and second, regarding the real standards that actually work and protect the organization. That's story number one. And story number two, this interaction and cooperation between different departments, different teams. What do we do to have this middle ground so that everything would work? And how maybe you have your own approach, maybe you have your own point of view on what standards are important for non-paper, real-life security in a company. Well, actually, I support Arkady in what he said. It's a very good example on how standards should be implemented in any infrastructure. First, you do not take just a lot of standards and try to implement here. You have to test. Testing is very important at the first stage, even zero step, when you create this process. So we will not get anything effective without testing. But obviously, any process has some kind of final result, final goal, which we have to reach. And it's a set of requirements, which is predefined by your company. For example, you can take a CIS standards or you can take any other. But in most cases, you just have your own standard, and that's very important. You have to create your own standards. Each infrastructure is unique on its own. There are no two unique companies, there are no two twin companies, like there are no two unique fingerprints, there are not two similar fingerprints. Each standard is unique. Obviously, there are some minimum metrics which you have to comply with, and if we take the essential standards for our standard, obviously, if you cannot pass them, everything is bad. But based on even these essential standards, you have to create your own standards. It's very important to have your own standards in your own company. And the second point I really liked, when we're speaking about the real and effective cybersecurity, not just paper security, but real security. And some of our regulators also look into this area when they analyze the efficiency of the Linux score. And those who read these papers, they understand what I mean. There is a set of requirements from the regulatory offices which they provide as a guideline. But nobody says that you just have to completely follow them. You can just take some of those guidelines and incorporate them into your standard. And maybe in one company, it could be a few lines from these guidelines, different. But it's very important to try and improve, try and change your standard depending on your needs. But obviously, you have to take into account the local standards, international standards, using best practices. And I completely agree with Arkady with what he said. Do I understand it correctly that there could be standards that are key standards for all the organizations, but in general, it's better for a company to have its own set of standards when they know their own infrastructure, when they know their own problems and possible vulnerabilities? I completely agree. And the key point here is that initially you can start with building the process, you can work on different techniques, work with IT department, maybe with some third party, which will be a key player in building this process. Maybe you can take some standard as a foundation and then you build on it. But obviously you have to cut away the standards which are not applicable in your company and use only those which fit your needs. And then you'll be able to comply with 80% of your standards, and the next time you'll be able to fit the standard better.
Создание той или иной там какой-то сложной информационной системы, да, в составе.
And when we are speaking about creating some complex infrastructure, it's a very vivid process. It's always and ever changing. There are new laws passed by the government. There are new requirements from the vendor side. And in this process, those standards should not get us into a situation where we would be tied, where we would have to stand with our legs and hands tied, simply because the standards limit us on our actions. And we should have an open dialogue here. As I said, before we implement it, we have to have some test stage. We need some level of awareness, we need some level of hygiene. First, we roll out them a little bit, we test them a little bit. After that, we will see the live process, we will see what standards actually hinder reaching our goal, what standards support us reaching our goal, what standards are useful and what standards are just in the way. And then this process is, as I said, ever-changing. It changes not only depending on the process and the standards which we adopted, it also changes based on the external factors. We have new relevant threats, we have new unacceptable events, and we have to react and respond in a very efficient manner, and we have to adapt our standards according to the internal situation at hand. We have to implement them, we have to integrate them step by step.
История, что ты раз их ввел и забыл, и больше мы их не трогаем.
So do I understand you correctly that you say that standards are not something that you implement once and for all and then they're set in stone? You always have to change, you always have to adapt to the current situation at hand. Yes, you're completely right. In the majority of the organizations, and I have quite substantial experience, what they do, they take a set of standards as a guideline, as a set of metrics.
Просто их утверждают.
They just verify, they just adopt the standard. They pinpoint some specific requirements.
Прошу прощения, куча макулатуры.
And then this pile of crap, I'm sorry for the language, but that's exactly what it is. And somehow it works. But when an incident arises, then everybody starts going around and running around, and this can go on forever. Everybody would be very ineffective. And instead of going back to the foundation, going back to the basics, and take a closer look at what we did wrong when we were creating the foundation, meaning standards, instead the situation arises where we have this pile of paper, and it doesn't work. IT specialists argue with security specialists and the standards, and you don't even have time to analyze the situation because you have to react and respond right here, right now. So in this case, I believe it's very important for the process to be multilateral and it has to include multiple stages. You mentioned hygiene in your organization so that people would understand the importance of this process. But what should you do so that companies would think more about this, so that more companies would refer and regard it more in a more important way, so that they would treat it seriously and not just leave it as a pile of crap? Well, unfortunately, we have this very reactive approach. People will not start doing anything until something bad happens. And that's not a very proactive approach. It's very bad in our case. Processes do not change, processes do not evolve or adapt. And I will start with this example. The point here is that everybody puts some emphasis on some negative event, and nobody really cares when everything works well or way too well. If everything works like a clock, it's a reason to think once again that something might go wrong, because if you are too confident, you become blinded by it. And if we go down the history, obviously it's very important about the hygiene, about the mindset of employees. It's not just some set of standards, some set of requirements that they are aware of. It's a very specific understanding of their responsibility, of their accountability, of what will follow if they fail to do their job. It's openness, because oftentimes it happens if some standard fails, those IT people start to hide and try to shift responsibility and accountability, and it's a serious problem. It grows like a snowball. And then the whole company might suffer because of the serious vulnerability for the whole infrastructure. So this hygiene approach is very important here, and it is combined from the ethical attitude towards the standard when you not just know them as some kind of very strict, very lofty ideal, some sentence. You have to actually know and understand why you should follow these standards. It should be down to earth. It's not for the examination's sake. So the attitude towards the standards have to change, and in the majority of the companies, in the majority of the companies, it's very primitive. It's like we have a standard, we follow the regulatory requirements. It seems like it works, but in reality, there are no unified standards.
Паш, есть что добавить по этому поводу?
They do not work at all.
Главное, да, то, что хочется, опять же, наверное, даже опять не добавлять, а
The main point here, I would like to support Arkady again on hygiene. Hygiene must be, yes. Standards obviously must be somewhere on the paper. People should know about them, that they have to follow them. This is what used to be. But standards are not something set in stone. It's not like something you create once and you never touch it. It's a living creature. It always changes, it always evolves and adapts. And probably there is not a single case where we had a client coming to us and they would tell us, okay, so we will have the same number of nodes, the same types in a year. Even during the last few months, we had even more domestic software, and we had to apply specific standards to it. Previously, it was not used. But those who do not create standards, obviously they have negative.
Ну, тут хочется просто подытожить, да, то, что стандарт — это непрерывный процесс, который
I'd like to reiterate one more time that the standard is
потому что что-то меняется,
it's always updated. Sometimes
наложенные средства никто не
there are some standards that are not feasible. Sometimes you have to analyze them. And yes, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the talk. And the last question I would like to cover, maybe you can give some recommendations to the companies which now only think about full-fledged compliance in their organizations, or maybe those who take first steps. Maybe you can share your experience and give them some piece of advice. I would like to say that you should not treat this process as if it's just a set of paper, as it's just a pile of paper. You should look beyond the paper. You should regard it as a single unified process, which connected with the activity of your organization. And piece of advice is very simple. Start with some simple things. Look what business processes you have. Look at your assets. Try to test them. Try to single out specific tasks you have. Try to classify those tasks. Try to work with risks. Try to analyze your risks. And this dialogue should be between all the departments. It should not be just the IT team or security team. Everybody should be present, including the managers, including top managers, including HRs, procurement. All the services, all the departments you have should be at this basically round table. You should involve everybody, obviously, step by step, stage by stage. People should get invested in it. And you should make it vivid. It should be a live process. As I said, these should not be approached formally. Standards are not set in stone, standards evolve, standards update. As a rule, I hear that people say we don't have enough time to analyze best practices, to find the best international standards. Well, if you don't have enough time, maybe you have your priorities set wrong, because you always can find time for the right thing. You should not put it away. If you say that you don't have enough time, then you basically lie to yourself. And obviously, let's not be delusional. And you have your own experience, you have your own circle in your organization, and obviously you can refer to those specialists in your company. You can talk to other experts. There are so many open platforms. You can talk to regulators in this regard. You should not be afraid implementing these new steps. You should not be afraid changing the standards. If you do this step by step, it will allow you to avoid many unacceptable events and risks and threats. Because if you don't pay enough attention now, and if you try to shift responsibility and accountability, saying that you don't have enough time to do this right here, right now, you will fall into the trap when it will paralyze your key systems, your key assets, and it will inevitably bring about the collapse of the whole organization. So you should understand the responsibility and accountability. Pavel, we are running out of time. Just your piece of advice, please. I would like to say a few words too. First of all, I'd like to thank Arkady. This is what you would call an ideal creation of a standard process. It's the perfect example, and I would like to give my round of applause to Arkady. International standards, domestic standards, different standards, you should use them, you should take best practices. Do not be afraid to create your own standards, use hygiene, be responsible, infrastructure develops, infrastructure is not set in stone. Should be an ever-going, should be ever-changing. It's very important. And obviously, follow the real cybersecurity, not paper cybersecurity. Define the vulnerabilities and risks which the business has. And maybe for you, the risk is the server might go down, but for the top management, the risks and vulnerabilities will be different. So you have to adapt this to the business needs. Thank you very much for this live discussion. Thank you for discussion this very relevant topic. And we had Arkady Bratkov, Pavel Popov. Thank you, and we'll be back soon.
Всем привет, меня зовут Ксюша Кравцова.
Hello everyone, my name is Ksenia Kravtsova. I'm community manager for Standoff 365, and we will talk about
Тимуром Молдалиевым.
we will have an interview with Timur Moldaliev from CodeBuy and with Igor Bogomolov from True Zero XA3.
В таком же формате был год назад.
The last standoff we had a year ago, and please tell us what changed when you prepared for this standoff. Well, regarding the preparation, I think we have our own methodology. We had certain tools which we use, and we use them time after time. So we prepared just like we did before. Later on, we will cover 365. It actually helped us achieve some substantial results. Speaking about the changes in the team, yes, we had some people who left our team. Some of them formed their own teams and still take part in it. But in general, we have the main parts of the team still here. Yes, they shifted to the attacker teams. Igor, and what about? Well, I can say that we basically have the same approach as previously. Basically, we did nothing. We have this combination of different experts, and we started in 2016, and we had work in different areas in different companies, and Standoff is the only place where we get together. It's like a tradition, and we would like to bring here together and just spend some time, have some fun, play some games. So this kind of approach, it's very relaxed. And in terms of preparation, I think we expanded the number of people we had in the team. Previously, it was up to 15 people, but this time we had almost 30 people in the team, so that we had this succession of generations, so that we can pass on the experience to the next generation. And you have to actually get the experience. And we had some small lectures, small talks. We explained our newbies how it works. And it's actually very interesting. It's like a role-playing games. In the majority, we had open source projects. And the main problem in Standoff is working with traffic. There are so many steps you have to identify and you have to follow to correctly work with the traffic.
А тренировались на онлайн-полигоне?
And did you test the online range? Well, actually, I realized that why they have very good result, because I think obviously if you have this online test range, if you test there, clearly you will get better results. But unfortunately, we did not do so. Well, we will know and we will do it next time. Timur, how many active participants you had?
Мнению, как везде сейчас ходят там в чатах, что у нас 100-120 человек, у нас...
Well, many chats say that we have over 100 active participants, 100-120, but we had about 20-25 active people at the peak mode. There are some people who work with the support, there are some people who work with methodology, but I would say we have about 25 active people.
Выделяют там определенные роли, кто-то пишет отчеты отдельно.
I know that some people dedicate specific roles for some specific team members, some prepare reports, some look for traffic, some make the first, second, third line of defense. What's your approach? Obviously, we do have roles, as any big team would have. We have one person who creates all the reports all the time, all the day. Obviously, it's a bottleneck, but still they have experience. They know how to do this because it's a very complicated mechanic. And it's not that easy to create a correct report. I have experience, but I was not able to file the correct report. The organizers told me basically just to redo the report, so I will never try it again, at least in this standoff. We also have our network team. We have SCADA. Basically, the captain knows about SCADA. Everybody else work with web and pen testers. We have infrastructure people who try to hack domains who try to hack Windows. But in general, it's more about knowing standoff. It's just general preparation level. I think that's all. That's all I wanted to say. There are no other rules.
Чтобы структурировать работу и вообще...
Which tools do you use to structure your work and everything that you find? Well, this year we've got prepared ourselves. So it was a Discord, it was one big trash bin, but I decided to organize all of this. I've been using Hive. Well, I took Hive, something else, and in result, we decided to use Google Spreadsheets. I've done everything's beautiful, like a real manager. And we've been using these spreadsheets for 7 offices, all the intro information, preparatory information, because it's much more convenient. It's unstructured data. Sometimes it's impossible to structure it. So I decided to do it. And this time it was better. We worked as a team much better. We all understood what we know how to do, what we don't know how to do. Everything was all right. It was okay.
У вас какие инструменты?
Timur, which tools you did? Out of the tool set, while working with the team, we're using Discord. We've tried other things and spreadsheets, but we came back to the Discord. It's very convenient from the point of view of its communicative things. You can quickly pull a person somewhere. As for the roles in the team, we have improved our system.
Есть так называемые микрокоманды, где есть
We have micro teams. There's a person who writes reports, and he has one Weber, one infrastructural person, and a team lead. So he's also infrastructure type of person. Maybe 2, 3 people as members in the team, and helped us in the first stage to cover as much as possible. And to simple risks. First, we went to simple office risks, we've collected them, and afterwards we went into technological segment, SCADA system, complicated web segment.
Как эта группа собирается?
And how do you collect this group? Well, we appoint people. We have captain, vice captain, and so-called board of wise men, the main module of the team, which distributes people on what they do in different offices. And in the process of the game, everything changes. Some other people are switched to other places, but the concept is the same, always. Understand, that's pretty cool. And we also have played one other bigger step, because, well, we have missed, and we took very important risks, and in the end we have not been able to collect it. We've submitted 2 risks, but during the first day we had like 4 or 5, many other risks. So in the course of the first day, we've done like 19 of them we have submitted. So the lesser part. The spreadsheets, they give you 2.5 points, 2.5 thousand points. So we've skipped them because we did not put it separately. We've been concentrating on SCADA. And then we had a strategy. If you take SCADA, you will win the first one, but there will be a loss. It's like one office risk. And for the office points, well, you can submit it later if you get ahead. But it didn't work. It didn't work.
Тимур, а у вас какая стратегия?
Timur, what was your strategy? How do you choose into which segments do you go? Which events you do? Well, we immediately went to all the offices, we collected all the simple risks, and then we started concentrating on something difficult, because we perfectly understood there is a lot of team, and simple risks in the end will cost a lot of points, few points. So we had to collect them as fast as possible and report and get our points.
А вот, по-моему, вы хорошо так сконцентрировались на атом.
You have concentrated on nuclear industry this time. Was it a specific decision? Well, it was our strategy instead of what is broken simply. But it's not like, okay, let's do it nuclear today. No, we don't have anything like that. We evaluate. Social gave us all the parts, then other networks, and then on a step-by-step basis, gradually we've been opening hacking DMZ network, and it did happen that Together with the captain, we started doing and breaking nuclear industry. I don't know who broke it as the first one, I don't remember. But as soon as we broke it, we started collecting risks. 3, 4 risks we collected from nuclear industry in one day. That's how it happened. It depends on how it goes. You know, we found something and then we try to disclose it. In other cases, we work with what is available, because you can collect a lot of points from a small stream, what you found, and then you dig deeper and deeper and deeper, and then it works better. Because when you face something and then you switch your focus of attention, that's it. Okay, Timur.
Ты на нефтяной промышленности.
I know you've been concentrating in the oil industry and you've been concentrating on it.
По-моему, вы реализовали...
Perhaps you've realized only 3 inadmissible events out of 31. How do you evaluate your result? Well, it was too sad, because we always wanted to pay special attention to oil industry. But this time it was the most complicated office, because it was with subdomains, with branches, and as we've learned in the end, there were some technical problems. That's why we couldn't get inside of it since the beginning. And because of it, we just dropped it. And it was really sad for me, but the general result shows us that in other areas we can gain so many points as well. Also, I've noted that maybe it's the first standoff where you have so many inadmissible events and so many things are discovered actively, like 41 hours, like 4 days you've been playing. How do you evaluate why it's like that? Why in last May it wasn't like that? During last May, it was a standoff with a bottleneck. The structure was that you had to break through into one office, and then inside you can branch. Well, there was 54 risks in total. I think more than 100. Well, there was a lot of risks. More than 100 risks. But the main problem was that last year, because of first 2 days, nothing worked. Nothing worked. Yeah, it was lifting and dropping. There was no stability in principle. Neither technical, neither other ones. We spent a lot of time. We thought that we have a problem, that we cannot do something, but the problem was on the technical side. And when they solved this problem, everything that we were able to do, we did it. Yeah. This type standoff is more stable. Yes, much more stable. Basically, you know, there were a couple of details, if not for them, but, well, the problems were in the logic of those tasks, because some tasks were not really completed logically, because developers have not tested it. At least it worked, it didn't break. And the test was like, you restart it, and it takes like 1 hour to restart it, or it hangs up, or whatever. I thought that this time there was access to everything at the same time. At least that's the feeling I've got. Well, this time we had 22 teams, including foreign teams. Did you feel more competition? No, we did not. Or you just been fighting. We have only one competition. For us, it's only one competition. Well, in any case, we look at everybody with care, because if you remember different previous standoffs when teams in like code buy from last place to the first place, that's why we always follow each one of them. Yes, we did have this feeling, but we had a feeling from some teams, we cannot say that. From some teams, we see some lack of experience. When they enter some machine, we are located there, they're kicking us out, they're not trying to get in touch, they're not trying to find agreement, they're starting breaking not to check for vulnerabilities and increase their privileges, but physically trying to break it. They're trying to change all the passwords. So we felt it. The big number of teams doesn't always mean high quality. During standoff, well, there's no pure balance, no pure experiment. So everybody who is the first one to take the first place, that's the one who gets it. But very often things like that happen in Scotland. No, it happens everywhere. I'm always saying that what's interesting about this game, because it's completely disbalanced. the victory here, it's impossible to do it without skills, it's impossible. But due to the case when something drops, maybe you haven't seen something, when something didn't work, and the first team have entered, the second one have changed the password, the first one didn't understand it, similar conditions, whatever. But it's interesting. So, we like working in such a chaos.
Как вам по времени и длительности?
What was the duration?
У нас постоянно такая дилемма, сколько
We have always a dilemma. How many days
делать ли ночи?
should we do, or should we do it in the nights? And how the team perceives night standoffs.
И, может быть, есть там пожелания на следующий.
And maybe there's a desire for the next one, any wishes. Well, the team does have preferences for the night shifts. I don't like shifts. I like to sleep in the night. Then in the morning you come with a fresh head, etc. Or maybe you can do it in the evening. But the thing is, when you stop the game, mandatory, you have to sit and think. But when you play without a stop, you say, no, I have to think, I will solve it. Just a little bit more. But it doesn't work because you don't think normally with your head. You cannot find this solution. But you have to stop, you have to calm down. There were standoffs where there were like 4 nights. It was the most awful nightmare of my life. Like you don't sleep, wake up and break. No, we shouldn't do it like that. But when it was the last night, you can keep it. It's pretty cool night experience, but I think that we as people, we have to sleep. So I prefer to work during the days. Yes, we do have people who can play in the nights. But I think it was the most comfortable because I have a lot of job. I have some things to do in the evening. You don't do it against the game. The game has finished and you do something else. Do many people take vacation for standoff? Many people are sent for a business trip to standoff. Yeah. Not many. Mostly 90%, 95%. But there are a couple of people that we release for that. What about your company? Answering the question as for the format, we are saying that we prefer to play in the night because at the end, when we wanted to complete something, fix something, look something, and maybe we didn't have enough time.
В команде тоже мнение очень двоякое, потому что ребята некоторые говорят,
Because some people say, well, it's wonderful that we don't play in the night, but some other people say, well, it's too sad. For example, I do like to play in the night. There are not too many people. You can study the sample, you can look at it, you can request tech support because guys don't sleep as well. Nobody disturbs them and they work with current objectives. So we prefer to play in the night. Okay. Did you sleep last night?
Мы готовились.
We've been preparing ourselves. We did sleep a little bit, yeah.
Не знаю, наверное,
I don't know.
часов до 1:30 мы.
Until 2:30,
к сегодняшнему.
We've been preparing for today. We've been preparing some exploits for SCADA. And we came in the morning, charged. Give us the network and we'll do everything. Yeah, we felt it. We felt it.
Какие у вас были вообще ожидания?
What expectations did you have for this standoff? And have they been justified? Our expectations. We know what is going to happen here. We already know it. So everything that we've expected did happen. The only thing is that the organization was properly approached from the technical point of view. Everything worked. There were some local problems. Sometimes it was cold, sometimes it was warm. Yeah. But generally, we were able to cope. Nobody have died, nobody got sick. That's it. Everything's good. Everything's okay. As for the standoff, our expectations have been justified completely, even more than justified, because we're used to the fact that standoff, it's a chaos, it's a big infrastructure, it's not against organizers, but it's impossible to do it to make it stable in principle, especially when you have 22 hacker teams. It's impossible. And we understood it, and we thought that it's going to be standoff like previous. Okay, it takes 1 day to wait for the network, but it didn't happen, and we thought like, wow, that's pretty cool. In the morning, 10 a.m., everything works clearly, precisely, you can see everything. So, some small things, but you can live with them. As for our expectations, we wanted to win. We wanted to take the first place. We have the pretension, you know, we want to fight. We made our attempt. Yeah, we were pretty close. That was a pretty good competition, I would say. Even though our colleagues were 1/4 more points than us, but still, I think they also understood that they have reserve, we have reserve. So from this point of view, we have not justified our expectations. We will try to fight better next time. But we received a lot of pleasure. Wonderful. And this time, we've made a Telegram bot with technical support. Did you like it? So it's the first support line which is going to look at all your tickets. Did you like it? Much better. Last year, what was the problem? It was okay, but participants in Rush, when they're playing 15, 20 people, they don't understand where to go, where do they write the ticket, the rules of writing the ticket, which command, which IP. They've been writing very simply. Can you write a ticket? And it was done very awfully. There was a special person for tickets, but with the bot, you select something. But, you know, you select it, write the ticket, and everybody could have a link for this board. It was wonderful and easy, so it was much better. A little bit, the situation was that maybe it took some time, like 7 hours your ticket was hanging, but there were some problems inside, and you cannot go against it. But interface-wise, yeah, it's much better. I like it. Two things. Timur, what about you? Yeah, I will agree with Igor, because right now it's very nice, good and convenient, and big advantage, because I could share with my guys from my office who was responsible for something, and they locally could solve problems with technical support. They have not been pulling me or other guys, and we could concentrate on the objective that we were trying to do at that moment of time. That's it. And the only thing is that sometimes they could solve problems in a working mode together with the team, with the field team. Because we're playing offline, we can simply approach, we can look at this, but guys who work online, for them, it is difficult. It is much more difficult. And there were a lot of them. Well, we could approach any employee and ask physically, and they could tell us, they could help us. They've been reloading machines if something didn't work. But online, they should have a separate person responsible for the field, to be responsible for answering the question. It's a big advantage when you play on the platform, because you see what really happens there. And the second thing is that you can approach the organizer, you can ask him something, and he will understand you. So the possibility of the short communication helps you and gives you a different level of understanding. So maybe a good strategy is to give one place to every team to participate at a separate table, so that they could approach and ask for their team in order to have this live communication, and they would understand where the organizer is. This is, I think, it helps you when you have a possibility to meet the organizers. And we did have live meetings, we've been communicating with them, and from every team which arrives, they learn about the organizer sees them, and you have the possibilities of solving those small questions and having common understanding on them. It helps you to solve them very easily, carefully and accurately. In a standoff, understanding of the situation helps you to win. It's impossible without practices, without existence, or without skills, but understanding is very important. Even if you take the top hackers, they will never be the first ones here, because they need to understand the context. Yes, we feel that foreign teams
Что-то они не
They
в
misunderstand something.
это топовые
They
команды.
don't understand. These are top CDF teams, and from pen test point of view, they are powerful teams, but something stands in their way. They didn't understand the concept. Of course, we are here to ask code by we want just because we already know what to expect, and we approximately knew what tasks and objectives we'll have to do, something similar but a little bit different. Nevertheless, it's a big advantage. How can we destroy it? I don't know, we need to change the standoff.
Сейчас будет простроена работа после
How will you build your work after completion of the standoff? What's next?
Все разъедутся по своим...
Everybody will go home to their workplaces, and we'll see in November.
работа над ошибками.
And work on mistakes.
Ошибками нет, в любом случае будет пару созвонов.
Well, in any case, we are going to have a couple of calls, because we do write down some problems that didn't work, some things which worked, and we have to keep them and work on them. And maybe 1 month before the beginning of the next one, we meet together, we discuss it, we put some corrective actions, and we work on mistakes. We have joined meetings to 365, like we did this time. What about you? In any case, we do work on mistakes during first days, especially 1-2 days we are resting, we're sleeping, eating. So next week we are going to meet between the captains, those who understand the strategy of the team development. We'll discuss big mistakes, then we'll meet together, we'll discuss some other mistakes, we'll collect feedback from team members. Usually we come to the conclusions, the important conclusions, 1, 2, 3. And next year we'll remember them. We did have 1, 2, 3, and we do everything possible to prevent them without any pretenses. Yeah, we need to play 365 because I think this is a very important aspect of understanding. Yeah, we missed it.
Что бы вы хотели
What would you want to see at the next standoff? Maybe a new industry represented, at least one that you wanted to change here.
Интересный вопрос.
Interesting question. First of all, we should have understanding, better understanding, but it's not fulfillable. Well, for example, 30 people play. They play 40 hours. It's 120 man-hours. 1,200 work hours. So we have 1,200 man-hours in 4 days. In the price fund, 1 million rubles, 530. So in general, even if we would calculate it in our hands, the price of an hour, we would spend 1.5 million of hours so that one team would win. And we could invent something here. Either this could be something non-material, non-money compensation, but this activity is like a PR activity, it's like some kind of a resource, some possibility of communication. It would be realized better for the participants. Yes, it was pretty cool. Must have. But what I'm saying is that we need to have some features for the teams. They should have some resource possibilities, some community participation should be there. Maybe the prize fund should be available. That would be cool to have. Right now we're playing for fun, sometimes for fame, but not for the prize. We're not playing for the prize. But you would like to. Yeah, of course, we do want to win money. Some people do want to win money. Okay, I understand. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we can show sponsors, put on T-shirts. Yeah, come to us for advertising. So from expectations and desires, we wanted to see a higher number of people in the team that you can bring with you. Because we do have some people, we want to bring them, but we're not able to stick them within a limit. So they stayed home, they've been supporting us. And if they will increase number of people, then would come with better people, because some of them we haven't seen for years.
А это мероприятие, которое максимально...
Because we live in different countries, and this is the event which unites us.
Да. Хорошо.
Yeah. Good, good. I'll take this in consideration. Thank you very much, Timur. Thank you very much, Yegor. Congratulations with the first place, with the victory.
Скорее всего, так.
Like that.
Да, вы четырехкратный победитель.
You are four-time winner of standoff.
Да, да, да.
And a second prizer.
Надеюсь, что вам...
I hope that it was useful to you to listen about their experience and impressions. If you want to participate in following standoffs, try to advance yourself on online field 365. It will help you how to submit reports, how the infrastructure works, and will give you a possibility to go through a selection tour for November competition.
Они исследуют ваши системы. Одни, чтобы найти уязвимости и реализовать недопустимые события. Другие пытаются обнаружить хакеров и распознать атаки. Но вам не стоит бояться. Здесь нет плохих и хороших. Просто каждый делает свою работу. Вопрос только в том, кто лучше. Ха, как неожиданно. Перед защитниками стоят глобальные задачи. Смогут ли они предугадать действия хакеров? Отлично. Хотя это не так легко, как кажется, ведь недопустимые события имеют различные последствия. Вы можете избежать недопустимых событий, если будете понимать эффективность защиты. Насколько слаженно работает ваша команда? Способна ли ваша инфраструктура выдержать атаки хакеров? Ведь что в действительности вы знаете о безопасности? Можете ли распознать, где отвлекающий шум, а где реальная опасность?
Добрый день. Сегодня мы собрались здесь для того, чтобы поговорить о российских отечественных операционных системах, задачах, которые перед нами стоят, вызовах.
Right now we're going to speak about Russian OS systems, we'll speak about the challenges, and I have invited wonderful experts in this topic. And they also are friends and comrades. I would like to introduce them to you. Vladimir Telezhnikov, the head of development of the security means in Astra Linux for Astra company, Alexey Хорошилов, significant specialist in the Institute of Russian Academy of Science. He participates in many projects related with security of operation systems. And Roman Ilyudin, who is director of development of the operating system Aurora in an open mobile platform. And today we're speaking about Russian OS systems, operating systems, but the condition of this topic as of now. So I would like to ask you specific questions. Let's begin that Western operating systems, they left Russian market. And we can say, hurrah, the space was released. Western vendors have left. Or, oh my God, we are responsible for all the infrastructure that we have right now. Okay, dear colleagues, let's discuss it. Vladimir. Yes, thank you. To my point of view, it seems that this situation has opened a lot of opportunities for us. First of all, it's the new field that was opened for us, and this is something that we've been expecting, and we've been waiting for this. We've been missing this in order to get some user experience, in order to understand which scenarios are demanded on the side of the business, on the side of our partners, on the side of our consumers, and what was missing as of today. And where should we develop, where should we reinforce some of our efforts and find those narrow points related with security on which we have to work. And I would like to say that we do have some experience in this area. Some time has passed, and we've been ready for this. We were able to adapt to these. Not everything was as smooth as we would think so, but we did learn interesting lessons, and there is some perspective of good growth in the future. So we can say the growth is under the load or stress in the company. Well, this period we have lived through, and we already made to the plateau where we could implement, complete, develop, and share with others. And clients are ready to look at it with optimism. Yes, we do have good experience of implementation, and the feedback is very positive. They are not afraid anymore, and we do have hope that our product portfolio will develop in the future, and it will be highly demanded by clients. They are not going to be afraid to replace it. So who have passed from the first stress? Well, many of them did. They don't have any more stress anymore. Okay, Alexei, what will you say about it? Well, I would like to say that definitely we see some positive things which will help companies to get more experience, including financial possibilities, to develop their products. At the same time, I think that such sharp transition is dangerous, that there's a problem of scalability which can stop in developing products on a good quality level. Can you explain it to me? What do you mean by that? Well, there's a lot of new clients with different needs, and you have to scale team in order to be able to provide services to all of them. And I don't know how our colleagues are able to do that, to solve these problems, but I see a big threat in order to make clients happy with the product they're getting. But generally speaking, this is a very good chance for getting stronghold in the market, building our own teams, our own competencies, and then feel confidently and move to other markets as well. Fortunately, this niche was released, and then we can breathe freely. It was too sharp. Yeah, too acute. Coming back to your question, what was the reaction? Oh my God, or finally? The reaction was, okay, let's continue to work. First of all, because our product, Aurora, is a mobile operating system, and in our sphere, vendors have not left. Android is with us. Operating system have stayed here, and what is very important, and clients have understood that they can leave at any moment of time. And roughly speaking, those risks which were hypothetical previously, right now we see that banks have felt it, and many other industries could feel these problems. But we continue working and competing even right now with Android in a corporate application, when mobile phone, smartphone, and a tablet are used even in the industry. And we have to improve features, some were better, some were worse. That's why I would like to say, drawing the line, that generally speaking, undoubtedly, like our colleagues said, conditions have changed, perception have changed. All vendors have understood that you can rely on what is being developed in Russia. You cannot rely something that we don't control. But there is a market inertia, and we didn't overcome it. But you've said that you continue working
риска в том, что если
Aren't there any risks that if we live in the year 2019 and in those realities and we continue working in the same mode, that we are moving to lack of success? Well, I will speak for myself. I can say that we work in the same mode. We always been working, very densely, but right now, like Alexei said, because we see more demands, people expect faster reaction, and we have more work to do. Yes, this is a big task for the whole industry to be able to react to this, but on the other side, industry understands it. And that there is no other way, and we have to develop our own technologies. And this is in conditions that under the stress, under the moral stress, we have not only business companies, but also the employees, developers. Yes. This is a very interesting time. So there is no definite answer. Yes, it is a challenge. It is a challenge, but definitely it's also an opportunity. So it's an opportunity which previously maybe would happen within 7 years, but right now the time have sped up. And some people will be able to run with the speed, some other people will not be able to run with the speed. And you said about challenge is the next question that I would like to speak about. Which challenges you see for local domestic operating systems? And I'm not just want to speak about companies that you represent or organizations, but maybe in a general sense, communities, industries. How do you see it? Possibly we should point out that transition to domestic operating systems is not the only problem that consumers face. You need to adopt a big amount of software that was used previously, office packages, some service around surroundings, and you shouldn't forget about development. That's why perhaps I will tell you that ecosystem products should develop, and all the developers of the OSs, they should think about it. We should provide some layer between the hardware and software with the consideration of adaptation of the software for Russian platforms, for Russian operating systems. But at the same time, we would like to call developers of the software, special software, so that they would also review their own approach, because there is no goal to have foreign vendors. You need to come to us with problems of transition to domestic OS and solve this problem together, because simultaneously development of vendor-related operating system, we need to solve the problem of migration of the hardware and applied software which is used on the side of the clients. We cannot do it simultaneously. But how these relations are happening? Vendor who produces applied software comes to the OS vendor and they tell you that they want to work for you. First of all, these are partnership agreements. Also would like to say that we develop the company from the point of view of the demand of the business for adapting the software and providing complex product where there are services in the software, and also the software for realization of workstations of our partners' clients. Perhaps this is the only way. So it's a double-sided road. Yes, from one side, you try to forecast what the market wants, operating system, and there should be a movement from the applied software so that operating system would give the possibility to use it. Definitely, definitely. Otherwise, it's impossible to lift this industry alone. Like there's a simple approach from operating system vendors, or every operating system vendor says, well, I want to use these interfaces. Is there any division, or maybe there is a single movement? Well, at least at the current moment of time, everybody understands that this should be a single position, single entry point. Well, it's understandable that we should have wise competition on the market of information system. Nobody cancels it. It makes us only stronger. That's why, yes, if it's an honest competition. Yes, of course, definitely. We are trying to play honestly and openly from this point of view. As for development of the software, these should be some unified platforms. for the development. And of course, unified platforms for security provisioning, for example, competency centers which are being created, and Alexei will speak a little bit more about them, in order for us not just develop the software and some service software, but we need to develop safe software considering all the modern risks. We don't have a possibility to be relaxed. We need to agree and find common grounds for each other. This is about the challenges that you see. Challenges for domestic operating systems, developers, exploiting companies. Well, in the beginning, continuing what Vladimir was speaking about, definitely cooperation with applied programs which should have a desire to work on domestic operating systems. This is one of the challenges that has to be solved, and from this point of view, we have to find some mechanism so that not every developer of applied software would go to every operating system and try to solve their problems individually on the individual basis. I don't see any mechanisms of solving this problem. Not yet. But ideally, we should have them on the basis of the feedback from those problems that will appear. Maybe, explain it to me, please. Maybe it's in vain that we think that developer came with his own software, adopted it for Astra, for Alpha, for this and for that, and for every new adoption spent a lot of time. Maybe he could do it for the first one, and for the second and third one it will work automatically, and maybe they will figure out that there are some pain points on which they have to work and find some unified solutions, and therefore find an agreement between vendors how to simplify the life of domestic developers. Well, this is about communication between operating systems and applied software. But as for the challenges in the framework of system software development, what do you see here? From this point of view, we have a lot of questions which I've been speaking about, scalability problems, because we have to solve a lot of problems simultaneously, trying to satisfy your users and developers of the software which come to you, and stay on a high level of quality, adding new components, including fixing vulnerabilities, making new versions, and keep the software on a good quality level, which is not going to make clients shake from fear, which requires serious processes, internal processes of testing for the components which are being produced for each one of them, the systematic integration and testing on the level of the operating system, relations with different hardware pieces, relations with different applied services. And this is a very complicated work which cannot be done within one day. That's why those developers who've been building these processes in the course of many years, they will feel themselves much better. Well, they will get an advantage due to their continuous integration system because they have higher quality, or somebody pushes them to make it in the current conditions, to make good software. Well, right now, I didn't see anybody pushing. We do see that users do react to bad quality solutions very boldly. And this is the only feedback that happens right now. But speaking about security-related questions and providing it, I wanted to speak about it next. It's an important topic. Roman, which challenges do you see? What challenges? Let's begin with the positive. We are at the positive hug days. Good news is that, in principle, generally, domestic vendors of operating systems, they have a good basis for them. First of all, they exist. B, they work. Now we move to the next level of complexity, which is around these operating systems. We have to create good ecosystem. And then we start competing not with how good those operating systems are working, but with the market and with which technologies developers love. For example, a good example, handbook is of iOS, and Android. They have their own blocks and segments of developers. They work with certain frameworks, with certain languages, and even if they want, it's very hard for them to relearn. For example, they use C++ as the main programming language. It's a nightmare for any Android developer. They need Kotlin. They're used to Kotlin. And guys who've been developing iOS, they love Swift. And the most interesting thing is that companies have invested tens of billions of rubles in those developers and in the code they have. And the main challenge for vendors, Russian vendors, is to find mechanisms to those developers who are used to work with other tools could develop for domestic operating systems, and cross-platform frameworks could help them if they are used with other Western operating systems. There's no Kotlin, multi-platform, Flutter, maybe Web. It's a cross-platform framework because it works on the basis of browser engine, or find our own tools which will be understandable to that group of developers, and it's a big group. Can you imagine? I'm not even speaking just about mobile applications. How many Android developers are in Russia? Big number. And bring them to domestic operating system, it's a big challenge. And then we have a second challenge that partially I've mentioned. Speaking about cross-platform, these are browsers. Unfortunately, in Russia, we did have a good basis for operating systems. We can fight challenges of system programming. Maybe we need more people, but we do have bases. Where can we grow? But the monopolist is Chromium by engines. And both in Russia and in other countries, if you have a competency for the development of browser engine, and browser is the operating system. Yes, by code, it's more than Linux code, and it's not the worst thing. But the worst thing is that due to the fact that there is a monopolist, they don't let anybody into development of this engine. It's a pseudo-opened. Yeah, it's pseudo-opened. And it's a real challenge because we all are waking up and we go to browser. And free internet, no matter how free it is, it does have a gateway which is opened by Google. And this is a real challenge, and we can say it's a state objective because one company cannot solve it, and even one state cannot solve it. Wonderful, cool, thank you. This is very important. Okay, let's switch to security. It's the topic that worries me, security of operating systems. I'm working this area many years. We don't have a lot of time, but we can speak about the most important things that we see. What do you see from the point of view of security of OS, as operating system? What has changed in recent couple of years? Vladimir? Thank you. As for the security, I would like to say that we are promoting the ideology that inbuilt information protection system, this is something that without which modern operating systems cannot exist effectively, especially from the point of view of cybersecurity. That's number one. But honestly, I would like to bring to your attention the fact that availability of protection, it's good. Detecting something inside and level of operating system, this is also good and right thing to do. Closing different vulnerabilities, this is also good, but please pay attention. We need to pay attention to the fact that operating systems contain a lot of software on top of it. It's not the only point in automated systems where there could be a big number of components which are used, and at the same time, attacks of criminals or fraudsters, no matter how you call them, they can be very diverse, diverse. And the question is that the means of monitoring, for example, the same scanners or CM systems, they have to be adopted for the conditions of the functioning and peculiarities of the functioning of domestic operating systems. Yeah. Therefore, why can't we teach CMs to work with these means of information protection which are available on board of different operating systems? Why can't they take in consideration and correlate those events which are happening there? Because right now we're facing such challenges, number of vulnerabilities is growing. And yesterday during the conference, There was a current question that systems without vulnerabilities, well, it's very hard to find them, because anyway, there will be time lag from the point of view of their removal, and there's a need to apply some preventive measures and mitigation measures. But in order to apply those mitigation measures, these detect means and discovery means and scanning means, they should know them, and they should understand how the system works and what peculiarities of it for the infrastructure. Yes, we're ready to develop in this area. We invest a lot into this currently, and of course, we are working with regulators. We fill databases of threats. We work with regulatory frameworks which are provided to us. We review the level of criticality. We do the adaptation of cooperation with CMs in order to show them all those rules and correlations to which they have to pay attention, especially in some non-typical situations, in non-typical processes or user behavior within the operating system. Thank you. Alexei? About security, what?
Да, безусловно.
У нас остается 3 минутки, поэтому тезисно.
We have 3 minutes left. And then we'll ask a blitz question. Okay, briefly.
Безопасность — это, конечно, не статическая.
Security is not a statical but a dynamic property. Today you are safe and tomorrow you are not safe, and that's why this is extremely important to build processes on all stages of development, the stage of development of new code, supporting the existing code, and the stage of receiving, updating of adopted code from the open source and other suppliers, and the stage of assembling and delivering your products to the end users and discovering vulnerabilities in the process of work. So the whole chain. Yes, and I would point out here the activity which is done in Technological Research Center, security, which was organized under Stack, where we were able to collect all the interested companies which use the nucleus in their solution, and it's been extended, the kernel, for other components, and it allows us to unite our efforts to research security with the help of advanced methods of phasing, statistical analysis, and all other adopted components, and by this improve the quality of those solutions which we are producing. And realistically speaking, we can do it within the framework of existing resources, not getting outside of the budgets. Linux Center is a good precedent which defines the tone. It's a good initiative. Thank you very much. And this is wonderful that everybody participates in it. Yes, everybody. We are drawing the line. 30 seconds. What trends? Isolation of resources and application is a trend. Isolation, well, protection from the protected execution environments, and remote attestation. Attestation, it's a trend. These are the main things for the mobile operating system, mobile and non-mobile. This is where everybody is going to move. Basically, that's like it. And we are looking at open mobile platform development because leading precedent from the mobile operating systems. Yeah, let's do it. Everybody's looking at you. Thank you. Thank you. We're trying. Well, I have experiment. The last blitz question. You have unlimited resources. Time, money, everything. You have this magic wand in your hands. What would you do as a first thing, in one sentence, for Russian domestic operating systems in order to shift this from the dead point? I don't say that we're at the dead point, but this magic wand. Well, because I'm a representative of scientific community, I will give you the answer in the following way. We have to teach people operating systems, and we have to learn this operating system. We have to implement them from schools. We have to teach people how to work on domestic operating systems, software, platforms, and at the same time, we should teach people how to develop this operating system so that we would develop not something foreign, but we would develop something of our own. So if there's internal means of protection, let's develop them, improve them together. Thank you. Learning, teaching. I would say that operating systems, well, everything's okay without them, but I would pay attention to the hardware. So your magic wand is for the hardware. Yeah, it's a big stopping point, especially for the development of the operating system. Yes, I would invest in the school of development of libraries and frameworks. We don't have this school. We used to have in advanced. They did have a good experience, but in order to be successful, we need to have tools so that ecosystem would grow. Magic wand for the tools. Okay, in this limited amount of time, we discussed most important thing, domestic operating systems. Don't be afraid of them, use them. We apply a lot of efforts to make them better, safer, more trustworthy, and our own. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Что такое ВК? ВК — это место, где мы встречаем новых друзей. А родные и близкие встречают с улыбкой наш звонок. Здесь можно встретить рассвет за просмотром видео и восходящие тренды в ВК-клипах. Своего любимого музыканта ты тоже встретишь здесь. А если повезет, и любимого человека. Будем вместе. Место встречи — ВК.
И снова здравствуйте. Спасибо всем, кто смотрит сейчас наш эфир.
Hello once again. Thanks for watching us.
Связанных с применением средств искусства.
We will dedicate to AI, machine learning in information security. And definitely we'll begin by introducing our guests. Tell us please about yourself and your experience. Hello everybody, I'm Semayev Artyom from Artem Group. We provide consulting business. My direction is testing, pen testing. And today I would like to speak about application of artificial intelligence in our area.
Всем привет, меня зовут Саша.
Hello everybody, my name is Sasha and I work in positive technologies and I I'm responsible for promising technologies, and my objective is to transfer the expertise of our workers into products. And another direction is research of security of systems which contain methods of machine learning and artificial intelligence in general. Thank you.
Да, всем привет. Меня зовут Юрий.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yuri Ligina. I work in positive technologies. I'm the specialist in banking system security. Glad to see all the colleagues and viewers.
Спасибо. Ну и начнем, собственно, с самого простого.
Okay, let's begin with the simplest question. You yourself, which tools do you use in your work based on artificial intelligence?
Мы стараемся прибегать к использованию.
We try to attract different things for the analysis of possible attack vectors, vulnerability analysis.
Опять же, сканеров.
There's a lot of scanners today
В себе, скажем так, email.
which have ML inside of them. We use tools for testing, for realization of threat vectors like deep exploit.
И, конечно, мы планируем как бы.
We are planning to develop in this direction, develop our own tools.
Выпускать что-то и.
As a company, we want to produce develop some products. We hope to provide positive effect in applying ML tools for these systems for pen testing.
За пределами немножко даже безопасности.
And outside of the security, just for the testing, you will use them, or maybe for some other objectives. Testing.
Спасибо.
Okay, thank you.
Ну, возможности больших языковых моделей действительно.
Possibility of big language models, they are very big. Semantic models, especially speaking about ChatGPT, which started working in the end of last year. It is very nice to use this service because there's a technology. Everybody uses technology differently in different objectives. And, well, this service became available just now. And honestly, I formulate texts when I want to write some letter, non-complicated. And for a technical person, it's very interesting to formulate, make some names of contests, names of our competition was invented and proposed by ChatGPT. As a technical specialist, well, compiler from the point of view of digging, well, it's interesting to use broadcasting, code broadcasting, when you have an example of the code in one language, but you would like to solve the same problem, and you can ask and solve the same objective on the other language, and it helps you a lot. The optimization, SQL, other requests, when you have to work with big data samples, you have to effectively work with them, getting connected to different databases. And I would like to tell you that these services, they do help, and sometimes, not always, but very often, they provide better solutions in development of some more optimized requests, because you need it. That's it.
Про запросы довольно интересно прозвучало.
Well, it's very interesting about needs, about the demands. Do you optimize the demands or you get the results? Both. You can ask them to give you the demand and ask them to optimize it. Or you can write an instruction like I use ClickHouse. These columns, can you write me a request which will do this and this? Call request.
У меня на самом деле один инструмент.
Honestly, I have one tool, ChatGPT. And speaking about other tools on the basis of ML, you have to check them. Haven't they been built on the basis of ChatGPT? Because right now, API, which they provide, there's a lot of tools and plugins for Groupon and for all of them, and they all are on the basis of ChatGPT. Products like that and tools like that, which are of own development, I didn't see any of those. And ChatGPT can be compared with a big, everlasting box of tools from which you can pull new and new tools, and this helps a lot. This helps a lot.
Еще во время работы я
During my work, I stopped writing code manually. And right now, the whole objective of writing the code came to the situation to properly formulate my thought. And from this point of view, ChatGPT helps me a lot.
мой такой вот основной инструмент.
That's my main tool. Thank you very much. Then I have a spontaneous question while I've been listening to you. Yes, I understand. We've also been playing with ChatGPT when it just came out. We are the team of statistical analyzer of our team developers. And we have found very interesting law. It does write code pretty well and in a non-standard way, but it doesn't read it pretty well, especially when the code receives complicated semantics, when you have to understand the meaning of the code, what it does. So to your point of view, is it a temporary problem of lack of education, or maybe it's a question of time, or maybe it's a primitive limitation of the technology? I will try to give you the answer to that. From the technical point of view, ChatGPT was taught on examples of the code, but it was not its specialization. OpenAI, in their research, they are showing distribution of texts on which they've been teaching, and the code was very small part of those teaching texts, learning texts. So I would like to say that it was not taught to solve the specialized objectives, but thanks to the technology and ability to communication, it does it pretty well. And there's a new version that was recently published. If you will play with ChatGPT based on GPT 3.5, right now you can play with GPT 4.0. It's a paid version, so not everybody have tried it, but it's much better. Also, the distribution, which texts have been used to study it, but basically speaking, this is also not that bad, because there are companies and open source solutions which are specializing, and they work with the code and they do it much better just because of their focus and specialization. So a few more steps and everything's going to be wonderful. Thank you. And we see a lawful question, because the technology of artificial intelligence gets into our professional activity in code writing. Does it provide risks or other things? So how would you answer to this question?
Речь сейчас шла о том, как обеспечивать безопасность при передаче искусственного интеллекта, верно?
We've been speaking about how to provide security while working with artificial intelligence. Well, let's see. I'll give you the answer to the first question.
Полностью мы не можем сократить риск.
We cannot reduce all the risks. We have to accept it.
Опять же, вариант. Александра привела...
There are options. Alexandra made an example of using ChatGPT. Therefore, when data is transferred to ChatGPT, what can we do? We can anonymize different data with availability of some confidential information. OpenAI or maybe some other company which produces big semantic models wouldn't be able to produce teaching on the basis of this and create threat for our company where we have confidential information. So while working with ChatGPT, we should be aware because of the semantic model, because it's not completely trained, it always has certain risks of giving you improper information, and unfortunately we can rely only on the expert level in this case in order to check or to turn over certain facts. For example, yesterday I had an example during the presentation when we could use GPT as SaaS solution, but the problem was that we have conducted a lot of additional research from this point of view, and we have looked at whether there's a possibility to generate safe code. 20 examples, 5 out of them were examples which were positive, so GPT have generated without any assisting help, but other 15 were improper, vulnerable. Of course, the solution is following to create more narrowly specialized solutions. And another thing that I would like to add here is that even right now, there are solutions. BART is compared to ChatGPT, which is more context related, and it tries to give more precise answers to narrowly specialized questions rather than ChatGPT does it. That's why you can, well, if there's no expert, you can try to work with BART and get a proper answer. But for the semantic model to receive positive answer, you have to properly specify all your questions to the system. It's an interesting question. There is a technology, there are services, which on the basis of this technology are being produced, and services, generally speaking, like any other software, like any other web service, or everything else, they can be evaluated in a standard key with standard risks. Whether, well, can security risks be a standard ones? Well, everybody knows that. But there is a technology which was learning on certain data, machine learned, and that's where peculiarities are coming, and which data it was learning. Can this model give those results with some semantic shifts, like poetic or fake-like, or maybe... We are not speaking about a specific request, because language models as technologies, there's a lot of them, due to the fact that there are not only services, but also open source, so we have to think which files you download. There's a lot of research, and recently it is popular. Can we hide malware somewhere in the neural networks? And yes, it is possible, and there were a lot of things like that. Some ML technologies, they have some additional landscape of threats, about which you have to think, but generally speaking, real security can be provided, especially if you will think about this model of threat for some specific industry, services, applications, and use some additional security measures which will give you a possibility to use these new technologies. Yuri, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time left, but nevertheless, what will you say about that?
Я бы сказал по поводу исходного кода.
I would tell you about the source code.
GPT 3.5 появилась.
When ChatGPT 3.5 was produced, I decided to write some code, and it was surprising me how it writes it. But then the GPT 4.0 came up, which became even smarter, and therefore I think that the problem that code
может быть, не так хорошо пишется, это...
is not written that good. It's a problem that can be solved. And in a recent update, you don't have to press the button continue. You just can press the button and it will write this code with a good quality. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, thank you very much for participation. Unfortunately, our time is up. But in 1 year from now, ChatGPT or maybe some other technology most likely will participate in this discussion itself. So thank you very much to all the viewers. Bye-bye.
Итак, мы начинаем наш традиционный конкурс.
Let's begin our traditional Too Drunk to Hot contest. Is everybody ready? I hope everybody got connected.
Какие-то вопросы?
If you have any questions, it's time to ask them. Everything's wonderful.
Так. Мы, в принципе, готовы.
We are ready. Technical problems have been solved. And
Мы начинаем, да? Да.
I think let's begin. No, in the beginning, I'm going to tell you and remind you the rules. I think that everybody knows them.
Напомним, да?
However, I will remind them. Alexander? Yes, of course. Too Drunk to Hack is a traditional contest during PHDays where hackers will have to break certain site. This year, the topic is beer brewery. That corresponds to Too Drunk to Hack topic, but the complexity will be that the firewall will block the participants, and for these blocks there will be penalty as the alcohol drink that you will have to drink.
Я думаю, можно.
I think that traditionally we can start with a shot before the beginning. Success to all of you.
Давайте за веселый, дружный...
Okay, for funny contests and for the PHDays.
Звон, рюмок.
Yeah, I hear glasses shooting each other. All the participants are warmed up, and let's begin the calculation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Хотелось бы напомнить участникам, что если вы...
I would like to remind to the participants, if you will see such vulnerability as SQL injection,
в каждом разделе...
and in every section there are several of those, please remember, don't search for the flag. It's in the field flag, select flag from flag.
И мы видим, что уже у нас...
And we can see that we already have the second flag that was submitted.
Третий, четвертый.
Third, fourth.
Борьба началась.
We see the tough fight.
Ну да, хочется сказать, что...
Wonderful, and I would like to say that
флаги там буквально везде.
Flags are everywhere.
Смотрите.
So, please open your eyes and you'll find them.
Я смотрю, что кто-то включил какой-то...
I see that somebody have switched on some scanner, real hacker approach, worthy of Too Drunk to Hack. Somebody wants to win.
Red Trimmer лидирует.
Red Trimmer is leader
По блокам.
by the number of blocks.
Смотрите, как ровно у нас идут все участники.
Let's see how evenly numbers are distributed.
Завода нету шансов сегодня.
I think the beer brewery has no chances today.
Что скажете, Александр?
What can you say, Alexander?
Участники серьезно нас...
I see that participants are approaching this seriously. Somebody wanted to play Pac-Man. Yes, something like that. There are a lot of things at this beer brewery.
Еще хочется сказать, что хотя флаги разложены...
Also would like to say that flags are everywhere. Participants also have a chance to, by exploiting real hackers' vulnerabilities, I don't know which,
Там наверняка есть.
but they are there.
Есть шанс выиграть,
There's a chance of winning special prize
за который отдельно начисляют.
for which you will get special additional points like trophies, not just points but trophies.
Если кто-то реализует риск,
If somebody will realize a risk,
событие,
inadmissible event,
зальет пивом весь город,
for example, will flood the city with a beer,
сделает еще что-то ужасное.
or will do something else very awful. then we will see a notification about this.
И мы будем ему
And we are going to
призов.
give to that person who will have more of those points and prizes. There's going to be a special prize for this person.
Однако пока по ходу
However, right now,
HTML-странички,
participants are just going through the HTML pages and headers. Well, you have to begin with something. This is called
сбор данных, да, я знаю.
data collection. Yeah, data collection. What would you start with?
Я бы, наверное,
Intelligence.
Burp и...
I would switch on Burp and Research and Scanner.
Собственно, что мы видим?
That's what we see.
Всем уже понятна тройка лидеров.
We already understand Red Remy, ST Wright, and Jan Kassater are leaders by the number of points and by the number of blocks as well. It's impossible to break anything if
Чего не делать. А если что-то делать,
you do nothing. But if you do something, you can be cut, and they will make you drink.
меньше минуты остается.
Less than a minute left before the end of the first round, and we see first inadmissible event. Boat have fired all the employees from this factory. That's it. No more than 5 minutes. Our infrastructure, critical infrastructure, wasn't able to hold more than 5 minutes.
30 секунд остается у нас до конца первого раунда.
30 seconds until the end of the first round. We're going to have the intermediary result, and we'll have to penalize somebody.
Явные претенденты видны на экране.
We see the pretendants on the screen.
Уверенно хочет ворваться в тройку, но пока...
Jan Kassater wants to be in the three, but he's in the three of drinkers. In the drinkers trinity. I would like to specify that for solving complex objectives and trophies, you will have a very serious prizes, so don't get into grab. And we see the results of the first round. Retro, MST Wright, and Jan Kassater. Drink.
Остальные не стесняемся, можем их поддерживать.
Everybody else, you can support them. If you wish, you can join them. It's not prohibited.
Web application firewall стоит.
Our web application firewall protects it.
И начался новый раунд.
There's a new round.
Блоки обнулились.
Blocks have gone to 0. Let's see what's going to happen in future.
Я думаю, пора переходить к более решительным.
I think we need to go to more intensive actions. Players. But I can see, well, you have fired all the employees. Nobody can work there. But all participants are prepared pretty well. At least each one of them has burp. This is a serious attempt for victory.
Конечно, лицензионный.
Of course, licensed.
Надо сказать про инфраструктуру пару слов.
I should say a couple of words about the infrastructure. It's a pretty wide infrastructure.
За полчаса найти.
And it's very difficult to find all vulnerabilities in 30 minutes, but there's a lot of them.
Что там
definitely
есть?
What's available there? Well, I think SCADA is the main problem. It's the real factory, so you can get connected to almost real PLCs and break them. In this particular task, you can get possibly some interesting achievement.
Также там есть внутренняя инфраструктура.
Also, in the internal infrastructure, they have their own SOC. You can try breaking it.
Что мы видим? Red Remy.
So what do we see? Red Ready is leading 3,100 points.
ST Wright,
Salsik, I don't know how to read it.
Хакерские ники, да?
Real hackers nick.
Надо, наверное...
Я лично поэтому болею за инкассатор.
That's why I like Incassator. I like to read this.
Хорошо видно.
It's written Dominator, also not bad.
Я вижу, кто-то открыл скаду.
See, somebody has opened SCADA and is ready to get in.
Ну, через консольку браузера, в принципе.
Through browser console, possibly something is possible.
Михаил, не бывает нерешабельных тасков.
Michael, there are not unsolvable tasks.
Если кто-то не хочет быть слишком...
If somebody doesn't want to be too serious, there's a section to relax. Oh, my favorite gets in triple into the Trinity. Let's give our hands to him.
Да.
Yes.
Можно минуточку отдохнуть и...
So you can rest and play Pac-Man. It's a very good old hackers game.
Еще никто не прошел.
Nobody was able to go through a proper level, and nobody have received a trophy in the game. Why? How?
В какой игре, Александр?
In which game, Alexander?
Естественно.
In Pac-Man, of course.
Можно просто играть, можно...
Yeah, you can just play it. Or as a real hacker, you can find a flag.
Не играя.
Without playing it.
Ну вот что еще помимо скули, Юрий?
What else in addition to скули, Yuri?
Помимо скули.
Ну вот что можно найти?
In addition to скули, what else can be found? Well, what else can be found, Alexander?
Там есть LDAP. Там
They have LDAP, RCE. It has well, LFA and XXE. If you'll be lucky enough.
Даже не одну.
Not even one.
Скорборд довольно статичен.
Scoreboard is very static.
Тройка лидеров.
3 leaders.
Это на первом.
Very confident.
На втором.
Red Enemy, Jan Casador in the second place, and in third place, Asteroid.
И я доминатор поднимается откуда-то.
And Ya Dominator comes from the bottom.
Становится четвертым.
And becomes number 4.
И заканчивается второй раунд.
The end of the second round.
Лидеров по блоку.
We see block leaders. I'm not going to read those nicks. Everybody see them. RDF, YJOLF. Then Rowie, Ya Dominator, let's drink.
Мы не видим что-то стакан.
Yes. We don't see your shots.
Кто третий?
2. Who is the third one?
Участники сосредоточены.
Participants are concentrated.
На наливайке сегодня атмосфера почти как на стендофе.
We have atmosphere like in a standoff in a Too Drunk to Hug. And we see Outbay pass, then Raw took control over the sock.
И получил трофей.
And received the trophy.
Поаплодируем Дэн Роу.
Let's give our hands to Dan Raw.
Это, по-моему, либо LDAP инъекция.
This is LDAP injection or NoSQL.
Возможно, что-то из этого.
Possibly some of these.
Однако у нас борьба.
However, we see a fight.
Верхнее место в scoreboard.
For the top place in the scoreboard. Jan Casador, Silbey.
На первых двух строчках.
On the first 2 lines, and
Red Remy.
Red Remy catches up with them.
У нас был наверху.
Red Remy was on the top.
Давай, Red Remy.
Okay, Red Remy, go back.
Вырывается вперед.
And Asteroid goes back up there.
Также хотелось бы напомнить.
Also, I would like to remind to participants that there are injections and the flag can be found in hard-to-access points. Select flag from flag.
Да.
Yeah.
Также есть еще определенный...
Also, there's another interesting specification in this version of Too Drunk to Hug. Not for all the tasks, you will need just browser. Possibly you will need to program something in the Python, maybe some sockets.
особых уже людей.
But this is for special people who came to intensify their brain. You scared people away.
Третий раунд из 6 практически.
Round 3 out of 6 practically comes to the middle of the game.
Явно нарисовались лидеры.
We have leaders. However, according to the experience, it does happen that unexpectedly to everybody,
из самого низа
somebody from the bottom of the scoreboard jumps forward. So let's see. I would notice, Yuri, that all the participants, or some were top 8 ones, are very close to each other, and any one of them can win.
Напряженная борьба.
Very intensive fight.
Я вижу, кто что-то все-таки решил.
I see that somebody decided to do some programming. I wish you success, and it did work. It did work.
О, я вижу Пакмана.
I see Pac-Man.
Пакман не должен выстоять перед хакером.
Pac-Man should not be able to stand to hackers. I hope you're not reversing Pac-Man's code, but just playing and getting pleasure from the game.
Однако можно получать удовольствие.
However, you can receive pleasure by disassembling JavaScript code, but not after 2 days of contests and presentations. After 3 shots of tequila as well.
Пивзавод сегодня явно переживает не
Brewery factory
для себя.
lives through a very bad day today. At least all the employees already have been fired. I'm looking. There are so many real hacker vectors being sent to them. WAF is still holding and blocks somebody, and we have a new trophy. Pac-Man champion. Yes, let's congratulate. Yeah. Lift your hand, hero. Yeah, beautiful.
Конец третьего раунда.
The end of the round 3. DSP 25 no. RDFY.
За ники такие придумываете.
Stupid nicks. GLF and then roll. You have to drink.
Остальные давайте поддержим их.
Everybody else, you can support them. Half a game. We've passed half a game. Okay. Let's do it happily.
Середина игры.
And joyfully. It's the middle of the game. You can celebrate it. It's like middle of game anniversary.
Как будто решать пришли.
As if you came to solve the tasks. It's the end. End of the standoff.
Мы отдыхаем так.
We're relaxing. That's how we relax.
Отдыхает.
Hacker, when he's relaxing and drinks tequila, continues to be hacker and breaks something.
Asteroid.
Asteroid is ahead of everybody once again.
По трофеям у нас пока 3 претендента.
As of trophies, we have 3
напомнить, что
pretendants for the prize, and the prize will be given to the one who delivered trophies before everybody else with a similar number of trophies. And I was told that Asteroid is ahead of everybody, digging in the container. It sounds intriguing, but it's the truth.
Мастер JavaScript.
Master of JavaScript.
И консоли браузера.
And browser console.
Как жалко, что у нас
Too bad only 20 people can sit behind this table and not 200, right? Yeah, I think half of the viewers would play joyfully.
О, у нас код execution. Потек.
Code execution.
Протокол управления варкой пива.
Beer brewery code was broken. Let's congratulate. Great job, man. Let's support him. Alexander, can you explain protocol of beer brewery? You have broke it. What does it mean? It's a very complicated binary protocol for which you had to write a client and exploit the code execution. That's understandable. But what does it mean for the factory? Well, it's too sad. What can I say? Beer cannot be brewed anymore. Everybody are sad. Nobody can drink beer. So the beer is not produced anymore. Or maybe the city is flooding with the beer. Also, I would like to point out that every participant has the right icon on which you can press, and then you will learn how many objectives you've solved from every section. It's going to be much simpler for you to understand should you look in this section for something or not. Yeah, there are like top profiles on the left or on the right. Because I think that PHDays cleaned SCADA and destroyed it completely, but still looks into it.
PHDays на первом месте, 6000.
PHDays in the first place, 6,200 points. Asteroid, 4,452. And then there's a small gap. Red Remia is on the third place.
Я инкассатор, я доминатор.
Я инкассатор, я доминатор on the sixth and seventh place. Possibly this is one person with two notebooks.
Решение наливайки в две руки.
And, you know, solving Nalivaika with two hands, too drunk, too hot with two hands.
Между тем заканчивается четвертый.
At the same time, round 4 comes to an end, less than a minute left. Now we're going to learn those who continue to test us for the strength and those who still are being blocked. ICDSP 25 and 0. Jan Kassater enters the 3 leaders. Congratulations on the second place.
DCP ждет, что за него...
DCP waits that Kinetics will solve it for him. Yeah, in Kassater have solved SSRF. There is such a vulnerability. When you go to one place, but you have arrived to another place in the network. That's what hackers say. Real hackers' explanation, Yuri. And we're coming to an end of round 4. DSP 25 and 0, YGLF, Gina 20. We understood. Why did you come? Drink.
Прошу прощения, что врываюсь.
My apologies for interfering. I was joking about Kinetics, but right now I'm looking at the monitor and I see somebody has a Kinetics.
Я думаю, Kinetics.
I think a Kinetics can provide continuous right to drink, which is also a victory somehow, depending on your goals.
Ну, ребят, пить мы...
Well, guys,
кто хочет.
If you want, you can drink, of course, no problems.
Так, мне тут подсказывают.
Somebody tells me. Who found it?
Ага. У нас тут SQL injection, уязвимость.
We had SQL injection in vulnerability. It was successfully exploited.
Кстати, хочется заметить, что
By the way, I would like to note
немного может быть
that participants, it's going to be difficult to solve it because there's no internet and network, and the only thing they do is by records
воспоминанием.
or some memories.
Да, это заслуживает уважения.
It's worth of respect.
Я услышал слово «пьем за ВАВ». Кто хочет выпить за ВАВ?
I've heard the phrase, let's drink to WAV.
Я думаю, мы можем...
Let's drink to WAV. Yeah, we can make an exception. And those of you who want to drink, you can lift your cups right now. Simple as that.
Ребята слишком напряжены.
Guys, you are too intense.
Как вы думаете, Юрий, что такое?
What do you think, Yuri? What's so important be stored in a beer factory in the warehouse? What is so important? Maybe database of continuous clients.
Уникальные рецепты есть.
Viewers suggest some unique recipe, and I agree with them.
Ребята, украдите секретный рецепт.
Guys, steal secret recipe. You'll get
Кстати, они там...
secret recipe of the beer, and they are real ones.
Так, мы видим, что некоторые...
So we see that some hackers did have some difficulties with login page that was available there. But real hacker checks default credits always, and these credits can be found somewhere. So we had an event.
Событие какое?
Взломщик.
Что он?
Hacker. What did he do?
Взломщик.
Hacker.
У нас был взломан отдел дизайна.
Well, it was a pressure on the design department. So right now he can print any labels for the bottles. Yeah, wonderful.
Ну да. Саш, что ты делаешь первым делом?
Sasha, what do you do when you see the login page? Well, as a real professional, I press admin, test.
Демо. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Потом уже и кавычку.
Then afterwards you can do it as a habit.
А у нас очень статичная тройка, сильная вырисовалась. Это...
We have a static Trinity, P total in the first place, Asteroid in the second place, and Jan Casada in the third place. He breathes, Godfather breathes in his shoulder blades, just behind him.
Поаплодируем участникам. Они отличных успехов.
Let's applaud to our participants. They have had good success in their break-in.
Нешуточная интрига за третье место.
It's an intrigue for the third place.
Слушай, не ищи все флаги в одном.
Listen, don't look for all the flags in one section. Look into another section.
Да-да, у меня тут тоже есть адепт,
yes.
который...
I also have a adept of SCADA who've earned a lot of points on it, and he wants to press something out of it.
Возможно, в таких местах, о которых...
Possibly in such places which you haven't been even thinking about.
О, я вижу SQL map на...
Oh, I see SQL map on some monitor.
Закончился у нас очередной раунд, и, ну, как мы все можем догадаться, DSP...
We will finish this round, DSP 25, and one with FYGLF, and in this time. Drink.
Давайте, парни.
Drink, guys.
Юрий, с каждым разом ты произносишь ники.
Every time you call these nicks faster and faster. Yeah, I've learned how to speed them up. Guys, let's support these three bold people. Wish them so that they get home on their two legs.
Я инкассатор вышел на 3-е место.
Инкассатор хочет...
I came to the 3rd place. Yeah, Incassator came to the 3rd place. Yeah, Incassator wants to take all the money from the beer factory.
Если они там есть.
From the brewery, if they have any money.
Godfather, кстати,
Godfather
в 4-м месте.
Will be on the 1st and 4th place.
Реми куда-то ушел.
And Red Remy has left downstairs, I think.
Возможно, он увлекся Пакманом.
Possibly he's got involved with Pac-Man. Stop playing Pac-Man. You already won.
Допустимое событие.
It's inadmissible event.
Я вижу, что один из участников все...
I see that one of the participants is trying to steal secret beer recipe.
Почему?
Who was making the model of threats? Why Pac-Man is inadmissible events?
Наверное, в него невозможно выиграть, да?
Perhaps it's impossible to win from him. Or very complicated. And at work you cannot wait because...
Или нельзя выигрывать.
Or maybe it's impossible to win. To win over the boss.
У нас у 5 человек, как минимум.
5 people at least
Строчки видны.
here, because you cannot see all the lines, but 5 people has at least 1 trophy.
Кто же станет обладателем у нас?
Who will become the winner
Приза.
of the special prize?
Уверенно идет вверх.
Yeah, Incassator successfully and confidently goes upstairs. Moves up. Lift your hand. Beautiful.
Не слышу аплодисментов этому человеку.
Don't hear your hands to this person.
Вы только подумайте, 2 дня.
Please think about it. 2 days, different tasks, different jobs. They've been fighting standoff, and instead of relaxing and resting, they continue solving the tasks and drinking. Awful, too awful.
Godfather вышел на 3-е место.
Godfather came to the 3rd place. Great job.
У нас, кстати, последний раунд.
By the way, we have the last round, and we have less than 3 minutes to the end of the game. Right now, we already have trinity of leaders. But between, well, on the 1st place, Piotr, Incassator, and Godfather. Between the 1st and 2nd place, the gap is very small, but between the 4th and 3rd is even smaller.
Может перевернуться в последнюю.
Everything can turn over at the last minute.
Можешь сейчас выпить?
Да, в принципе.
You can drink now. Yeah, I give you permission.
Петёдл, а ты не рано начал праздновать?
Haven't you started to celebrate your victory too early?
Оппонентов своих.
Да-да.
He's just moving away his opponents. He drinks them to unconscious. It's too drunk to hug contest. Yeah, parentheses, put them in all the cracks.
Универсальный хинт.
It's a universal hint. 1 minute is left.
Чтобы кавычку во все...
To put the parentheses into all the holes, into all the parameters.
DCP сдал флаг.
DCP submitted the flag. Let's celebrate it. He's not just start scanners, but also solve some problems.
Ну что, я считаю, пивзавод повержен.
Well, I think the beer brewery has been destroyed.
Захватили.
Salk was overtaken. Protocol was reversed. Within 30 minutes.
Пакман пал.
Yeah, even Pac-Man got destroyed. All the employees were fired.
Только секретный рецепт пива остался.
Only the secret beer recipe stays a secret.
Сохраним его.
Let's keep it for the next time.
И все. Game.
That's it. Game over.
Ребята, все молодцы.
Okay, guys. Let's give our hands to them.
Всех.
Congratulations to everyone.
Прощальный шот.
Okay, the final shot. All together for the good game and good conference.
Подводим итоги.
And let's draw the line.
Первое место.
The first place. P-Turtle.
Вставай, P-Turtle.
Get up, P-Turtle. If you can.
Молодец.
Good job.
Я инкассатор. Второй.
Я инкассатор. Second place.
Godfather. Молодец, отлично.
Godfather. Good job.
И специальный приз Крокоботу.
And special prize to Crocobot as the first one who got the achievement. Let's welcome Crocobot.
Ну, все-таки призы придется вручить.
Well, we will have to give the prizes. We cannot keep them. We'll have to.
Давайте.
Truly? Yeah. Yeah.
Место у нас.
So for the first place.
Где у нас?
Party.
Решили себе оставить, да?
So you decided to keep it to yourself.
Так, давай. P-Turtle.
P-Turtle. Let's go. The word is yours.
Там что-то хакерское внутри.
There is something hacker-related inside of it. Look at it. Very interesting devices. You like them. Я инкассатор.
Давайте еще раз поддержим, ребят.
Let's support those guys once again.
Отлично. Godfather, где ты?
Wonderful. Godfather, where are you? Come on.
Godfather на последнем раунде.
Godfather, during the final round, has entered the trinity of winners. So, separate hands to him. Good job.
Как ты себя чувствуешь? Хорошо?
How do you feel yourself? Are you standing firmly on your feet?
Так, ну и...
Well, and...
Отдельный приз. Отдельный приз.
Separate prize to Crocobot for a fast solution of complicated tasks in Too Drunk to Hug.
Супер.
Super. Let's give hands to one of the winners.
Так, ребят,
Okay, guys.
можем посмотреть, кто там на пятом-шестом, да? Нет?
Can we look at who's in the fifth or sixth place? Can't we? No. All right, all right.
Пару футболок, я думаю.
We have a couple of t-shirts and we can give them
людям.
To people.
Астерия Яздавата Рысау Сика. Подойдите за футболкой.
Астерия Яздавата Сика. Please approach it. We will give you t-shirts.
Фирменные футболки наливай.
Фирменные футболки наливайка. Это почет.
Too Drunk to Hug t-shirts. It's honorable.
Все. Парни, вы крутые.
Guys, you're cool.
Выпить на пасашок.
Let's drink once again.
А у них пусто.
Their shots are empty. Refill them.
У нас как раз есть еще где-то 4 минуты.
We still have 4 minutes left for something very important, and then we'll finish.
Другие места.
Then we'll go to other places. We'll celebrate. Not celebrate.
Столь напряженных 2 дней.
Completion of such intense 2 days.
Все? У всех все?
Yeah.
Налито.
Everybody's gone.
Давайте за ВАВ, за наливайку, за...
Let's drink to WAV, to PHDays, to Too Drunk to He.
Все хорошее.
To Hug, for all the best.
Отлично, отлично.
Yeah, for all the best. Good toast, Yuri.
Спасибо участникам.
Thanks to all the participants. It was pretty cool. You're the best. Hurrah!
Все, мы закончили.
Is that it? We're done.
Что такое ВК? ВК — это место, где мы встречаем новых друзей. А родные и близкие встречают с улыбкой наш звонок. Здесь можно встретить рассвет за просмотром видео и восходящие тренды в ВК-клипах. Своего любимого музыканта ты тоже встретишь здесь. А если повезет, и любимого человека. Будем вместе. Место встречи — ВК.
Дамы и господа, перед началом мероприятия мы хотели бы рассказать о некоторых правилах поведения на сегодняшней церемонии. Правило номер 1. Поддерживайте всех, кто будет сегодня на сцене, ведь все лауреаты сделали большие подвиги, чтобы оказаться там. Предупреждаем сразу, мы видим всех, кто не поддерживает, и на выходе из зала будем очень серьезно смотреть каждому в глаза. Правило номер 2. Пожалуйста, не пытайтесь забирать трофеи, прежде чем ваше имя будет объявлено. Да, они выглядят блестяще. Да, обладать ими престижно, но у нас есть на них страховка и охранник. Так что не стоит рисковать. Правило номер 3. Если ваше выступление на сцене превышает 3 минуты, мы включим музыку. Если оно превысит 5 минут, мы включим песню Let It Go из «Холодного сердца». Не заставляйте нас это делать. «Холодное сердце» мы дослушаем до самого конца. Дамы и господа, прямо сейчас мы начинаем обратный отчет, во время которого вы все еще сможете уйти. 5. Вы все еще можете уйти. 4. Последний шанс. 3. 2. 1. 0. Дамы и господа, Positive Awards.
Welcome to annual ceremony of Cybersecurity Stars Positive Awards. Today we wanna give positive community talent, those who work for the good of cybersecurity, those experts who contributed knowledge and expertise
positive technologies
which they have developed in the products of positive technologies in the community of our users. They are all-staff heroes of cybersecurity. Instead of spending time for such empty things as work or studying English, they dedicated their efforts to something more important and ambitious. They are thinking with such a large scale that their dreams covering decades ahead of them. They're investing in something, what they think the most important, cybersecurity. Some of them can be white hackers who test our systems for penetration. Some are genius developers who find new ideas and to solve old problems. And some of them just great experts who are ready to share their knowledge with the community. We are confident that without their work, the world of cybersecurity wouldn't be as successful. That's why let's celebrate their input and show our gratitude for what they do. Ladies and gentlemen, Positive Awards starts right now.
Whoa, давай!
Whoa. Let's make some noise.
Сегодня первое.
Today is the first award of Positive Awards,
Вручать награды экспертам.
where we're going to give awards to experts who voluntarily improved positive technologies products. What I would like to say about it, we all are located at the standoff 11. Someday there was a standoff number 1. Everything was much more...
11 стендофов какое-то приобрело масштаб.
And after the 11th standoff, it became much better. And this award will be happening every year. And like everything else that we invest, will get better and better. And we'd like to invite to the stage the inspirer of this award, Yaroslav Babin, and CEO of Positive Technologies, Denis Baranov.
Всем привет.
Hi, everybody. I would like to say a couple of words about our award, what was in the basis of this idea, and why are we going to have it every year. You see, cybersecurity industry is a small industry, honestly speaking, and number of talented experts and people is very small. They are inside of our Positive. We have talented developers who develop products. However, it is important that such experts are available not only inside but also outside. These guys are telling about our products. They're sharing their expertise with us. They're sharing their expertise with community. They are answering some questions in chats. They do contribute ideas which are being realized by us. They're great. And we want to congratulate them. Right now, we are awarding only those people who contribute to us. But next year, we will extend the number of nominations and will congratulate everybody who contributed into Positive. and cybersecurity in Russia. Thank you. The floor, I would like to give the floor to Dennis. Okay, let's see. It's not a secret that personally, I came out from offensive community. I went up to the CEO. It was very interesting experience. But what's the story? When I've been looking at how this offensive red community was built, the real hackers, I could see that it consisted of people who, since the beginning, was able to share their developments. It was a single body, chats, forums, people been investing, writing. So when you see other parts of cybersecurity, well, the product development, defensive, knowledge base, etc., everything that is needed in our industry, often you see the situation that these communities are very fragmented. Yes, that's the situation, but inside of one company, inside of one organization or something else, but they're not united. And since the beginning, due to the fact that they are very professional, they were not tuned to share their knowledge. So specifically today, I would like to say thanks to those people who've been helping us to become better, and they've been doing it publicly, so that not only we would become better, but also, everybody in the industry would look at our experience, wouldn't repeat our errors, and get some ideas from those people who do something in their Telegram channels, Facebooks, etc. Speaking about this award, I would like to say that it's not as annual award, but it will be in some form a continuous award. We will constantly search for people who are ready to share their knowledge with everybody, with the whole community in cybersecurity industry. We'll do it publicly, we'll do it at their own accord, so that we all wouldn't make the same work on multiple occasions, but we could learn from each other. That's why let's begin like that, and then we will start developing this story in the future. Thank you.
Ваши аплодисменты!
Your hands.
Итак, и самое время...
So, it's the time to announce the first winner. Attention to the screen. This person might not receive PT XDR for Windows workshop, security day, and XDR pilots in Schlumberger would become something without clarity, and discovery of product errors would be a longer process. Well, this could lead to some headaches in the development of the product and would be lost as an experience. So, dear friends, in front of us, we have truthfully very important person. Evgeny Markov. Evgeny, welcome to the stage. Evgeny have shown high level of activity and involvement in the work with our experts, have prepared scenario for Windows, which was put in Kimi, has spoken at positive conferences where he was sharing his expertise with the professional community. He was helping and actively participated in the pilot of PTXDR product. He was finding bugs and errors and was informing us through tickets, was accepting and still participates in active discussion of current stage of development of the product and its further development. But the most important thing, Zhenya, he came to us from his vacation to get this award. Let's give our hands to him. Evgeny, I understand. It is heavy. You're almost in history. You are in history. You're the first winner of positive words. So we want your speech to be motivational, fiery, and everybody would have a desire to follow you and give their input. Thank you very much. Honestly speaking, it was unexpected and very nice to win in this nomination. I've got a cold. I was very mistrustful. Spies, lying to me. But no, then they convinced me. And it's double, this award for what I do every day. This is very nice and valuable in future. This will give me even higher incentive to do that. Thank you very much. Evgeny, thank you very much. You can go back to your seat.
And
if it is interesting to you what Evgeny has won in addition to this beautiful statue, it's a full amount of merchandise from Standoff with pins, and the coolest prize is eternal ticket for all positive days free of charge. Then we go to the second winner. Attention to the screen. The next winner is a star of cyber expert community, Max Patrol CM, because he's not just cool, knowledgeable person in the product, but he's also so active that sometimes we ask ourselves a question, can he stop? But no, he always looks at his colleagues in the workshop. He's ready to help at any moment of time. Hurrah to our hero of proactivity. Roman Berzhansky. Roman, welcome to the stage. Positive experts have noted Roman as the best-known Max Patrol 10 participants. He was very active in answering to questions from the users on this product and very actively helps users in finding out answers to CM. Colleagues say that sometimes he's more active than the positive itself. He's doing it like that. Roman, congratulations to you. And emotional speech, like at the Oscar positive award speech. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. What I would like to say, yes, it was very unexpected. I almost sent this letter to the spam, usually as I do. I wanted to separately say thanks to the Positive Technology as a company for supporting the community. And I came to the community, I felt support of specialists in positive technologies, and I wanted to help them myself. And generally, you know, community can also promote products. So I'm really happy that colleagues understand it, they see it, and they value it. Thank you very much. And with your hands. And now we move to the third winner. Attention to the screen. Let's welcome our wonderful automator and hero of Max Patrol, Sia. This person simplifies life so much that others think that he has supernatural abilities. This genius supports actuality of Open Project MP7 lead, earning sincere thanks from expert community.
Геннадий Мухамедзянов.
Gennady Muhamedyanov. Gennady, welcome to the stage.
Gennady
actively supports open source project MPCM Leap.
Gennady. Gennady, congratulations. Several words to our audience. Hello. I would like to say thanks to everybody Positive gives such products which you want to automate so much. And we will continue automating them. All these ideas, we deliver them to the chat, we'll continue delivering them to the chat, and we will improve our products. Thanks to everyone. Let's move on to winner number 4. Attention to the screen. Without this automator genius, it would be a real challenge to build SOC. Employees like squirrels on the adrenaline, they spend a lot of manual times to create group of filters. Errors would happen as mushrooms after the rain, and innovations would fly away into the outer space without chances for their return.
Ivan Boguchevsky.
Ivan Boguchevsky. Ivan Bogucharski. Ivan wasn't able to join us, but we and our experts, we say thanks to Ivan for writing a lot for automation and building SOC for Max Patrol CM, for groups, filters, for specific cases. Ivan, if you're watching us online, you did a great job, and these hands will confirm to this. Let's move on. And winner number 5. Without this master of custom CM developments, the life would not be as bright. CM would be without individual rules, and its capabilities would be limited standard set. Regular interest questions would disappear as the dust in the wind, and discussions around the product would become boring as a song and a repeat.
Кирилл Мохов.
Kirill Mokhov.
Кирилл, просим на сцену.
Kirill, welcome to the stage.
Кирилл написал кастомные правила.
Kirill create custom rules for CM. He regularly asks interesting questions and gives interesting assumptions on how to improve the product. And thanks to people like him, we can develop our solutions and services and the world of cybersecurity in general. Thank you very much, Cyril. Kirill. People are waiting for your burning speech. Thanks to everyone. Hello, standoff. Hi, everyone. Those who I meet, those who I didn't see. I'm not going to see the burning speech, otherwise the cool heart will be speech done. Well, I would like to say hi to colleagues from Positive for this nomination. We will continue developing products of Positive, other vendors, and all the cybersecurity in Russia. Thank you very much. And we came to the equator. Winner number 6, screen. The recipe of success and the winner of the next person winner, but simple but great. Quality and regular connection of sources, optimization of the load by tuning and filtration of the events and the agents. Out of 40K NPS traffic, they made 15,000 EPS good quality traffic. Important ideas for completion of the product. Colleagues were one of the first ones to mass management of the reflection of 7 lights, horizontal scalability. Very simple. And you will be able to do that next year. But now let's meet Valery Tarkhov. Valery, with your applause.
Активность и вовлеченность Валерия.
Activity and involvement of Valery and his ideas and the development of the product helped us to make our products better and the world safer.
Валерий.
Пару слов. Couple of your words. I'm grateful to serve for the good of cybersecurity. Whoa!
Informational
partner of Positive Awards 2023, Independent Informational Analytical Center on Informational Security, Anti-Malware. On the Anti-Malware side, you can read interview with winners of this award and learn more about why they will get these awards, Positive Awards 2023. Let's move on. And 7th winner, attention to the screen. If not for these specialists, the world of administration of the products could be less effective and stable. Possibly resources would not be optimally distributed. Transfers to new disks and servers would be a headache for everybody. Without colleagues who always remember about backups and monitor the work of products with the help of tools such as Zabbix, they would have more risk of breaches of data. So without this person, our work would become much more complicated and intense.
Alexander Shikin.
Alexander Shikin. Alexander, welcome to the stage. Thank you very much, Alexander, for your activity and involvement and wonderful administration of our products.
Alexander, Alexander,
how is it to be a winner in Positive Awards? Hello, everybody. It was really unexpected, as it was previously said. Thank you very much for noting our input. And would like to wish success to the company and improvement in creating new products for cybersecurity. Thank you very much. Your hands.
Мы переходим к 8.
We are moving to the winner number 8. Attention to the screen. Without these people, Max Patrol 8 world NCM world would be less effective and stable. For the 5 years of active cooperation with technical support, there are 73 tickets helped us to solve a lot of problems and improve the products. Thanks to their ability to clear complicated questions and adequately react to the problem, they've played an important role in improving Max Patrol 8 NCM. Alexander Polikarpov and Alexander Pochenkov. Alexander and Alexander, welcome to the stage.
Мы награждаем сразу 2 лауреатов.
We would like to award 2 winners. These 2 Alexanders, as you could hear in their representation, in the course of the last 5 years have been actively working with technical support. They've been giving feedback, ideas, and improving the product. And thanks to their input, we develop products and industries being developed. Cybersecurity industry. Alexander, congratulations. Couple of words.
Хотел бы поблагодарить всех.
I would like to say thanks to everyone. We are going to move on. Alexander.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. It is very nice. I think that while we are in the same boat, it will move on. So let's move on together. Super. Your hands, your applause.
И переходим к 9.
Let's go to the winner number 9. Without this person, the world could face lesser number of solved improvement problems. His 83 tickets facilitated to timely solution of the problems, and professionalism and clearness of communication have improved the quality of products and services, making the world of cybersecurity more harmonic and productive.
Vladislav Mikhailov.
Vladislav Mikhailov. Vladislav, welcome to the stage. Vladislav effectively cooperates with technical support, gives very deep feedback, and helps us to improve our products.
Vladislav?
Vladislav, the audience is yours.
Как и до меня, мне тоже было...
As before me, it was very strange to see this letter from Positive that I was invited and I'm awarded. Looked like phishing, but the address looked very similar. I decided, okay, I will read it. Yeah, well, I wanted to say separate thanks to Positive for doing such steps towards the community. Together, we'll be able to make these products better and bring them to global leaders. Thank you.
Ваши аплодисменты.
Your hands.
Итак, идем дальше.
So let's move on. Winner number 10.
В мире, лишенном опыта и...
In a world without experience and vulnerability management, this person...
меркнет.
You know, the world gets darker without this person, but it's good that he is on his place and his eyes are burning, which means that VM will be moved to the masses. The growth of the community of vulnerability management will get unprecedented speed. Products will always be filled with independent, competitive analysis. Without him, this award would not be complete.
Alexander Leonov.
Alexander Leonov.
Просим на сцену.
Alexander, welcome to the stage.
Известный человек в управлении.
Well-known person in managing vulnerabilities. Gives big input in the development of the information security and vulnerability management topic. Promotes the community, does independent competitive analysis, brings a lot of ideas for the development of the product. Alexander? Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks to Positive Technologies. Very unexpected, very nice. Thanks to subscribers of Telegram channel. Vulnerability Management, please subscribe. Give me likes. Thank you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
А мы идем дальше и один.
Let's move on. And the 11th winner in the world with this specialist, automation of management of vulnerabilities successfully overcomes problems related with diversity of service desks, thanks to effective integration of Max Patrol VM with Jira and other scanners. It facilitates discovery and removal of vulnerabilities by reducing cyber attack risks and data leakages. IT specialists can concentrate on more important things, which improves their efficiency and strengthens competitive advantage of the company in digital environment. Ivan Kachalov. Ivan, welcome to the stage.
Не забывайте аплодировать.
Don't forget to give your hands to winners. It's going to be very nice because someday on their place, you will be on their place. We really want it. Ivan.
Пару слов.
Couple words.
Спасибо, что цените наш вклад.
Thank you for valuing our input into your products.
Спасибо, Иван.
Thank you, Ivan.
А у нас последний.
And we have the final 12th winner. Attention to the screen.
Благодаря следующему
Thanks to the next winner, development of the connector DSEC Dojo in Max Patrol VM and active participation in providing recommendations for improvement of functionality allows the company to optimize processes of vulnerability management, reduce risks, and improve their competitive ability in digital environment. Sergey Kochikov. Sergey Kochikov, welcome to the stage.
Не забываем аплодировать.
Don't forget to give hands. The final winner.
Сергей, во-первых, поздравляю.
Sergey, first of all, congratulations. You have finished. You became the 12th and final winner. And we want you to share your emotions with the viewers and motivate them to participate in these programs. Thank you very much for this award. It's very nice to receive it. I hope next and in future years I will be able to speak here. Let's continue working and continue giving our hands. Once again, let's give our hands to Yaroslav and Denise for helping us in giving these positive awards.
Не расходитесь.
6 p.m. Don't leave. We will wait at standoff award. And right now, at the end, next year, everybody will have to can apply for positive awards, and winner will be determined by the expert jury. Today, we have awarded winners in positive community talent. These are experts who help to make our products and services better. And this nomination will stay for the next year, but it will not be the only one. Applications for the next year will start accepting in January 2024. But even right now, you can learn the rules of the award and you can sign for the news so that you wouldn't miss the beginning of application acceptance. Awards.positivesecurity.com. Participate and win positive awards. Thank you very much. I was with you. See you soon.
такое ВК? ВК — это место, где мы встречаем новых друзей. А родные и близкие встречают с улыбкой наш звонок. Здесь можно встретить рассвет за просмотром видео и восходящие тренды в ВК-клипах. Своего любимого музыканта ты тоже встретишь здесь. А если повезет, и любимого человека. Будем вместе. Место встречи — ВК.
Нет еще.
Привет. Здесь стендов. Да, всем привет, ребят. Меня зовут Ярослав Бабин, и я знаю все про стендов. И сейчас мы подведем итоги текущего мероприятия.
А я, Елена Молчанова, я отвечаю за бизнес-показатели нашего киберполигона стендов и очень рада быть здесь.
Ребят, спасибо. Я не буду долго тянуть, потому что все уже устали, наверное, все хотят домой или на автопати, поэтому давайте поаплодируем команде, которая заняла 3-е место, Бульба Хакерс. К сожалению, они участвовали онлайн, поэтому, ребят, эти все овации, которые вы слышали, были для вас. Спасибо. А вот на 2-е место я приглашаю команду Троас. Они здесь. Где вы, ребят?
Уже можно? Благодарю.
Красавчики, ребят. Егор, пару слов для прессы.
Что хочешь сказать? Хочу сказать спасибо огромное организаторам в очередной раз за то, что собрали нас всех, дали нам такую возможность с друзьями классно провести время, оттянуться, повеселиться, показать всем остальным тоже, как выглядит на самом деле весь этот хакерский мир, виртуальный мир в том числе, который отображен на этой доске. Надеюсь, вам тоже понравилось, вам было интересно все происходящее. В этот раз мы хотели победить, надеялись, дали конкуренцию интересную, сделали шоу, я думаю. Вот, поэтому спасибо вам большое за то, что дали эту возможность.
Вы молодцы. Спасибо. Аплодисменты для команды Троас. Ну и команда победителей. Команда Кодбай. Тимур, 4-й раз я вижу тебя на этой сцене. Тебе не надоело еще?
Вполне очень нравится.
Ребята уже 4-й раз побеждают в нашем стендофе. И мне кажется, это очень круто, что каждый раз они участвуют. Поздравляю.
3 раза подряд.
Кстати, у меня для вас кое-что есть. Вот это... Ого, ничего себе.
Я подержу. Поднимай, поднимай его, поднимай! Ребята, смотрите, голова, держи. Ради пакетики приехали.
Смотрите, мы специально для стендов 11 сделали этот переходящий кубок, и теперь весь год он будет, как сказать, гордостью команды Кодбай. Но в следующем году мы посмотрим, кому он перейдет. Спасибо, ребят. А сейчас я приглашаю наших партнеров, компанию «Физприбор», которая наградит еще одних победителей.
Добрый день. Мы хотели бы отметить команду Кодбай за их рвение к победе и победы. Ребят.
Приглашаем вас опять. Тимур, давай сюда.
Кодбай, вернитесь. Комплимент с завода «Физприбор» за ваше рвение к победе и победы.
Большое спасибо.
Поздравляю.
Спасибо большое.
Ну и все, пока. А теперь передаю слово Лене Молчановой.
И без защитников мы бы точно не провели эту битву вообще никак. Синие команды в этом году показали себя просто настоящими детективами, расследовали невероятное количество тех инцидентов, которые им организовали наши дорогие красные коллеги. Синие, вы были невероятны. Я не понимаю, как вы выдержали этот прессинг, как вы смогли сдать такое количество отчетов и найти такое количество уязвимостей и расследовать такое количество инцидентов. Приглашаю вас всех, капитанов всех команд на сцену. Так. Красных, все. Да, синие команды у нас никогда... Все синие команды победители. У них нет никакого рейтинга, потому что они расследуют все, что приходит в их сектор, в их сегмент экономики. Некоторые наши команды работали удаленно, поэтому их здесь нет. Я также очень хочу поблагодарить всех тех участников команд, которые здесь, которые точно не влезут на эту сцену, и поблагодарить тех менторов, которые, кстати, готовили команды к мероприятию. Передаю микрофон, будет здорово, если вы скажете по паре слов.
It will be great if you can say a couple of words. Hello, guys. On behalf of the team, on behalf of Slash and Over, you know, some people are here and others are remote. Please give him a round of applause. Just like everybody else, we have been able to weather this very intensive program for the brains, for the bodies. 4 days, 12 hours each long, 22 crazy teams fighting for the same file, kicking each other out, and trying to wrap their minds around it all. Now, I really want to thank the team from, the red zone. Thank you so much for giving us all this fun. And naturally, I'm so grateful to the organizers. The organizers have given us all an opportunity to participate in this great event. Hooray to Positive Technologies!
Коллеги, хотел сказать спасибо в первую очередь нашим красным коллегам.
Now I wanted to say thank you to the red group.
И все эти 12 часов, 4 дня подряд был просто кошмар.
So this 4 days, 12 hours each, it was a hell. We barely could report on everything you were doing. I don't think I would have been able to develop so many reports on my own. I'm really, I really owe it to my team. Thank you very much, Positive Technologies. This has been a blast.
Всем привет, мне нечего сказать. Ну, было очень...
Hello, everybody. I've got nothing to say really, except for it being so cool, so awesome. Thank you so much.
Да, всем привет. Хочется сказать большое спасибо организаторам за такое мероприятие.
Yeah, hello, guys. I really owe it to the organizers. Thank you so much. This has been our first experience of this kind. This has been so much fun.
Каждый день
A
это...
very intense program for sure.
Всем привет. Хочу
Hello, everyone.
свою команду.
I certainly want to start by thanking my team.
Вы выступили как единое целое. Также хочу поблагодарить организаторов.
Now, you performed, as a single team, as a single body, shall I say, and also want to thank the red teams, the opponents who generated so many incidents, who triggered a lot of fun things for us to investigate.
Поздравления.
Thank you so much, guys.
Командам, которые не доехали по московскому.
And, well, there are two more teams who have not been able to join us here with all the traffic jams in Moscow. We have one more prize, but I don't really know who is going to grab it.
Этого приза я приглашаю.
And in order to award this prize, I'm inviting onto the stage a co-organizer of PHDays, a representative of Inner Stage. Inner Stage people have been running the global SOC behind this battle.
Всем привет. Всем привет. Да, я представляю.
Hello there.
Глобальный СОК.
Alexei Lobzin. I represent Inner Stage Global SOC. We have been the arbiter of this CTF. You know, our people have been analyzing team reports. They've been following everything that was happening here. We love speed. We actually have a racing team of our own, which participates and actually wins Russian national races. So we decided to give a prize of a racing weekend in Kazan to one of the teams. You know, we analyzed how long it took different teams to investigate various incidents, and it turned out that the top three is the same for average and absolute investigation time. So I want to name all the three teams and then invite the winner to the stage. 2 hours and 33 minutes took You Shall Not Pass. And they were actually defending UK City, or, managing company City. Great job, guys. 1 hour and 45 minutes. It took Big Bra, who were defending the bank, to investigate the hack of the news portal. Great job, guys. And naturally, the best results. Just listen to it. They investigated the whole kill chain in 10 minutes. These guys were defending the nuclear power plants. This is the Slash, and I'm not sure about the official name. Is it Slash and Dot? It's obviously a pun on the name of McDonald's operations in Russia. After the company officially exited the market, they called Tasty and that's it, or Tasty and period. So maybe it's a Slash and period. Not entirely sure about this one.
Я, кстати, хочу сказать, что команда Slash и Точка была самой быстрой, и в том смысле...
Slash and Spirit actually was the fastest team to join the whole contest. They told us they were coming about a week before it all started. We really loved your detailed reports. Guzel is sending her best to you.
Что ж, друзья, награждение было очень...
So, dear friends, this awards ceremony has been very active. I really want us all to meet each other at standoff 12. Off we go.
Именно вы сделали этот стендов не...
Guys, thank you so much. It is you who have made this standoff
встречи на онлайн.
unforgettable. See you again at standoff and in our online cyber range. Have a great one.
Что такое ВК? ВК — это место, где мы встречаем новых друзей. А родные и близкие встречают с улыбкой наш звонок. Здесь можно встретить рассвет за просмотром видео и восходящие тренды в ВК-клипах. Своего любимого музыканта ты тоже встретишь здесь. А если повезет, и любимого человека. Будем вместе. Место встречи — ВК.
Assessing damage. Homepage. Attempt to attack. 50%. Repair successful. Assessing weakness.